I think she was.
I'll start us off then. Good morning. Welcome to the Joint Budget Summit of the Westborough Select Board and Advisory Finance Committee meeting. Today's Thursday, January 30th. We're at Great Hall in the Forbes Municipal Building, and I'm calling to order the meeting of the Advisory Finance Committee.
Again, welcome to this meeting today. I'll convene the Westborough Select Board. For all those that would like to join us, we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'd like to thank Westborough TV for live streaming and recording this meeting today. And I'd like to thank all the boards for their attendance, as well as both the town and school staffs for working to get us to this point today. And I look forward to the discussion between the committees in regards to feedback and guidance that we can provide both the town and the school. So with that said, I'll open it up to Christy to begin our presentations.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay. So my name is Christy Williams. I serve as your town manager. This presentation is an abbreviated version, actually with some additional slides, so maybe not so abbreviated, version of the budget hearing presentation that was provided per the charter at the select board meeting on Tuesday night. If folks are looking for that presentation, it's available on the town's website under Town Manager Budget Documents. On the left-hand side, we list all of the chapters of the budget document, and on the right, we'll continue to add presentations as we make them.
Christy, real quick before you dive in, just want to make sure, how do you want people to handle questions? Do you want to get to the end of the presentation and then?
I think that worked well the other night to wait till the end if that's
terrific.
That works. Okay. So this is our typical budget process, the same budget process that we always follow, and this is the budget process for fiscal 26. As I mentioned, we start early. We all start early. We start in this room very early in September, along with the school committee, and we forecast the budget pressures for the upcoming year. At this most recent budget summit in September, we offered some additional information. So on this slide, we're all the way at the end, which is the budget summit, but it's actually just the beginning, right? So we are going to be continuing at both boards, as well as the school committee to talk about the budget and warrant articles as we move through to town meeting in March. As mentioned at the budget summit, we are offering a level service budget. So this is not level funded, it's level service, which means that we are increasing based on the current services that we offer. That has not been the case in recent previous years, when we've added some additional positions or we've added some additional services, but this is a level service budget. So the funds that you see that we are requesting are just to continue services that we have already been included in the budgets in the past as a result of things that we've been guided to do. So the department heads were asked to provide a level service budget, and they were also told at the time that no additional positions for fiscal 26 would be supported if they were a general fund position. This is the slide you've seen before, but was not actually in the budget presentation because I think it's really important to understand where the level service budget comes from. So we have guiding documents. There's more than just what you see here, but we have the strategic plan from 2018, the master plan that was completed in 2021. We have a climate action plan. We have a community needs assessment recently completed in 2023. These are overall guiding documents, but this is not an exhaustive list. So certainly we have strategic plans that exist within specific departments. And that's just guiding documents, and that this is what the town has told us that they're looking for. These are not the documents that we also need to understand, which are the requirements of all of our departments, that we provide certain services to the town. I provided the slide the other night, and I really hoped that it would be helpful, and as I look at it, I'm not sure how helpful it is, but I'm going to speak to it again and then give you a little more information. So in the blue, I think what we were really trying to show is what our actual budget review process looks like. These meetings happen, they're internal meetings, and so trying to give some visibility to that. The finance director and I meet with all of the department heads over a period of days. Before the meeting, we prepare for those meetings. In addition to looking at the requests that are before us, we look at the historical spending of each and every line item. We review excess and overspending. There can be overspending in line items because we're a bottom line budget. And then we review any program improvement requests. So that's something that we implemented a couple years ago. You see it in each budget table now in the departments when a department is asking for something that's over and above what they currently are providing. Then we meet with the department head, excuse me, we review changes, any different needs. They'll explain different requirements or their work to provide services as set out in the guiding documents. We talk about grant applications. We talk about grants that they might apply for, grants that we know they're getting and how those might be applied or applied differently. We also talk about other departments and where we see there could be overlap, where we see there could potentially be efficiencies. And then we discuss their proposed increases and decreases and the justification of their PIR forms. Sorry, the sun is... Just keep creeping over, sorry.
It's tough.
Yeah. So the orange and the green are intended to illustrate what we do throughout the year. So throughout the year, relevant to salary and wages, when we have a vacancy in a position, we always do a review of the department needs with the department head, try to understand if that position continues to be needed, if it would be better served with different job responsibilities. And then we go through the process of going to the board and the unions as appropriate with changes to job descriptions and classifications. We look at salary ranges and market analysis. I think you've seen us struggle a lot in the last couple of years recruiting for different positions, and we are not unique. That is something that is prevalent across Massachusetts to the point where the administration at the state level is trying to help us with that, specifically in finance jobs, but really across the state in municipal jobs. It's difficult to recruit. And so I have some examples of that here in the orange, and then in the green, looking at our expense reviews. So as we have contracts that are expiring, or if we need to replace equipment, similar critical review is done to understand, if the piece of equipment that we've had for 30 years is still needed, is there something better out there? I think one thing that's really important to point out is the value that we all get from going to trainings and conferences and really having relationships with counterparts in other communities, because that's really where we hear about innovative practices, or we teach other communities about our innovative practices. And so that really guides us to be able to implement things in Westborough that create efficiencies and sometimes cost savings. This is a new slide where I'm trying to make the previous slide better. But these are just examples, and these are just ones that frankly came into my head of the last 15 years that I've been here where we've done this type of review. So things that we've done, we created a regional veterans district. I think it was 2013 or 14. We were told that we had to staff our veterans office at a very specific level, and that was a requirement by the state. And so rather than increasing the number of positions that we had in our veterans office, we created a regional district with 3 other communities. So we were able to satisfy the requirements and also serve our veterans. We have regional animal control. So several years ago, our longtime animal control officer retired, and we had hoped that we could provide animal control services at in a part-time position. After implementing that and going through several months of that, we realized that that was not going to satisfy the needs of the town of Westborough. But we weren't sure that we needed quite a full-time. So we explored opportunities for regional. And so now we regionalize with Grafton. We provide the services, and Grafton pays 38% of our animal control budget. Our sustainability coordinator. So that was something that came out of one of our guiding documents as a result of work done by Sustainable Westborough. So we worked with Sustainable Westborough to create a job description, created the position, and that position, 40% of that position is funded by a grant. Our regional health district. So we heard loud and clear that folks wanted nursing services, which we did not have a couple of years ago. And so we became aware of an opportunity to join with our neighbors in Southborough, Boylston, and Northborough to create a regional health district. And once we did that, we were able to provide additional nursing services as well as enhance some of the requirements of our health department in terms of inspections. Our management analyst and communications assistant. So this is an example of a position that that was vacated by a longtime employee. It was an administrative assistant position in the town manager's office. We were able to reallocate those responsibilities and create a management analyst communications assistant, which serves not only to help departments with many different projects, but really, I think the value that we saw when we had someone in that position was the increased communication. So that person was able to stand up the Civic Leadership Academy, which was a goal that was established by the select board. They also were able to create the town manager newsletter. And you'll notice that since we have not had one, and someone in that position, we have not had a newsletter. They also completely migrated our website, and I think we can all agree that our website is much better than it was a few years ago. I'm gonna shift over here. I don't know. Not included in the budget is larger curtains.
Are my sunglasses?
No, I'm okay, thank you. Yeah. So that's another example. That was at the same cost, but a new position that was able to achieve some things that we felt were needed. Thanks, Ian. The Youth and Family Services service delivery model, we talk a lot about that because we just did it. And so what happened was we were really struggling to hire counselors in the Youth and Family Services department. We also were not serving as many residents as we'd hoped that we would. And so we looked around at other communities and we found Shrewsbury Youth and Family Services, which is not a department of Shrewsbury, but a nonprofit. And we were able to increase our, and I have another slide, but we're able to increase the number of residents that we serve. We've actually quadrupled it since the transition, and we offer additional programs with our new model. The waste management program, again, I'll talk more about that, but this was an initiative that we heard from residents. The select board put together a committee to review it. This is a recent change, but has been a long time coming in terms of discussions about moving to a pay-as-you-throw program. And you'll see that it has resulted in a decrease in our budget for fiscal 26 for the landfill budget, and we're continuing to monitor that as we work through this program to see what other changes might be made financially. And then the last one I have that are complete is our part-time community development assistant position. We have a very difficult time. The finance committee knows this very well, hiring board secretaries to take minutes for different boards and committees. And so our zoning board of appeals and our zoning board of appeals is not unique. So they had a very difficult time finding someone who could take their minutes, but also provide notices and the requirements under the zoning board of appeals. Additionally, we had a longtime employee retire from staffing the historic commission. And then we also brought on the community preservation committee, which also needed some support. So we created a 19-hour-a-week community development assistant position that's made up, that supports all of those boards and committees, and it's funded through budgets that already existed, as well as community preservation funds, which is allowed under the statute. So then when we look at things that we're currently looking at, or are currently ongoing, we're always reviewing our health insurance plan design. As you heard the other night, we're looking at currently, we've budgeted 10%. Our most recent response was a 16.9% increase in our health insurance. So we work really closely with our union leadership under our insurance advisory committee, really closely and really well, I would add. I think everyone has a shared goal of bringing those numbers down. And so looking to negotiate changes and reduce costs in that area. Another is we're currently reviewing an opportunity to partner with the Worcester Regional Transit Authority to provide senior transportation. So we currently own our own buses, we employ our own drivers. There are other communities that partner with the WRTA in different ways, and so we've started meeting with them. It's not reflected in the budget because we're just understanding how that might work, but it's just an example of things that we're working on. And then finally, we're working to develop recreation programs and new offerings to generate additional revenue to offset staffing costs. So you'll hear more about that from our recreation director, Jen Kirkland. But as you know, we did bring on an additional program coordinator as a result of acquiring the community center. But also as a result of acquiring the community center, we see additional opportunity for revenue. And so we'll talk more about that later. Oh, I did have one more. The Regional Emergency Communication Center. So that actually was an idea brought to us from Fire Chief Purcell, and this is something that the Select Board has supported and we're moving forward on. In addition to creating this Regional Emergency Communication Center, which we think is really valuable for our employees and giving them opportunities, dispatchers opportunity to move up and be in a more professional environment. We're partnering with Grafton and Southborough, and currently we're anticipated to save around $300,000 annually, and that will change, as we bring on more towns. But in addition to that savings, the state is funding rehabilitation of the Harvey building, which I think is equally important and something we should bring up because it's a building that is important to the community, but is very underutilized and is requiring a lot of care. And so the fact that we can get that covered through state funds is I think, a good thing. Okay. When we look at the fiscal 26 budget, again, level service budget, we're looking at a 4.12% increase in town budgets and a 5.77% increase on the school budgets. Fixed costs are going up just under 10%. So fixed costs are a shared cost. So that's inclusive of largely debt and insurance. And then we have our other assessments from Worcester Regional and Assabet as well on the slide. I just want to point out the asterisks related to the town budgets is that we have included a 2% increase for positions in the 4 units that we have not settled contracts with. But once those are settled, we would update the budget. So specifically on the town side, our salary and wages are going up just under $900,000 with expenses going up $145,000. So these are sort of highlights of what's driving those increases in the Council on Aging. This really isn't a driver, and I'll explain why, but something that I want to mention. When we first proposed the community center, we proposed what we thought the carrying costs of that would be, inclusive of any additional staff. And at the time, we had proposed that the program coordinator in the senior center move to a 40-hour position. We did not move forward with that in fiscal 25, and in fiscal 26, we're proposing that it move from the 25 hours to 32 hours because there is additional programming happening at the community center. However, we've moved a different position onto a grant, and so the net result is about $400 increase in the budget for that change, which is about 6 cents to the average single family. And then the Planning Department and Recreation Department, I know we talked a lot about this last year when we were proposing a 6-month position in fiscal 25. We've added the assistant town planner and also the second program coordinator in the recreation department, and those are fully funded for 12 months in fiscal 26. So the budget impact reflects the additional cost in the budget. The assistant town planners is much lower because it's being offset by 11 hours per week from the Affordable Housing Trust. And budget in fiscal 26, which was what was proposed at the time. We do have some increases, so these are increases that we pulled out that look significant as a percentage of the budget. Specifically, I'll call, or things that we haven't done in a while, like the increase in the legal budget. We're proposing to increase that $12,500. The planning department, that increase is to cover the cost of, so now we work with general code to create and update our zoning bylaw, and if you've looked at the zoning bylaw online recently, you'll note that it's a lot easier, more user-friendly through their e-code system. And so there is a cost to us sending our zoning bylaw changes to general code to be added to e-code. And so $4,000 is not a huge increase, but it is a big percentage of the planning department budget. The town clerk is looking for an increase for preservation of town meeting minutes, as well as other print materials. And then the Youth and Family Services contract, I just wanted to mention because when we signed the contract, it was a 3-year contract, and this was the projected increase. So the $3,900. Community center carrying costs, this actually is on page 12 of your budget book, so you can look at it there. But the point of this slide is to show that when we purchased the building in October of 2023, we estimated that the carrying costs in fiscal year 25 would be $180.84. In fiscal 25, we did not make all of the changes that we thought. Again, that program and volunteer coordinator in the senior center didn't get implemented, and so and the debt costs were actually cheaper than we had anticipated. So it was about $146 to the average single family in fiscal 26, and we're looking for that to go up about $5. I'm sorry, it was $146 in fiscal 25. It will go up about $5 in fiscal 26. Youth and Family Services I just mentioned, so I'll just kind of draw your attention to the bottom box there. We just did some analysis with increases that would have been applied to the employees that we had in that position, in that department, and you can see that we're still about even, a couple $100 less with the current model, and we are serving, as I said, more individuals in the community. This is just a breakout of fixed costs. So you'll see that decrease in the landfill budget. Again, we're continuing to look at that because we only have a few months of data at this point, but we're projecting to decrease our tonnage by more than half. And since we pay by ton, that results in a savings. The electricity is up here. It's actually a pretty small increase, but we're calling it out because our current electric contract expires at the end of calendar year 25. So we're looking to sign a new contract, and so those rates will be settled in the coming months, and then we'll be able to adjust that budget. And then insurance here, this is all insurance, not just health insurance. So it's all of our property, casualty, liability, as well as health insurance and unemployment, workers' comp, injured on duty. All of that is captured in the insurance budget, and that's seeing an increase of about 13.36%. And then our debt budget, again, this is just an estimate because we go out to borrow in March. And so once that's done, we'll adjust that number accordingly. This is waste management. I won't go through the whole thing, but essentially you can see on here that the addition of the pay-as-you-throw program as well as the waste management program coordinator positions has resulted in a reduction in waste, which has resulted in a reduction of cost. And I know that there's been questions in the past about the value of those positions. So we have a chart on the left that shows how often we're turning cars away. So in the beginning, obviously there were many cars turned away. Some of them just didn't have a sticker, but many of them were from other communities that were accessing the transfer station that we were being charged for. So we see continued value in these positions as long as we have the program structured the way that we do. This shows health insurance costs going back to 2011. You can see that we routinely do things to try to influence or decrease the percentage increase. This year, again, we budgeted at 10%, but we've heard as high as 17%. The 10% we budgeted was based on what the health insurance consultants told us at the time, but we have gone out to bid at this point, and so we're awaiting the responses to those bids to see if there's a advantage to moving providers. This is just a history of the plan design changes, which gives a little more information about different things that we've done, the most recent being in 2022 when we added a high deductible plan option. I was asked to provide this slide at the meeting on Tuesday, which was a breakdown between town and school and active and retiree. So that's what this chart is showing. I guess I would just note that the active is active plans. So we do have some retirees that remain on our active plans if they're not yet Medicare eligible, but it is a small amount. Budget items outstanding, so these are the typical budget items outstanding at this point: insurance, state aid. The numbers that we've included in this budget are for state aid are from House 1, but hopefully we'll see those numbers, the state aid numbers, increase as they move through the budget process. Union contracts, electricity, debt, and then I was asked on Tuesday about Westborough TV. That is something that the select board has heard from Westborough TV about the need for some additional funding. We've been carrying, you've seen on the warrant, you've been carrying a warrant article for a raise and appropriate, but we have not come to an agreement on what that number will be yet. I know there's been a lot of talk about revenues. I know that there's been a lot of talk about revenues at the Finance Committee, so I hope these answer your questions or you ask additional questions. But in terms of how we estimate revenues, this is our current process and it continues. We look at historical trends of the different revenue items. We look at the current fiscal year to date. I know that there's been some concern that maybe we're overly conservative or maybe putting up a number that isn't genuine in the beginning of when we create the budget in December. I assure you that's not the case. It's just that in December, we're very early into our fiscal year and we've only received revenues up to a certain date. And so we have to be conservative because we don't know what fiscal year 25 looks like yet, never mind fiscal 26. And so that's why you'll see those revenue numbers increase as we move through the fiscal year because we get actuals on what's coming in during that fiscal year. We do a market review, we consult with industry professionals, and then we look at the state consensus revenue hearing to see what they're looking at and how they're preparing their budget. So this year we saw that at the consensus revenue hearing that they also had a cautious revenue outlook, specifically around the change in the administration at the federal level. There's just a lot of unknowns about how that's going to impact revenues as we move forward. Additionally, Secretary Gorkowitz, who's the director of A&F, talked about how the post-pandemic rate of growth has slowed, and so we must adjust accordingly. This is just a slide that shows how revenues are applied, so just helping everyone understand that the full bar is the total amount of what we need to fund the budget that's approved. The blue is the tax levy, the orange is the revenues, and then the purple is the local receipts. So, the orange is the state aid. So all of the state aid, all of the local receipts, everything goes into lowering that tax levy. I just wanted to make the point, and it's on this slide here, if we overestimate our revenues, but we've already approved our budget, at the end of the fiscal year, we have to come up with the amount that we said we would come up with. We have to fund the budget. So when we go to the state to close out the fiscal year, if we haven't met our revenues, and there's a deficit in the overall, then the recourse is to hit our free cash, so lower our free cash, or it's to just increase the levy on the recap sheet. So because the budget's been approved and it's going into place, and we need to move forward. This is just showing sort of across the state. This is a slide that I took from a presentation that I attended last week from the Division of Local Services, and this shows that in the past few years, communities across the state have actually had much higher actuals than they had budgeted for, and that's because of many unknowns. In fiscal 24, the interest on income was much higher than we could have anticipated due to interest rates. And then this is when we look at revenues, and you can see it's just about every month of the year. So we're constantly looking at revenues. We looked at them before we came into this meeting. We'll look at them again and again and again before we go to March, and then we'll look at them up until the classification hearing. And then this slide just shows, so the black dots, each year from 2019 to 2026 represents, the black dot represents where we started with revenues, and then the red is where we ended. So you can see that we're constantly reviewing it. That big dip obviously is a result of COVID, where we anticipated and knew that our revenues related to hotel, motel, meals tax, and other things were gonna go down as a result of the pandemic. But you can see that we're estimating above those levels at this point. So current projections, we are estimating an average single-family increase based on the current level service budget of $969 to the average single family. And then this is just an additional slide to just show at the bottom here. So the average single family right now, the value that's based on is $801,000 or $801,268. That's where that increase. That's what that increase is based on. If your home is valued at $477,000, it's $576. If it's valued at $1,060,000, it's $1,280. The reason some of these numbers are not round is because we're showing what it was last year. So if it was $450 last year, it's $477 this year because it's a 6% increase, and just showing that, as you all know, that it obviously the impact is different based on the value of the home. Which, as you can see in the chart, has been going up steadily. This is where we compare in fiscal 25. Excess levy capacity, we're showing excess levy capacity decreasing to just under 10 million in fiscal 26 based on the current budget. These are the excess levy capacity is taxes that could have been raised but were not. And so when you look at other towns that need overrides, we have that ability because we're not raising to the levy limit. This is the capital plan, so just mentioning that that we're within our goal of 1 to 1.5% of the general fund operating budget. I have lots of slides here on free cash, but you all know that we shouldn't use it except for one-time expenses. And so I'll move through these slides pretty quickly, but essentially what we found from the Division of Local Services, and you can see here, Division of Local Services says that you should maintain your free cash at 5 to 7.5% of your operating budget, which is what's in our policy. And that pie chart on the right shows you that 73% of municipalities do that, and we're one of them. This here shows what the use of free cash over the years. So we've increased our use of free cash. There's less free cash being used this year because we have less free cash. But our policy states that we should be between 10 and 15% of the general fund operating budget for free cash and stabilization. If you use the warrant on the current budget, we're at 10.1. And this shows that if we did not have free cash and we were still trying to fund all of the things that we're funding in our capital plan, the $450,000 we used to lower the tax rate, the $200,000 for OPEB, the Finance Committee Reserve Fund at $250,000, if those were all raised and appropriates as opposed to free cash, the orange bar is reflecting what the tax increase would be. I'm not stuck on the slide for dramatic effect. It just wasn't. What happened there? I'm just about at the end. So I think people really like this slide, so I'm just going to put it up. So this shows how your average single family home is broken out over the different services. Just really wanting to stress that we are always continuing to review our budgets between when we're required to present them to you in December and when they go to town meeting in March and then beyond. And so there are many things that we're looking at, as I mentioned today. I think one of the slides I skipped over, but you can certainly look at, another vehicle that we have is advocacy. So when we see opportunities at the state level for additional funding, or even partnering with the administration on some of their efforts, like in the Municipal Empowerment Act, these are opportunities that we can have to effectuate change. And, specifically, the governor has presented opportunities for 2 local option taxes, which is would increase hotel motel and also increase meals tax. If those are able to move through the legislature in this next process, Westborough would be a welcome partner in that advocacy, and then we would have the opportunity to take those votes locally, and that would generate additional revenue as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. We'll open it up for questions and.
Here, I have a question. I have a question since we see nobody else here. I'm wondering on specific to the transfer station, it seems like we changed 5 things at once. So, I'm wondering if we'll be able to sort through in the future a little better what the big differences are, because we added the coordinators, which is enforcement, which clearly cuts down. We added pay-as-you-throw, which encourages recycling and probably reduces the tonnage. We've also taken out the tidy town from our numbers, which reduces the amount. At the same time, we're now paying for recycling, which adds money to the pool, and I'm guessing the tonnage cost went up some small percent or some large percent, I don't know. So I'm wondering if that we can get that kind of analysis a little more as in the future as to, that's 5 things that changed, and what people being a little cynical about the amount it lowered, it would have gone up by the recycling amount if we hadn't, whether or not we changed the program. So, but it is interesting to kind of sort through which of those ultimately is the best thing or which percentage of those are the best thing.
Walter, could you just clarify that last comment of so I understand what you're saying about lots of things change and what was the impact, and then obviously there's the forward piece, but the statement about the recycling change and that could have had some financial impact, I guess I don't understand.
Yeah, because now we pay Harvey for recycling and we didn't used to. So there's $100,000 there of cost this year that didn't exist last year,
Right.
which has the opposite effect of our savings. So actually we have to save $100,000 more just to be where we were. Right, so if that had gone up.
Yeah, I mean, we can provide some additional detail related to the budget. One thing that we would not be able to do is attribute the reduction of tonnage, break it out by the waste management positions, the pay-as-you-throw. We can estimate the reduction related to the removal of the subsidy from Tidy Town because we have the tonnage that we were previously paying for. But as far as the enforcement and the pay-as-you-throw program, those have to be presented together. But yeah,
That probably the Tidy Town portion would be interesting to know.
Okay.
Anyway.
Sure.
Yeah, I would just, if I may just add to that, I also think we have to keep, while this is the town lens, there has been there is a consumer impact piece on the pay-as-you-throw bags. So I put that out there, not that that's for the town to answer, because that's a use based on how many bags you use, but I don't want to be blind to that kind of as we think about that and the impact on the household for those bags that they're purchasing.
Just to that point, because I have heard that as well, currently in the budget, or currently in this fiscal year, the budget is set and folks are paying for it. So even though folks are paying for their bags, there is a net reduction proposed for fiscal '26.
Yeah, no, I totally agree, not questioning the numbers. I just think that it's important to call it out because people say, yeah, but I'm also opening my wallet over and above, that's all.
Okay, unrelated topic. Your wonderful dots chart on historical receipts. Could we add to that another colored dot for actual receipts? Obviously not at this moment, but.
Thank you. We'll wait.
We'll give you 10 minutes. Or maybe during the superintendent's thing, you could throw that in. No, I'm just kidding.
John has those numbers right in his pocket.
That's a John question, I guess.
Well, it's not a John question.
Yeah, well,
I certainly
it's a question for
put
you.
charts together. But I think we just have to think about what that looks like. Yeah.
Yeah, anyway, that's, anybody else questions? Oh, now we got people asking questions.
I didn't want to be the first one. Go ahead.
So, I'm sorry, Walter, could you just clarify? Maybe I'm just slow this morning. So what are you asking to be added?
Oh, so we have a black dot for original estimate, red dot for the estimate when we set the tax rate, and then there would be a, say, green dot, which was what the actual revenues were for that year.
Okay.
So it compares our 2 estimates to the
Understood.
final number.
So this chart, just to be clear, is showing our local receipts, our estimates.
Right, sorry.
So
Okay.
I know, well, I know that there's
Okay.
been information presented that that are in the that are closer to 20 million. That's inclusive of the money we receive from the wastewater treatment plant. So that's not part of this, because that money comes to us from our partner communities and goes directly to the wastewater treatment plant as an example. So we can talk, but we can talk through that, and I understand what you're asking for.
Yeah, I guess in that case, it would be the actual local receipts, not the local
Right.
revenue, which includes many other
Right.
things.
Can I add something to that? So the only thing I'd like to add is that just looking at that local receipts actuals each year is somewhat deceiving, because the surplus above what's estimated can change depending on the line item. You know, so some years we may get a lot more excise than we did above the estimates. And so just looking at the total doesn't really tell the story, because other years we might get more in ambulance and get less in excise. Our excise estimate might be very close. And so, you know, we might get $1 million judgment that hit one year, or we might get a spike in investment income. So just looking at the overall number and saying, well, you're 20% over, doesn't tell a story as to where that money came from, okay? And so I'll just give a caveat to that. You were provided all the data relative to the historic revenues. And so to look at that data and the individual line items, I think is meaningful, so that you know where that's coming from above and beyond in the years that progress and how we've adjusted to that.
Yeah, I guess my only comment would be looking at the dots would make it worth asking the question of why is that one, and then you could get into the details.
Yes.
Otherwise, we don't know whether we should be asking, you know, a question, I guess.
But I do think that it needs to be coupled with your review of the information you asked for, which is the historical revenues, because to John's point, when you're estimating the individual lines, you're looking at the history and the investment income as an example. You can understand why we would have estimated where we did versus where it came in fiscal 24. So
I guess we'll go to Rod next.
Yeah, so again, thank you for sharing the revenue information and the detail that John referenced. And, you know, I'd be glad to do it more detailed dive outside of this meeting, but just kind of use two examples just to kind of understand what the thinking is. So in motor excise receipts in 2024, we had $4.2 million. In fiscal year 25, we budgeted $3.5 million. Fiscal year 26, $3,650. I mean, that's where I start to question, are we being too conservative when there's more than a $500,000 difference?
That's one of the examples where we talk to industry professionals in terms of folks who are selling cars and where we're at. So when you're talking about motor vehicle excise, like what is the market looking like for the purchase of vehicles? What's the availability of vehicles? And obviously understanding that excise goes down as those vehicles depreciate in value.
So just another example, and I
Well, just,
appreciate it.
Rod, if you look at 5 years before that, we were $400,000 above our highest year. So that's why looking at that 4.2 is not reflective of where we should estimate. We didn't know what our number was when we estimated for fiscal 25, but what we need to do is look at 5 years. Throughout the state, looking at other communities, they all spiked that year. But again, looking at the economy, you know, you can't bank on where motor vehicle excise is going to go. Interest rates go up, vehicle access, new cars are difficult to get. That's one where there's a lot of variables. So if you look back historically, we base it on the history. We can't look at 1 year. If we estimated at 4.2, the highest we've ever been, that wouldn't be responsible estimating.
What's the next one that you have?
Let's, and I'm curious about this, ambulance receipts. So actual 24, $2.2 million, projected in 25, $1,650,000, fiscal year 26, $1.9 million. Again, I think in terms of planning and what our fire department needs, it's good to have an understanding of what sort of revenue. And again, it seems like I wouldn't expect it to go down by those large amounts.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of factors that go into these, so I don't know if you want us to
And
talk about it
again,
now or
we
if you
don't
want
have
to go
into
offline.
I'm just using these as examples.
Yeah, I mean, ambulance receipts is another one where, you know, the number of calls, the ability to hold the wall, or the necessity to hold the wall, you know, things that we are concerned about in terms of, you know, how that number might fluctuate. But we did push that number in fiscal '25.
Yeah.
So.
And again, 5-year history matters. Not when we finally had 2 years over 2 million, we came up to 1.9 from 1.6. But if we just did it based upon 1 year at 2 million, again, that'd be irresponsible. So when you're looking at it, look back at the history beyond 2 years.
I've got the full 10 years in front of me.
Yeah, well, then referencing just 2 years and recognizing that we went from 1.6 to 1.9 shows that we're responding, but not banking on 2 years. You know, you got to look beyond that to be conservative. Otherwise, you really run the risk. So we figured 2 years at 2 million, it's time to bring it closer to that number. But I wouldn't hang my hat on that number, not at this point in the year when we're doing the estimates. You know, if you're going to do it statistically, you got to look at a bigger set of data.
Yeah, and my whole goal here is to lower the tax, I mean, to Fred Savoy's comments that he shared at the budget hearing, you know, the whole goal here is to lower that $900 number. And if we need to be a little more aggressive and take some risks, I'd rather see that, you know, the savings go to the taxpayer now than have free cash at the end of the year.
We don't take risks.
No, so that $900 number is not what's being voted on at town meeting, and I think that's really important. So everyone is voting on the budgets, and the $900 number is a function of math. So if our revenues increase beyond March, which is what we typically see, or our projections increase, then that's where we set the tax rate. So I think it's really important, and we focus a lot on that number. It's really interesting, actually. I was talking to another manager who was doing their budget presentation. I said, what's your increase? And he's like, oh, that's not part of my presentation. Like, there are communities that don't even look at that initially. So, you know, here and there, but the point is, you're voting on the budget, you're not voting on that $900 number. And again, if we present a number that feels better because we pushed our estimates, and then as we get closer to setting the tax rate, we feel like the revenues need to go down, then that number goes higher. And I think it's just important to be really honest with the community about sort of the conservative estimate and what that could look like, and then, you know, hopefully it will work its way down based on finding all of the variables.
So thank you, first of all, Christy, for presenting this budget. I think this presentation has been really good to understand exactly where the money goes, as always, every year. I think just a few things on the slides, right? Number one was on the completed project. So one feedback that I had was, I think the first time where we get to look at the numbers is only when we see that what our tax has increased by. That's the first time we get acquainted with the numbers. I think what will be very beneficial is, apart from the narrative that you have provided, I think with the completed projects that we have done year on year, I think what may be also helpful is provide some kind of performance indicators. Like, for example, when we completed certain projects, what benefits did the town get, you know, in terms of the numbers? Like, did we see, like, for example, the additional positions we had? I know at the department level, we do see those changes, like how much the services have increased or decreased. Like, for example, for the library, you know, how many of books have been borrowed or the number of registrations have happened. But if we are increasing certain positions, or if we have done that, and we are talking about it in these slides, I think what may help is beyond a narrative for people to also see that the performances have, the services have changed in terms of numbers as well. Because looking at these slides, the first number that I saw was really my tax increase, and which kind of doesn't register as well as, you know, registers much more than the completed project slide. So that was one. The other was, I think, in terms of the guiding documents, what I felt was, in terms of the guiding documents that we have, I was just curious, like, do we have any sort of goals that come in every year as well? That these are the goals that the town manager has got, and that's when we are designing and building the budget. this is what we are looking for, have we accomplished those goals, or how we have accomplished those goals. So a mention of that probably in the budget in this presentation as part of giving it to the town may help as well. The third thing I think which I actually noted was kind of somewhat similar, but in terms of the salary and wages, I could see going through the school budget that, and we'll talk more about that as well, that there's a COLA increase and those things. I think what may be very interesting for us to know as well is how much of those negotiations have happened from your side in terms of, the other towns, what kind of increases they got versus what we got. Where do we stand amongst that? That tells our effectiveness. It's not just about the increases, but it's also about how much negotiations we had. So will be helpful. And lastly, sorry, I know I spoke a lot, but I think one other thing I thought I would love to see is the revenue sources. Like when I was looking at these numbers, in terms of the increases as a contribution of property taxes versus the local receipts versus the state aids, I could see that the maximum increase, if I see just starting from FY 2020, has been property taxes. So again, going back to the goals as well, I know we depend a lot on the economic development as well for the business promotion. How much of those contributions have changed, and have we got that impact of have we got that impact of increasing our revenue source from other sources except just the property taxes? Talking about that may be helpful as well.
So you're talking about a commercial breakdown?
Yeah, commercial and the levies, yep. Yeah, that's what I had.
Yes, hi. I just have, I'm sorry if I missed a slide about that. I have a question about the debt. You showed that 10% of the budget goes towards the debt, in that breakdown for an average family tax rate. And I was just wondering, how does this number compare to other towns? Are we maintaining it as the budget year to year to be going towards the debt? How did it change over time in the past years, and what are the outstanding loans? That's all. Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions over here about Patrick? Anybody over there?
So my questions are really much more budget, department specific, so I'm going to hold those for the appropriate time.
Yeah, I do have a question I asked the other night, but for the sake of this audience, I thought it would be good to ask it here as well. In the insurance budget, specifically, we talk a lot about the health insurance piece. I am curious, we do also have a property casualty liability and workers' compensation piece that is anticipated to go up 41%, or roughly $600,000 in this proposed budget. What opportunities, are there opportunities to shop around, to perhaps break apart those components of that insurance and see if there's any opportunities to decrease? I'm not naive enough to think that we could reduce it by the full $600,000, but is there opportunities to do that work?
I just wanted to mention, because I didn't think to say it the other night, is that related to our loss ratios with property, we actually did have a meeting with, I met with the president of our insurance company to talk about our concerns around the increases related to our losses and increases in premiums and deductibles. So we did have a very specific conversation last year where we they created a program for us to put in place to try to reduce our losses. So I just want to bring that up because I know it doesn't fully do exactly what you're asking for, but I do want you to know that we are constantly having these conversations. And so, we can certainly continue to do that work, but we did see a pretty, I forget the number, but do you remember? It was, we did see a reduction in our costs based on our pushback on the property insurance.
Right. We shifted and picked up some higher deductibles on property, but over the past 3 years, we've paid 1.8 million in premium, but we've had 3 million in claims. So just for an understanding, some of what we're seeing is a reflection of our recent loss history.
Have there been, so it's great to hear, looking at these insurance policies, are we minimizing, I'll say to the state or federally required, minimums as far as what our coverage is, and then certainly looking at the deductibles as a piece of it as well. Are there opportunities?
There are no required minimums. I did have a conversation yesterday with our rep. We could certainly move to a fully self-insured model, but based on that loss ratio, it would be to our detriment to do so.
Okay. Thank you. Sure.
It would be interesting, given the state and national climate, to understand, and not asking for this now, but what is the worst-case scenario of federal grant impacts to, I see Allison shifting in her seat. Today's news around education was not great, but as well as any impact at the state level. So again, not asking for that now, but understanding, and as well, what liabilities do we have for any existing projects that are being funded through such grants where we have commitments to contractors doing the work, and what liability and exposure do we have there? So again, not asking for.
It would be great to know.
Yeah, no, I just raise it for, I think we're all, I'm thinking about it. I just want to make sure kind of it's reflected as part of this conversation, and to the extent that, I would appreciate, I think we all would, regular updates as to that moving target, so.
Yeah, as long as we all understand that it is it's fluid, and so, we're all watching it very closely, but I just, the orders have changed in the last 2 days, as an example, so I appreciate that. I mean, we definitely can give updates. It's just going to be really, they'll have to be daily, probably.
Yeah, well, and I think I think just even as a general, like a baseline, what's our current exposure? What amount of our salaries or wages are reflected, or programs, or however we view it, are reflective of money we're receiving through federal or state grants? I think that would be helpful.
Yeah, that's that we can certainly do easily.
Walter, I have one more.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I was going to ask another.
Go ahead.
Just a question as I was going through, and I don't normally read the appendixes, but I went through, and there's a lot of great information in the appendixes for people if you didn't dig into them. And one of my questions to you is, and this might be a better question for John, actually. I look at the 5-year forecast sheets, and my question is, how are, you can't see the formulas, right? So I don't know how the forecast is done. And I'm curious as to what our confidence level is on that 5-year forecast when I look out, across that. What is our confidence level, when we look from FY26 to FY30, which is what's captured?
It's not the same for every line. So some of it is trend analysis, some of it is what we know, and then of course you have to apply sort of what we know to the trend analysis, because things can change. But the formula is not the same for every line. So I don't know if you have a specific question about one, but it's typically looking at the history, applying a trend analysis. But there are other things that are just sort of known, which is why some of them don't change.
Okay.
You asking for a temperature?
Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of the idea, like how temperature is a good way to think of it. Like, what is our level of confidence on those? But I think your answer is appropriate. We also, just going back to the revenues for a moment, we seem to be very precise in some revenues, very round numbers on those revenue estimates, and others are more specific. I'm just curious, when we look at the revenue numbers, how do we, are there some that there's more of a deep dive into versus others? I can look up the page if we need to. I can give you an example.
Yeah, I guess I'm trying to think which ones you're looking at.
Let me find it in there, and I'll come back. Go ahead.
I think I'd just say that there are ones that we factor a percentage in based upon history. And so anytime you're doing a calculation, Again, we're estimating the percentage of the round number and applying it versus selecting a round number. You know, anytime you see a round number, right, you're saying, okay, I can only be, you know, this good, and the other one, we're doing that with the percentage rather than the actual number. So that's typically when you see that difference.
Okay.
Rob?
Yeah, just getting back to kind of a bigger picture in terms of what we're trying to accomplish today. I listened to the budget hearing with the select board, and there was a discussion about what level, and not saying we're getting to this now, but just thinking about what a level funded budget would look like and what would it mean in terms of level of service. And then there was a discussion about maybe there's a percentage that we look at that's less than what's being proposed right now. And I'm just curious as whether this group thinks that that's going to be an outcome, or how we decide if that's going to be an outcome of this meeting.
I think the intent is for that to happen after the school department presents, which we're about 45 minutes beyond where they were going to present. So I don't know if at this point you want to have them present, and then you can go into your budget discussion.
Okay, thank you.
That makes sense. I just want to finish up by saying I think the slide you added on the completed activities was a very good addition.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
All set? Okay. Yeah, so why don't we move on? Thank you, Christy.
Thank you, Christy. Technology change, if anybody needs coffee. Thank you.
Steve, did you need to bring your school committee into session? Did you need to convene your
Open your meeting.
It was here. So at this point, we have a quorum, and I open the session relative to the school committee's interest. I do have a question in regards to the slides presented. I assume they were probably worked on up until last night, so I wonder if there's a copy that could be presented to the, made available to the school committee of these slides.
Most of the slides are already available on the website because it's from Tuesday, and then I'll post this presentation also.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right. Similarly to Christy, I think this is a slideshow that it's fundamentally based on the budget hearing slideshow that was presented at school committee, but I've also it's a bit of a mashup between that and some earlier presentations that have been done throughout the fall, and a little bit of added information based on some of the questions I heard at Select Board on Tuesday evening. So, and thank you for the opportunity. This is, see if I can get my clicker to work here. And that's a no, so we're going to go old school here. Thankfully, the thing's right here. So just a quick outline of the presentation. I do need to take a moment to talk about the state of the schools themselves. I think it's really important to kind of frame any conversation we have about the budget in kind of what the schools are, what they do, and what they achieve on behalf of students and the wider community. As you're well aware, there's a symbiotic relationship between schools and school performance and kind of real value in a community, down to the level of property value. You know, your biggest investment for many people is your home, and we help that. So I think maintaining a strong school system is fiscally sound, although I understand people are concerned about the expense. I do want to talk about our budget development process briefly, give a little overview of what level services looks like on the school side, which is very similar to the town side. I'll give you an overview, talk about drivers, talk about the special education reserve account, which is an article that we're putting forward, what the details of the proposed changes are, what unfunded requests were left on the cutting room floor, and acknowledge some next steps and unknowns going forward. So in terms of the state of the schools, this is not new information for those of you who live in town. You have an extraordinary school system here, and I will say it's a very sort of a wonderful, wonderful place in that it does a lot of good for a lot of kids in a lot of different ways. And it's evident through a lot of the data and performance indicators. We have very strong post-graduation outcomes. We have very strong SAT and AP scores. We have strong MCAS performance. In kind of the more soft skills area, Metro West youth risk behavior data actually shows that our kids are faring well compared to kids in other communities. And, I don't ever like to make too much out of rankings, but I'm going to spend a little time on them this morning because we do well in those departments. U.S. News and World Report, Boston Magazine, you'll see kind of in a lot of different data. I'm going to fly by this because of time, but I will make this available to everybody, and this was in earlier presentations. You'll see that Westborough is right in the mix with some very, very top-notch communities in the state. So this is U.S. News and World Report's best high schools in Massachusetts, and they conveniently provide the metrics for it. Boston Magazine, it's a little more of a black box, but we did extraordinarily well when compared with benchmark communities when it comes to Boston Magazine's rankings. And, one of the things this caused me to do is take a moment to think about value. What's the value you get? So these are our benchmark communities, but if you look at Westborough in the context of the top 20 schools in Boston Magazine, and then you look at that in terms of per pupil spending, I just need to sort of put that out in the public because we are getting a lot for the contributions that people make locally. And I'd like to think of it as, we're this is kind of like a Subaru level investment. It's not a Mercedes investment. We're kind of making a really strong kind of outcome based on a reasonable amount of funding per pupil. So in terms of budget development, this is my first year in the district. I've kind of brought a few things with me, but also tried to mesh those with the existing process. I will say this year we really tried to take a team-based approach, which is to work directly with school and department leaders around understanding what is the state of affairs in your department, what are your needs, what would you like in order to move forward with strategic priorities, are there ways to reallocate as opposed to adding, and are there places we can look to reduce? And those conversations went on throughout the fall and continued and may well continue into the next month or so. In terms of understanding level services in the school context, it's very similar. What we're looking to do is to open the doors of school next year with the same kind of quality of education that we have now, which is class size within guidelines, continued investment in co-teaching and inclusive programming for all of our students. That, as I think I'll remind you, is a theory of action that has led to really good results and cost savings for the district. We're going to continue to support our high-needs students to focus on student physical, mental health, and well-being. And actually, in this iteration of the budget, the level services budget includes a reduction. We were able to provide same level of services even with fewer positions in the budget. I anticipate that will continue to be a trend because our enrollment is looking to trend downward. And when we look at the statewide data, that is a statewide trend as well. And an important note in terms of our overall budget goals, my hope for the budget would be twofold. One is that we continue in our mission, providing a high-quality education, but the second is that we make progress toward identified goals. So a level services budget allows us to continue with our mission. It does potentially slow our progress in some areas, but it doesn't stop progress altogether. There are ways we will continue to work toward those strategic priorities. It's just that we may not get to some of the things as quickly. This is the number that nobody likes, and I understand that. And in my heart of hearts, and, as we sat down, and Anita can attest to this, in the working toward 5.77, which was work to get there, this is still a higher number than I would like. I understand the wider context, but it is where we legitimately feel level services is. And because folks have asked the question, I want to provide a level of contrast. Our level services budget accounts for major increases in out-of-district tuition, in transportation costs. These are not costs we can control. It includes a 5.68 increase in our salary lines, and that is the result of collective bargaining agreements, and also inclusive of a reduction and moving some additional salary into grant-funded positions, as well as offsets from revolving accounts. So we are looking to maximize any kind of opportunity we have to bring that number down, but it does maintain current programming. Level funded, this is my back of the envelope math, but that would be a reduction of, $3.8 million, $3.78 million. It would involve major reallocation, and the way you have to do reallocation on the school side budget, because of where all the money is with staff. So our estimated impact of a level funded budget would be cutting somewhere between 46 and 52 positions, which I can tell you would decimate the schools and take probably a decade to recover from. So if I haven't, entertained that fully, that's why. I think it's an important thing to note. What would that do? Class size would go up. We would have to cut programs that are low enrollment programs. We would have to ratchet up caseloads for folks who are not classroom teachers, reduce operations staff, facilities staff, people who do care and maintenance of the buildings, and leadership as well. I know there's a tendency to sort of poo-poo the leadership part of the equation, and I will tell you, kind of getting schools strong and keeping them school strong is really about investing in high-quality leadership. So, there's a lot of research that backs that up. In context, kind of when you look at increases over time to the school side budget, you do see, the years from FY17 to FY21 versus FY22 to proposed FY26, we've kind of ratcheted up a level, and I want to acknowledge that. That is happening here, that is happening everywhere, and part of that is because it's happening everywhere else too. Some of this is inflation, some of this is the cost of salaries, which has gone up all over the place. So we are not immune to the forces that are out there in the world driving everything else in the economy. I think there are a few big spikes that have had an outsized impact on the schools. Again, out-of-district tuition, as many of you are aware, a few years ago, the Office of OSD ratcheted up our out-of-district tuition rate possibility by 14.7%. Those are very high numbers to begin with, and with that percentage increase, they came back again the next year and moved up another 4.7%. I need to correct me if I'm a little bit off on my percentages, but I think those are right around the right place. So we've had to absorb those costs as a district. Those are not things that move our programs forward. They're not things that support the majority of kids, but they are important things for us to account for. Additionally, the cost of transportation, as you know, bus transportation, van transportation has gone way up here and elsewhere. And, that's driven by the same things that drive cost escalation everywhere. The cost of paying drivers, the cost of paying for gas, the cost of paying for maintenance, the cost of paying for vehicles. In terms of how the budget breaks down and what those drivers are, this is sort of our pie chart. It's noteworthy that the budget I'm putting forward, this is a slightly different pie chart than I showed you in the fall, and it's because the percentage of the budget that is salary has actually decreased, or will actually decrease in FY26 if we move forward with this budget. And that is because those other costs are so outsized. Just to get a sense of kind of who we are and where the staff are. The majority of our staff are kind of faculty who work directly with students, teachers, counselors, nurses, other direct service providers. Those are people like speech and language pathologists, psychologists, folks who are in face-to-face relationships with students on a daily basis. Additionally, another almost 20% are paraprofessional educators, folks who are also in direct contact with students on a daily basis. We have administrators at about 8.37 facilities. We have a small group of assistant principals, special education coordinators, curriculum coordinators, our administrative assistants, and then another small group of tutors. These are sort of how folks are classified within our own system. So it gives you a sense of the breakdown. So all told, over 720 employees. The difference between the 696 and 720 has to do with some folks who are paid through grants, and also some of those FTE are carved up into different people. Okay. Most of our folks are paid through the general fund, but we do have a few through revolving accounts. So for example, coaches, we take in athletic fees and pay coaches. Food service, we have funding right now from the federal government that pays for a free lunch program, which pays our food services. If we end up at some point having to go back to a fee-based system, the fees we take in for school lunches will go up and go out. We do have quite a few positions funded in federal and state grants. I need to jot it down the number over there for me, but it's over $800,000 that are grant funded. So just to kind of give you a sense of the things we're kind of thinking about moving forward in terms of wondering about what impact on the federal level could do to local schools. That gives you a little bit of a ballpark idea. The Westwood Educators Association, our largest group, part of our obligation to teachers is to pay for the terms of their contract. So their contract includes, for fiscal year 26, a 3% cost of living increase, plus an additional 0.5 for top step employees. That's folks who have been here long enough to sort of work their way through the salary scale. Those steps increase incrementally at 3.8%. And there are lane changes. So as educators accumulate credit for graduate study and work like that, they move up in the scale as well. And finally, there's payment for longevity. And those are pretty standard teachers' contract issues that are out there. Here's what we have in terms of changes for this year. We did have one very modest increase, and it really is around safety. I didn't make this lightly, but I wanted to put it on the table that we do have half of our sections of PE at the high school are sections of over 28, and a sizable portion of those are over 30 students. That's concerning to me. We never want a situation where we were putting students at risk. So that is one place where we wanted to try and add an incremental part of a staff member. But overall, our decrease is of 4.6 total. That's going to come about from the decrease of 5 classroom positions. At the lower grades, we're looking in K-6 primarily, where the class size, we believe we can combine sections and make some efficiencies in order to, even though keeping kids within class size guidelines, still save some positions. Here's what those class size guidelines currently are. And just so you have a sense of where the class sizes are falling, you can see in the lower elementary, especially where we have some spaces where we do have low class size averages right now, and there are opportunities to combine and realize some savings. 5th grade on up is kind of right where we would want them to be. And the high school is very, if anybody's ever been on the inside of a high school scheduling process, it is sausage making at its finest. I mean, there really are such an array of classes, and they have to do with the combination of electives, of levels, of all the things. So it is kind of hard to give proper class size estimates for the high school. But even there, as this sort of population deflation happens, we're going to be looking to reconfigure and figure out how do we maintain the kind of programming that I think people really want and need for a high school, where there are choices and there are options, but we need to do it responsibly. Special education, I mentioned there's sort of a theory of action here, and it has to do with a heavy emphasis on inclusion and on support throughout K-12, but especially in the early grades. And what we see from that is a real return on investment, not only in the kind of affective universe. I mean, we're keeping kids here in their home communities with their friends and neighbors in school, which I think is the right thing to do whenever we can. We are also mitigating the impact of the high cost of out-of-district placement. So this is one of the hardest things about a school budget, is trying to figure out how to budget appropriately for this possibility. I'm giving you some cost estimates here, and I want to note that those are incomplete. So the cost of a single student placement in a collaborative was in the $68,000 to $73,000 range at the start of this year. Private day school, $65,000 to $171,000. A private residential school is upwards of $250,000. Those numbers do not include transportation of children, nor do they include some services that are sometimes billed separately. So things like occupational therapy, physical therapy may be billed to the school separately. So all in, supporting our students who need an out-of-district placement is an expensive proposition. It's important that we do it, and it's a hard thing to budget for. I think the state does chip in toward this, but the mechanism for it is a reimbursement program called Circuit Breaker. It happens in arrears, so based on this year's out-of-district placement, we make claims and we get a portion of that back from the state that they find eligible, and then we can apply it to special education costs next year. Because of that, you'll often see this sort of up and down in the special education budget actuals year to year. So when I say I think it's working, this sort of theory, I want to point to sort of two data points that are important. One is the percentage of students receiving special education services. In an ideal world, we want to provide students with what's called the least restrictive environment. We want to give them opportunities to be in the mix with other students to the extent fully possible, and we want to intervene to the extent possible so that students aren't needing access to those services. We want to provide them when they're needed, but also do everything we can for students ahead of time. And our numbers are actually quite low when you look percentage-wise. But looking at that, I thought, well, let's look at Shrewsbury, Hopkinton, Lexington, Belmont, Westborough. What's happening in terms of out-of-district placement? And Westborough is doing extremely well on this front, which again is a testament to the hard work of people, to the model that we built, and some of it's just luck too. Good fortune. So a big driver for us, if we look back a few years, you can see the kind of cost escalation for our out-of-district tuition, both at the collaborative tuitions, which are lower, and private tuitions, which are extremely high. The budgeted amount for FY25 is shy of where it needs to be. So that jump up for FY26 looks more dramatic than it actually is. Where we will land the plane in terms of FY25 is going to be higher than that 1.6. But, all in, you look at a kind of cost factor that's nearly doubled in the past 7 years. this brings me to the article related to special education reserve account. Under state law, municipalities are allowed to establish essentially a kind of savings account for special education. It's created and funded through appropriation at town meeting. So anytime funds go in, it's a town meeting affair. It can only maintain a certain balance. You can't sort of grow it disproportionately to the annual net spending of the town. And then funds are expended through a vote of school committee and select board. And it's really designed to help mitigate the impact of these sort of big swings that can happen in a school budget because of the costs of out-of-district placement. I've advocated for this because I think it promotes better budgeting. You know, to the point of some members of FinCom, there's this question of how much risk you assume in a budget. Schools we are naturally risk-averse folks, I'd say. But particularly with regard to this, we want to always be careful not to under-budget so that we end up having to, close the year either going to the town to ask for more appropriations or having to lay off teachers mid-year, which is an impossible thing, nearly. So this article really recommends establishment and a small foot in the door in terms of getting some funds in place. And then we would need a kind of a mechanism for how do we feed this over time. I can tell you the district I came from, Westborough, had a special education reserve account. The current account balance is about $750,000, which is a very appropriate amount and something to aim for over time. And it's maintained by taking a portion, not the totality, but a portion of Medicaid reimbursement and attributing that to that balance. Several of the communities that are our benchmark communities have this in place. We're doing our research to find out everyone. We haven't heard back from everyone yet, but it is a very responsible approach to budgeting. If we're able to do this and able to build up a balance that would account for a big swing, we could then start to budget and assume a little bit more risk in the budget process, which is to say we would budget based on probable placements as opposed to possible placements out of district. Transportation is another cost that is kind of outside of our control and has skyrocketed here and everywhere else. It's more than doubled in the past 6 years. There are a significant increase both in in-town and out-of-district transportation. Our in-town is through NRT, as you're aware. Our out-of-district is through Vanpool, which is a managed through Assabet Valley Collaborative. We're part of that collaborative so that they can realize some savings from collaborating with other districts around that transportation process. So it allows us to have better bargaining power in terms of going out to bid. It also allows us to ride share, actually kind of combine routes so that kids are not one student on one van, so it's a more efficient process. We did go out to bid for transportation. We received only one bid for a transportation bid this year, also from NRT. I would say the good news is that what we got back in that bid are rates that are comparable or even lower than other communities that do include a sizable increase for the first year of the contract of just over 12%, but are much lower in years 2 and 3 of the contract. So we feel like looking ahead to FY27, FY28, that is important information for us. It's always tough when you have only one bidder to make a decision about what to do in that case. Our assessment is going back out would not have yielded a better bid and might have yielded a worse bid. And I think the committee's decision was wise to accept that particular bid. This is sort of the big picture in terms of all category changes in the budget. So what we have tried to do is where we can control costs, kind of materials and supplies, non-salary items, buildings and grounds, places where we can sort of constrain as much as possible. We have. This has been kind of going through line by line. And net result, as you can see, is still kind of more than we would like, but it is a true level services number. This is kind of where we believe we can open the doors next year and continue to provide what we are providing today. We do have requests that were left on the cutting room floor. I just want to acknowledge that that's part of the process, is thinking about forward momentum, where do we want to go, and what the needs are. And these are things we are not going to be moving forward with, but I want to acknowledge them because in the years ahead, if there are opportunities to do expansion, these may be things you see again down the road. And kind of thinking about looking ahead, there's some sort of reasons for hope. As I mentioned, we are looking at much lower bus increases in FY27 and FY28, so there's at least one cost that I know is going to come in and not be a big bomb in our budget. Our enrollment trends, we are looking at sort of slow, steady decline is where we believe it's going. That is going to allow us to kind of continue to look at staffing, continue to sort of contract our staffing model as we go. I'm very excited about the possibility of exploring some of the school municipal partnerships. I think that is a nice way both to sort of work together across the street, but also to realize some efficiencies. I do want to warn you, I think those options, they're not a ton. As you saw, over 80% of our staff they're child-facing, right? Much of our staffing is about teachers and paraprofessionals and people working directly with kids. Those are not positions we can easily share, but any opportunities to explore this, I am excited to work with the town on that. The borough program I need to highlight as a place where we have done some real innovative work over the past few years to build a program that not only has helped save funds in town by keeping students here in district, but we are also now moving very close, and I think I don't want to announce anything prematurely, but I think we are now in a place of exploring some very real prospects for tuitioning in students from other districts. So that is something that was, I think, promised initially, had to kind of be put on hold for the pandemic, and now we're back out, and I think it's something that is actually quite possible in the very near future. We do, at some point, need to talk about fees. I would say the current situation, we batted around bus fees. I really don't think it's a viable option at this point this year. I do think looking ahead to next year, as our service continues to improve, we have worked tightly with the company. We have written some things into the contract to continue to sort of move toward a higher quality experience for students and families. And I realize the fee isn't to pay for quality of experience. However, I think it's a hard pill to swallow for families if their experience has not been great. We want to move the experience, and then we can talk about whether fees are an option. Looking around at other towns in the area and our comp districts, many of them do charge bus fees. So. Collective bargaining is out there on the horizon. We will be in bargaining with all of our units next year. I would say, looking around the state, that is a tough process. However, I will say so far we have maintained extremely good labor management relationships internally, and I'm optimistic that we can move through that in a way that lands with a fair compensation package that doesn't break the bank. I think that's the goal for everybody. And then finally, just to acknowledge the federal grants picture, we are an organization that does take in federal grant funding to the tune of well over $1 million. And so if those are funding sources that are going to dry up or disappear, we will have to pivot and figure out what to do about that. And some of that is sunk into salary. So I think that's another piece of this puzzle that's important to keep in mind with the school side budget. And that's it. Just as a kind of final note, I'd say, I think one of the things I've thought about during this process is, my, kind of what is my role? And I think my role, which is what I'm doing right now, is to sort of tell you what I think it takes to offer up the kind of quality of service that people have had here in Westborough, that they want here in Westborough, and also to try and do that in a way that shows you how we've done it, kind of shows you where the money goes as best we can, and also keep an open mind around what the limitations are in the town, and we're trying to do that carefully. I do want to say, with regard to the budget, we are in a transition period this year. We're moving the way the budget is presented into alignment with the Department of Education's chart of accounts. So the shifts you're seeing this year will kind of continue into next year. My hope is that what that provides for the public is much more transparency and much more capacity to compare year over year and town to town. So, Mr. Savoy, who comes to some of our meetings and has done a lot of that comparative analysis, some of the way we carve the money up here is just plain different than people in other communities. If we bring ourselves more into alignment, you'll have a better sense of how the dollars go here versus, say, our friends in Hopkinton or in Wellesley or so forth. So.
Thank you, Allison. I'll just say I appreciate your passion for the students in the community and your understanding of the taxpayer dilemma that we're in today. So thank you very much for the presentation, and I'll look for AFC and school committee and others to ask questions. Go ahead, Steve.
Before we move on to questions, I just want to make the assembled multitudes here today aware of what I'm going to ask of the school committee, which is to add one more warrant article to the warrant, and that is a request to refund to the school committee's current budget $30,000, which was used in order to file with the federal government, IRS, to reimburse the town for over $1,800,000. Which would pay for the consultant contracts that we had to do that. I have been made aware, and I think it can be it can be proved that in fact we did get the money for $1,800,000 plus in reimbursement for the geothermal system at Fales. It is a one-time payment. I believe we are likely to be the only town in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts that received that money, because others who came only 20 days after us were denied it based on the new administration. So I think it's fair that the town reimburse the current budget of the school committee, the cost of our consultants to have received that money from the feds. And I will make that proposal to the school committee at our next meeting. And so you may see an article offered by the school committee for that purpose. The intent would be to have it refunded out of free cash, because if it isn't, then it wouldn't be in this budget year. So obviously debatable, but I think it's a fair request. Thank you.
Can I just offer, excuse me, some additional context? We actually were unclear on exactly how we could use that 1.8 million. So Steve is correct. We did receive that money in December. It will not go into free cash, and it is not available for us to use on anything. We have to use it on the project. And so that money is included in your budget numbers as a result of being applied to the debt. So use of that money for other expenses, even through a free cash vehicle, is not able to be done.
So just to understand that a little bit better, you said for the project specific, only to be used for the Fales project.
Yes.
So it's a school-only asset, funding asset.
It applies to the town's debt for that school project, yes. Yep.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Open up for questions, comments. Go ahead.
Just to, and, thank you for all your information. That's really helpful, and your idea of having it more comparable in the future is terrific also. Just in looking at the different schools, based on the reduction in staff in the elementary school, pretty much level funded, which is terrific. I did notice, and I think I know the answer, but just want to be clear, for like Mill Pond and the high school, the salaries went up 12, 16%. And, that's much more than a 3%. And this, I just, how can they go up that much based on contracts?
In terms of looking at the 25 versus 26, I need to kind of look at the details. I think we did move, salary used to be presented as sort of one big bucket here at this meeting. We put salary lines into the different departments and buildings. In so doing, we actually moved administrators, for example, into their building and out of a kind of collective bucket. So some of that could be accounted for there. I just need to look at the details so I can get you a better answer.
Okay.
Okay.
And the other one,
we're not hiring a bunch of PhDs, I can tell you that. Okay, so.
I hesitate to get too much into the detail on this meeting, but just in terms of buildings and grounds, I do have some questions. And some of these significant increases, like 36% for maintenance staff, 76% for substitute custodians, the description or the reason for it was under budget the previous year. And, I'm assuming there was some logic that was thought about the previous year that somehow didn't work out. So I'm just, the substitute custodians, $140,000, it's not clear to me how, custodians couldn't be shared between schools without, I guess my question is, why do we need substitute custodians?
Yeah, it's a great question. I'll do a kind of broad strokes overview, which is when the custodians is a unit where sometimes we do have people go out on injury, and sometimes the cost of having coverage for somebody who's out on injury can be expensive because we're essentially double funding the position. So we've got a person out who's accessing sick time, and we're paying for a substitute to come in. Care and maintenance of buildings is one of those things that I feel really strongly about as an investment over time. When districts start to let go of that, terrible things happen down the road in terms of the decay of buildings and systems. And so that's a sort of big, broad answer. Let me find the details of this specific thing now, because I think there may be more of a story that I can tell you about
Gene?
For the 5 FTE reduction?
Yes.
Is that instruction or?
Classroom.
Right, but is it, you call it teachers or paras or?
Those are actually class sections that we believe we do not need looking into next year.
So it would be a combination of teachers and paras and
Definitely teachers, and depending on which classrooms, it's going to. Paras are a tricky one because they're very much driven by IEP requirements. So it's possible that once our kindergarten enrollment is a little bit more in the bag and we make some concrete decisions, we may even be able to make some further reductions if there's a corollary paraprofessional position that's no longer needed. But I just want to always be careful, particularly when it comes to special education, not to dismantle something that's going to come back, save a little bit of money and spend a whole lot more later kind of scenario. Yeah.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Anybody else? I have two.
Yes.
One is you mentioned the bus or transportation going up 12% this year, but much smaller in following years. Do you have numbers on that?
It's close to 2.5% for FY27 and FY28. So very reasonable in those 2 years.
Okay. And are we talking about the article now too as well? The article on the special?
Sure.
So I guess my question is, what is, in my recollection, we've only come back to town once in the last many, many years for additional funds for special education. So I'm trying to sort the benefit of this versus the need versus the opportunity to come back to the town versus other reserve funds that already exist. And because if you do take money from the Medicare thing, that's a decrease in revenue. So it's in essence the same as a levy. So anyway, I just wanted to explore the.
Yeah, but I can
the
clarify
thing,
that.
Because are we really, in the past, I thought we were kind of already just doing the probable and not the
I think I can
possibles
answer
in
that
our
for you.
budgeting of those already. So I'd like to hear an expanded version.
Let me answer that, Walter. In the past years, as was mentioned under the circuit breakers, with the experience in 1 year transferring the revenue from the Commonwealth to the next year, historically, those year over year were increases. So that in fact, in the next year, we had some money to play with in regards to the past budget. The second piece of the story was that we were only budgeting on a very conservative basis of what we thought those returns were going to be in future years. As was explained earlier by Allison, this current year, we had a reduction from last year to terms of total dollars we used to this year being a negative number. And therefore, having that negative number was a double impact on the budget. So what's suggested here is with this stabilization fund, in effect, putting money in there in order to cover an event like this, where in fact we have a shortfall. And this would fill the hole in for that future year. And since this suggestion is a reasonable number to have it in there, it becomes, if you will, a rainy day fund for that event where it really is painful. And that's the difference between the past and now. And this year we've budgeted, I believe, almost 100% a circuit breaker from last year into this budget. So we don't have any sponge, if you will, to use in a future year. That's the reason behind the stabilization fund.
Let me add a couple things, sort of broad strokes too. One thing that's changed in the last few years is that cost ratcheting up. So we're just in a different territory. The cost is ratcheted up, but the state reimbursement formula has not. And in fact, a few years ago, the state actually, they always, it's subject to appropriation. So there's some years where we actually don't get what we are hoping in circuit breaker. So it feels very risky. I'd say, secondly, I really believe strongly that kind of the fate of kind of one child's placement shouldn't be something that gets debated on town meeting floor. That feels disrespectful to me. I think, caring for children is a community obligation. We should do it, but we also should do it in a way that sort of protects the dignity of the people involved. So I think that is the case. And you asked another question, and I kind of lost the thread of it. But I had something that I thought was really important to say. Let me come back to it.
Maybe the Medicare funding?
Oh, and Medicaid, yeah. So Medicaid reimbursement, I understand we are currently contributing. So, receipts over the last 2 years, the school side kicked in, have been in the, $260,000, $320,000 range. So we are generating income for the town. We are really looking hard at ways we might be able to expand that. So it's not just sort of, we're not asking to sort of take something that we know the town is relying on. What we are looking at is, are there additional claims we can make, and in order to expand that, and it's really looking at the delta. What is that expanded amount? If we can kind of find ways to support staff doing that work so that we can kind of generate more income for the town. So I'm very interested in that.
Yeah, okay. So I'm very supportive of special education. I fully agree on funding that. My concern is creating, I have to think about this more, but we've often created these ways of funding things which obfuscate and confuse things. One thing is similar, like taking the property tax from Pulte and just paying for capital items or loans or whatever. That to me is overcomplication, and so that's why I'd like to think about this a bit, but I appreciate the explanations.
I understand that. I mean, I do, one of the things I appreciate about it is it's a sort of type of account that's made by statute for a very specific reason. It's very clear and transparent what it's for, what it's not for, and what the mechanisms are for things moving in and out. It's any appropriation into the fund is at town meeting. So I think there's some really nice guardrails in place in that type of an account that are different from some of the the other things that are more, are less transparent in the public eye. So,
Anybody else here? To you, Patrick.
Sean, Shelby, any questions?
Hey, thank you very much
You're
for
welcome.
this today. In a question regarding the special education reserve account. So I do see where there are overages and us wanting to, because it changes dramatically from year to year, understand how we can sort of have this reserve to control for that.
yes.
Could this be established in some way that if we had a surprise on the downside and there was additional revenue, that would then be applied to this special reserve account? So it sort of wouldn't only be accessed when there was an overage, but then could also be funded if there's a surprise on the downside.
I understand what you mean. So, for example, if our needs in a given year are lower than our circuit breaker reimbursement, can we deposit back in? I think that it's a kind of every time there's a deposit, you can do that on the basis of, you know, whatever the opportunity is that makes sense. So if the school department, you know, does a good job budgeting, manages to land the plane spending less money than we thought, then I think that is an opportunity as well.
Yeah, I mean, I do appreciate sort of any opportunity to provide better consistency with what the costs are going to be going forward.
Me too.
So,
So,
okay.
thanks.
Thank you.
Just a real quick follow-up to that question, since we're on the topic of that reserve account. I'm just curious, does that account have the opportunity to earn interest? Is it interest earning?
I don't know.
The reserve account cannot earn interest,
Oh, it's not, okay.
but if we established a stabilization account, that could earn interest.
Yeah.
Does that change the mechanisms?
It does.
It does, yeah. I mean, a reserve account is much more kind of constrained and also does not require going to town meeting to access to pay for things, although it does require going to town meeting to put money into it. Stabilization, my concern about stabilization is the concern about privacy, really. So,
Yeah, okay, thank you.
you're welcome.
You want to ask your question?
No, I'll
You sure?
yeah.
Okay. Okay, great. Allison, thank you so much for all the work that you and your team put into this and for the presentation today. So try to group my questions. So first one is around enrollment. You talked about sort of this stepping down gradually. I guess I want to challenge that potentially a little bit, and not looking for an answer today, but we have a number of larger projects coming on board, the project, the Colangelo project, and I'm going to call it the Residence Inn project. I just don't know what else to call it, or the addresses offhand. I know those are not projected based on what was presented to us to have large groups of school-age children. I think time will tell. So what I would ask is that there is tight, and I'm not saying there isn't, but that there is tight collaboration and ongoing communication between our school, certainly our town manager, and our community development department to understand what those implications are, because it's not just about enrollment, it's transportation, special ed, all of that, right? Of course. So I just want to voice that concern, and those are just two projects. I'm sure that there are others in the pipeline that we don't know about yet. All right, so that's enrollment. On the salary question, bridging off of what Rod had asked, I would like to see sort of a breakdown of our staff across schools, and maybe you presented, it's just not in our budget books, number of years of service, those at master's level and those at master's plus 15, because I do think that, you know, as well as years of service here in Westborough, and as well as those kind of educational level, because I do think that there is great benefit in you know, kind of people that we can retain and the value they bring, as well as a balance of welcoming in new faces. So that would be a request I would have. Let's see here. Do I have my numbers correct based on one of the charts in here that sort of on average, about 15% of our students receive some dip of special education services?
A little higher than 15%,
Okay,
yeah.
okay, thank you. So no follow-up there. While we're on the special education aspect, so I really appreciate you bringing context to the idea of a singular request on town meeting floor. I hadn't thought about that. I mean, although as you said it, I thought about previous discussions we've had as a community in those situations, and it does get very uncomfortable when you start to think about kind of what are we actually debating and discussing here in a very public and often heightened forum. So thank you for sharing that. I will also counter that, though, with I feel like there is a weariness in this town around kind of special funds. You know, we just did stormwater, we have CPA. Again, I'm lumping all of these together. So I think that we collectively need to be sensitive to that. And I think that as a select board member, I think this, speaking for myself, but also for the board, I think we need additional information and further discussion around kind of what is this? And I would be welcome to attend a meeting with the Finance Committee so that we're not duplicating effort, but just really kind of understanding a little bit more about how it's going to be used. And I did not, all due respect, Steve, I did not understand those data points you just shared. I don't live in your world, so some of those data points of the plus, minus, the trending, understanding that I'm a visual learner, so I would appreciate that at some point.
Sure.
As part of this process.
I think it may be helpful to kind of bring to the Finance Committee and the Select Board just a little more robust information about circuit breaker, how it works, how special education reserve accounts do work in communities that use them, just to sort of give you that picture, so you have a full picture. And I think, honestly, like that work would, help us gear up for presenting on town meeting floor. So I think that's
right, because all of our meetings are wonderfully recorded by Westborough TV, so that's a continued message because people have to hear things 7 times and maybe more when it comes to this kind of stuff.
Yes.
I just throw in too, perhaps looking back how this may have been used if it existed would be very illustrative.
Yeah.
Or illustrative.
Even when, I think to your point, I feel like it was maybe 2 years ago where we had to have kind of a special request, like how would that, again, I don't want to spend you guys kind of looking too far backwards,
right.
But, and on that, are you suggesting, you mentioned kind of your, I think prior district was 750,000 was sort of the balance goal, but I thought I read we were targeting 5. Did I miss?
So that 750,000 is the current balance. I think, in that prior district, the balance was north of that at some points. And I think when I think about what's a reasonable balance to maintain, I want to think about, how is it used? So one kind of way of thinking about it is what would tuition and transportation be for a single child for out of district in a private placement? That would be about $250,000. Our initial ask of 75, that would cover tuition at a collaborative. So really kind of incrementally thinking, what's a possible, scenario where this could be useful is one way to think about what's a reasonable balance.
So money, no object, and maybe this isn't a fair question, what would that balance goal be, like a sustained balance goal based on your experience?
Balance goal. I think I'd need to honestly have that conversation with some other communities about their experience.
Okay.
Because I don't want to throw an arbitrary number at you.
Fair enough. Yeah, but I think, again, part of that follow-on conversation would be helpful.
For sure.
Just make sure.
I do want to say kind of one thing that has shifted to that's just important to note for context is the needs of kids. And so, putting this forward at this time, we're kind of coming off of a global pandemic. We're coming out of a kind of environment where we are seeing more and more kids who have been more and more impacted by these sort of things in the world, like social media and phone use, and kind of other factors, so that part of this is thinking ahead to what may be coming.
Sure.
So,
Yep, no, I appreciate the forward-looking. That's what we rely on you to do. Regarding transportation, it would be helpful, and again, maybe I missed in the budget book, it wasn't shared here, but in-district transportation costs versus out-of-district, so if I missed that, just as a follow-up, that would be helpful.
sure.
And let me just make sure. Oh, this is kind of more of a holistic question. You mentioned sort of the value of co-teaching and having a student in the school system. I've seen that, through the years. I think it would be helpful, I think, for the public to get a kind of a little more meat around what that means.
What that means,
So
sure.
that would be helpful to understand.
Absolutely. I know it's funny. Not too long after I got hired last year, I was at a school committee meeting where there was a very good presentation, very thorough presentation on kind of co-teaching and inclusion, what it is and what it's about. And I think this district has made an investment in it that's real. And I think those numbers of where our special education numbers are, where our out-of-district numbers are really reflective of that investment.
Okay, well, and so you don't, so if you can, someone could just give me the data, I can watch the meeting or look at the presentation.
Sure.
I do believe those are all my questions at the moment. Thank you so much.
I'd like to add that we have an executive session scheduled. We thought we were going to be able to do it an hour ago, and I've only got 20 minutes now to complete it. So we will recess the school committee's participation in this and go do our other duty as posted for today. Thank you.
Okay, so Allison, I'll, actually, are you looking for a motion to adjourn?
No, I'm going to recess. We're
Just going to
still in
recess and
session.
come back, okay.
Thank you.
So again, Allison, thank you very much for the presentation and the thoroughness on the budget. On Shelby's last question, I just want to make sure that as part of that additional information, because I think I want to understand that co-teaching piece a little bit more. You mentioned cost savings around it. What is that? I've actually had some residents in the community who are familiar with that there are co-teaching is occurring in the school, but they don't understand that they see that as an incremental cost,
Right.
not a cost
Not a savings over time,
I think it'd be great if you bring that back, that piece back as well.
Sure. I think, just in very broad strokes, there is a direct correlation between our investment there and the the low percentage of out-of-district placement. So if you think about it that way, we have a position in district, which, may be a cost of a teacher's salary is a much better investment than something, A, that's higher than a teacher's salary, and B, we don't control at all. So,
Yeah, I don't know if there's any data in regards to what that cost savings is, how many students, so.
It'd be very likely.
Yeah. Anything you can provide there.
Sure.
It would be helpful. Just a level set, level funding, my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong here, is that level funding is not going to eliminate the $969 proposed individual tax bill, right? It would reduce a portion of it. I mean, this is more of a question for Christy. Is that?
Level funding of, level funding of town and school budgets would not eliminate it, correct? Especially given fixed costs and then the increase in folks' values.
Yeah, I just want, not to use a pun here, but to level set with everybody what that means, right? So educate me here, Allison, on the contract cycles for both the teachers union as well as the busing. Where are we? Those contracts are just new this year and they're 3 years each? Or how?
So we are just signing a contract with the busing company that will begin next fiscal year and run for 3 years. So FY 26, 27, 28, that's the bus. Next year is our final year in our employee contracts for all units. So we will be bargaining next year and go into FY 27 with a new contract.
Okay.
If everything goes well.
sorry, that would be presumably FY '27 to '29.
Yes, yeah. Typically, it's 3 years. Sometimes in kind of difficult situations, folks will come up with other configurations, but
Right.
it's been a volatile universe out there in terms of teachers' contract negotiations, but you have a great staff here and a really thoughtful local union. So.
Sure. So just on the busing contract in particular, and I was hoping the school committee would be here for this conversation. I'm glad to see on your slide that you talked about potentially an option of fees, whether that's appropriate or not. I'm encouraged that hopefully there's a conversation that's occurring. I don't know if user fees are the right way, but there's other options. IMAs with other communities. Can we merge? You mentioned that we're doing that with some of our other collaborative busing. I think in your presentation, is there an opportunity there? Is there, when I look at the 2020 ratio of students to the cost, it was $434 per student to transfer students, and now under this 2026 budget, we're talking about $1,034 per student based on that $3.89 million. So with that in mind, what is the break point where we start to consider also whether or not the town should look at its own fleet? So that's an option. I'm hoping that the school committee talks these things through as they're looking at this.
I can speak to that a little bit. I think one of the things about settling this bus contract is to buy us time to really explore it thoroughly. This kind of came up, at a really unfortunate time in terms of this budget cycle, but. A number of districts have brought busing in-house, and they do it in different ways. So, so far, most of the districts that are doing it are larger districts. However, Framingham's sort of verging on it right now, and they're looking at a model where they don't actually buy the buses, they lease them, and what they bring inside is the operation of the fleet. So it's hiring drivers, setting routes, dealing with dispatch, all that kind of comes in-house. Along with it comes benefiting those folks and everything else. But, their theory is that they'll be able to improve quality. I don't think anybody's doing it with an eye to saving money. It's really a quality issue. But if it, we do have some districts out in front of us that we can watch and see how it's going and learn from, I hope. So
that's great to hear. So thank you. And then, I would ask that, my understanding is the last two contract cycles with the busing contract were both only single respondents to the contract. I would just ask that you and the school committee hopefully work with the state to see if there's opportunities to identify other sources. I don't see a lot of competition in that. So I'm hopeful that those conversations will happen.
Yes.
Let's see here.
I just want to, say for context, that's not an unusual thing throughout the state, that the kind of, many people will get one or maybe two bids for bus contracts. If anyone out there entrepreneurial wants to start a bus company, you know where to find us. I think that'd be great.
Switching gears, yuck, yuck, yuck on the pun. Trash removal, sorry. On trash removal, I just want to make sure, I think it was a $28,000 increase that was proposed in this budget. Is that aligned with the town's new contract for trash? Is that part of that? Is that?
Yeah, we'll check that out. I assume yes, because there were a couple key points where we were looking at.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that it's connected there. So I'll have you come back on that one.
Sure.
You also, in the budget, had a 25% increase on the AV and tech staff of $168,000. I'm just curious what that is.
Which was the line? I'm sorry.
It was page 35 of your budget, AV tech staff, 25%. It was a $168,000 increase.
Okay, I'll look at that similarly to Rod's question. I think some of those are not necessarily position ads. They're just where we landed people in terms of we departmentalized where there were departments and put people in buildings where there were buildings. We're sort of moving our way slowly toward alignment with DESI's framework. So some of those swings are really just about where things are showing up, not an actual increase in cost. So that cost would correspond to a reduction somewhere else. So let me track that down for you.
Yeah, I will just say that having sat in your meeting last week and saw the presentation with Westborough TV and the work that's being done between the journalism program and Westborough TV was really impressive. So I think it's a great program, and I'm not sure, my understanding is AV Tech kind of touches that piece of it, but I don't know that. So yeah, I appreciate the comments there. So in looking at your projections over the next 5 years, one of the things I noticed on the capital planning is there's no mention of vehicles in the capital planning. I just wondered what your expectation is. Do you expect that vehicles will be put through the capital planning process as other school committee capital planning projects are? And if so, is that something we would expect to see? Do you have any anticipated vehicle costs in this budget? Because I don't see them. And if so, is that something we would expect to see maybe in an update for this budget?
It's a good question. I think we'd need to have that conversation both internally and with the school committee. My understanding is that in the past, vehicles have been purchased in through the operating budget and not as capital expenditures by the committee. And so that's just a conversation that's needs to be a bigger conversation before I answer the question.
I heard the chair of the school committee's comments the other night, and I just found it very interesting in regards to the fact that currently on the capital budget over the next 5 years, the school has $14.5 million worth of other budget items, but none of them are vehicles. So I think that's, I think it's appropriate and relevant to this conversation in future budget meetings over the next few years to ensure we capture that and understand what that
Sure. So. I mean, I would say as kind of compared to other parts of the town, the kind of municipal departments, our wear and tear on most vehicles is relatively low. We just don't carry a large fleet. We don't have a lot of need compared to, say, police or fire or DPW or those folks. But let me dig into it, understand a little bit better about where we are and where we think we're going.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Can I add a comment?
Sure.
Yeah, so appreciate you'll dig into that. I do think alignment with how we do things on the town side is, I don't want to put words in your mouth, Patrick, but I think that's what sort of the public expects. Like, why would the schools be different if we're putting capital vehicles on our capital?
Sure.
We need to see that runway as well. So, I mean, it could be this is where it's going to come from, but at least a projection of that capital investment.
Sure. I mean, I do think, one of the things I've heard too is the public gets anxious about our kind of sitting on large balances in revolver accounts, and there are limits to where and how we can spend those. And so, for example, if we have building use fees that come in, they have to kind of go back out in a like form. So often that's kind of, in my prior district, that's often the mechanism. It was sort of building use or community ed or things like that. You expend it back out. And it's a way to not cause concern in the public that you're sitting around on assets that you're not using appropriately.
In Arnold, page 37 of your budget, you have, it's the administrative district-wide page, and on it there's a line item called retirement. I just want to understand, how does that line item relate, if at all, to OPEB and the town's retirement? Is that two different things?
If it's an operational, in our budget and it's retirement, it's not related at all to the town side. It's probably buyback provisions that are so we have in our teacher's contract, kind of sick leave buyback, things like that happen upon retirement. Is that what you're talking about?
OPEB for town and school is fully funded through the insurance, or not fully funded, but is funded through the insurance budget.
I'm sorry, say that
The
again.
OPEB line item in the insurance budget covers town and school.
Okay. Buyback.
Yeah.
So, it's teacher buyback. The other things, like other places, if we have, I think it's got to be buyback then. That's what your line item says. Okay.
One of your slides mentioned the 0.5% percent increase on senior I forget what the term was, but.
top step.
Yeah, and then you also had a longevity piece of the contract. Can you explain to me the difference between those? Because they seem kind of like the
They
same.
seem like they would be the same, yes. So I think there is, and this is a contract I did not negotiate, so I'm not going to take credit for it.
Understood.
So sometimes there are teachers who make it to the top of a salary scale, but have not worked the requisite years to qualify for longevity. Oftentimes there are people who are hiring kind of mid-career, so we may hire them, bring them in at step 5 or 6, and so they, stay here for 5 years or 10 years, get to the top of the scale. They don't yet qualify for longevity, and then they're just sort of parked out on this step. So unions will often negotiate something for that top step, as particularly if there's a negotiation year where it's impacting a lot of the membership. That's how that happens. I'm not going to say anything else about it.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all my questions for now. I'll just look around the room, see what other, do you have a follow-up?
I just want to say congratulations on your first budget summit.
I don't think it's over yet, right? This is a whole day affair. I've got
It's your
snacks.
first one, so you made it through. Good job.
Thank you.
No, we're all set here. Just thank you. Great presentation, very informative.
Thank you.
Any final thoughts from the select board?
I think do we go next into a general budget conversation with comments? Is that?
I know that some of our department heads have other things, so I'm not sure if, I guess it's up to the two chairs how you want to move forward, if you want to just move into the next presentation. I know that we had talked about the school presenting articles, so we'll just ask you to come to a future, for the capital articles, to a future select board meeting. I know you'll go back to the AFC, so.
With, if
I guess I'm just curious for the superintendent and town manager, do you have the guidance, the questions that you are looking for this year's budget going into town meeting? You have everything you need so far from us, from these committees.
I guess I just comment that, I think I won't speak for Christy, but in providing a level services budget, I've done, I think, my job as an educational leader in the town. I understand your role is different. I haven't heard any other option aside from level funded, which, based on what I've shared with you, is kind of a non-starter. I can tell you the only other thing that has been batted around in any kind of meeting is 2.5, which is also a fairly devastating cut on the school side. So when I look at the differential and the delta, that would be in the 26 to 30 positions range. So, I'm hearing a concern about the budget, but not a sense of scale of concern, I guess, that would allow us, if we are going to dip below level services, what are folks looking for? So I'd say.
I guess this is a question for both of you. Do you think that there is any opportunity for us over the next month and a half before town meeting to have, I'll say, the conversations we've been wanting to have in regards to operational efficiencies? Do you think off the top of your head right now that there is enough of an opportunity to drive this budget down through having those conversations in the next month and a half before town meeting, and realizing that we're going to close the warrant at the end of February?
I can take a step. I mean, I would say realistically, we could certainly have conversations and look at potential efficiencies. I don't think those are at the scale that would have any dramatic, I just don't think the scale we're talking about, I think those are good things to do over time that are going to kind of be more responsible over time, but I don't think we would see an immediate splashy impact.
You would support those over time, though, to have those conversations?
Absolutely. I think that's an important, and over time would allow us to approach it really thoughtfully. I would hate to kind of rush into something and not have thought it through fully in terms of all the implications. I've worked in a district where we did have shared staff, and sometimes it worked really well and sometimes it did not. And so I just really kind of understanding the opportunities and landscape well, I would prefer that,
Thank you. Christy, did you want to?
Yeah, I'll answer both questions. So just, I guess, the second question first. I agree with Superintendent that we probably wouldn't be able to make headway in the next 6 weeks. I do think that a clear commitment from, both the school committee and the select board to having those conversations is something that would be meaningful. And don't forget that even if we miss the March town meeting, we still have time to adjust budgets in October, and that is reflected in the fiscal 26 tax bill. So I think I agree that we shouldn't rush into anything, but I do agree that we should have those conversations. I do think, and I mentioned it last fall, is that the state offers a grant for a consultant to come in and help do that work. So at no cost to the town, we would be able to have someone come in and do that work. We did do that several years ago, and that that report didn't really yield any changes, which is why I think there needs to be a clear commitment before we start that process so that we can commit to making some changes. But I do think it will take time.
Hoping the school committee would be here, but I'm hearing from you, and certainly we'll look for them.
When they come back.
Maybe we can ask that question when they come back. Yeah, absolutely.
But to answer the first question, similar to what Allison said, is we also on the town side have presented a level services budget, and we think it's very responsible, and there are things that we're continuing to look at, we'll get some answers on some things before the town meeting and some things after. But if we do reduce on the town side, you're still looking at an $800 and something increase to the average single family, even if we were to zero out all of our budgets or level fund all of our budgets. That obviously is a reduction that would be appreciated, but we would be cutting services. We would absolutely be cutting positions and services.
Right.
And so my concern is sort of being asked to provide sort of a menu of cuts, because I think it has a chilling effect on staff. And as I mentioned earlier, it's very difficult to get folks to work in municipal government from the top to the bottom. And so I think we need to be really clear on exactly what we're asking for so that when we're presenting things, we're doing it in a responsible and respectful way.
Thank you. Appreciate your comment, both of your comments. Thank you.
I do think that, and this was brought up earlier, it was brought up at the select board meeting was it last night? I lost track, or 2 nights ago. I feel like we're still there. I have heard the very thoughtful presentations by both our town manager and superintendent, and deeply appreciate the work that has gone into presenting this with an eye on service and staffing and taxpayers and all that I trust that you take into account. I do think that from our fall budgets summit meeting, we had a conversation about, okay, you're going to present us with a budget, and now we're seeing that number is 990, and I know that maybe some communities don't look at it that way, but I think we have a responsibility to taxpayers to say, okay, here's the budget, and can we live with it? And I will take back earlier comments that I made about level funded, because I understand that that's just not a reality. But I do think we have a responsibility as committees and boards to, what I don't want to do is get to town meeting and have someone stand up and say, we should just shave off 1.26% or some number, right? Get it done, that's your new budget number. I just think that sets a very bad tone for our staff, who are professionals and who do great work. And so we have a responsibility here to have that conversation. So I don't know when we have that. I don't know that we have time for that today, but I do think we've got to, we've got to come up with sort of a number, understanding it's this moving target, but I don't know, is $800 the right number for average? Is it $700? Like, I don't have an opinion on that right now, but I think we've got to walk away soon with a comfort level of that we've all due respect, that we've really pushed you guys to get to, we've pushed you harder than you've already pushed yourselves to ask those questions. Is that?
Okay, so, sorry, I think we need you to have that conversation today, because there's a lot of work to be done in order to respond to those questions. And you know, just understanding kind of where the board and the committee are at is something that we need to hear and we need to be able to respond to. I think, you know, we've heard sort of the town should be living within its means, the town should, I think it's, if you look at the economy, if you look at businesses, you know, private, public, inflation, you know, we're not immune to inflation. In fact, we have more stringent rules around what we can buy and how we can contract and all of those things that make things more expensive, and we've all lived that. So, you know, we can expect a budget not to increase, and I think that's why we came to you with our level service budget. We feel like we've done the work. We will continue to do work to make that level service budget less impactful. But if we're trying to cut, that's where we need your guidance, because, you know, frankly, we have tried to reduce things. I mean, you know, last town meeting, I tried to reduce the Historic Commission budget by $10,000 to eliminate that position, and it was amended on town meeting floor, and that's fine. That's exactly how town meeting is supposed to work, but we hear loud and clear from the community that they want to keep these services, and so, you know, we're respectful of that, and that's why we come forward with the level services budget. But we will certainly take your guidance at the end, I guess, at the end of this meeting when you have the conversation.
So just to follow on with that, Shelby, I think maybe the answer is you don't provide whether it's 600, 800, 900. You have to say what services you're willing to not have, whether it's larger classrooms, whether it's we don't have this department or this department's smaller. Because in the end, you have to reduce $800,000 to save $100 off the average single family home tax. So it's what I usually ask people when they come and talk to me about tax rate, what services don't you want? Exactly to Christie's point. And there are efficiencies, but largely the increase is being driven on the town side by, we put in a straw man 2% COLA and a 2% step, and that's kind of gets you to about the number they have, and the same on the school. It's 3 plus 3.5 or whatever it is. So there is no, I mean, our board's been going this years. There's no miracle $2 million to pull out completely.
No.
Without deciding that you want less.
Yep, I agree. So some of the things I jotted down, and hold your laughter, because these aren't going to move us to 800,000. I get it, even as a starting point. So, you know, we have a custodian that's at our library right now. And again, I'm getting a little ahead maybe. We have a custodian that's at the library. If the library repair project goes through, that building is going to be under construction. We have a custodian to care for the community center. The library is going to move into the community center. So what happens with that? And I know we're talking about humans, so I don't want to be insensitive, but what happens with that? That to me is an opportunity to say, that's a duplication of services. Now, maybe it's not, but let's have that conversation. The senior, my mother-in-law will kill me for this one, the senior program volunteer coordinator. I know it's like 0.6 cents on that. Again, you know, I'm not going to die on the hill for that one, but we're hiring we haven't yet hired a senior services social director. To me, there's no rush to put that in now. Is that something we consider for fall town meeting, you know, when that person is on board? Let's see here. We have, again, God, the seniors are really going to kill me. We have a senior services secretary for the Council on Aging. Again, like, why is that? Every other committee, right, has I mean, I'm the liaison, so I kind of know that answer, but that's like, I mean, there are boards and committees that have a secretary, but why is that in there? To me, that is something that can be gone. I do have some questions for our town clerk around the election budget and kind of what was in our budget book. I don't have clarity. I realize the golf assistant that is being proposed is through user fees, so that's probably irrelevant, but again, just perception there. Some people are like, really? We need a golf assistant in the town of Westborough? I don't feel like we as boards and committees are settled on this revenue piece, the receipts. And I think that, I don't know, I think we need more information, but those are just a couple of things. It's not going to move the needle, Walter, to what we need. So yes, we absolutely need to have that conversation. Like, what are we willing to live with? And that's going to fall to us. And I have a sense of what the townspeople will feel like once it really impacts them on service level, call time, my kid's not getting the attention in school that I think right? And we're gonna have to live with that one way or another. But we gotta dig in today to have that conversation.
And I'll just add a couple of thoughts here myself. I mean, I struggle with this, chicken and egg thing here, right? Simple question. Are we using, everyone in this room, every citizen in the community has its own opinion on what services are needed in this community, and we've built over time a very strong community and very strong services to support that community. So my question, fundamental question kind of spinning around my head is, are we fully utilizing all of our services? Great news on youth and family services to see that we've increased the number of residents that can use that function now. Fantastic. That's great. I don't know. What is the gap between that and what it could be maxed out at? I don't know, right? And I don't know what the delta or the metrics are for police, fire, et cetera. I know that our police and fire departments are very busy, right? But where are we, right? And that's why, from my perspective, and I suspect Christy will have a different opinion on this one, is do we ask the town first and the schools to say, what do you think the appropriate services are that are underutilized that might be the best opportunities for us to go after? Or as a very small population of this community, do we make an attempt to say that service, and that service? I think that's risky. So I've just put that out there. I don't know.
So, I just want to, so one way that we put things out there that are discretionary is by making them separate articles on the town meeting warrant. So I know that came up recently at an AFC meeting was, those two recurring articles, it's like $6,500 together. Why is this not in a budget? I mean, the reality is those are discretionary. And so is hazardous waste day. And that's something that we've taken out of the budget in the past, and we put it now on a warrant article, and people can decide, do you want to pay for this or do you not? And it's very easy. That's an up or down vote. It's not buried in a budget. It's clear. And, time and again, I mean, every time all of those articles are passing. So in terms of trying to sort of get the pulse on what people think are underutilized, I'm not sure that the community would know what's underutilized. I mean, I would have to do my own digging to understand, what's underutilized and what's that measure. But if there are services that you think, we need sort of a temperature on or an understanding of the value, it's you're creating a separate warrant article. I mean, not that elections are discretionary, but we create, that's a separate warrant article as well. I mean, that's for a whole different reason. So it's probably not a good example, but so the point is the discretionary services or these individual services are separate warrant articles. You'll find out quickly.
Christy, back to sorry. I guess just to that question, and because I'm in agreement, I said it the other night, is we're already feeling it. We're getting the comments from this year's tax bills, which is always a combination. People look at it, they don't think about their valuation going up, and that's part of why their dollar amount's going up. But it is also the spending we have, and seeing that number, it's already coming to us through comments, is that we can't afford another $1,000 on my taxes next year. And that's just spending. If valuations continue going up, it will be more than 1,000, and and that's difficult. So I think it really is doing what's been talked about here. But I guess to your point of what coming out of today, what would be best for you and Allison, for you from the schools, if we say, hey, it's, is it a number if we came out and said, back to Walter, your thing, if it's 800,000, we came back and said, we need 2.4 million to come down. Is that across, not telling you where to do it? Or is it better for us to say to Shelby's thing is, hey, look at this, or look at this, or I don't think that we know enough about what you all do a daily basis. I don't want to go and, I'll just throw it out there, Allison, I apologize that I had to miss here, but is it, hey, I want you to think about going up, what would it do if we told you to go up 2 students in terms of your faculty-teacher ratio and said, one, that's not my call, that's the school committee's call, and we have to respect the work that has there, but on the same side, it's, we can throw out ideas, most of them probably are crazy when you look at us, because we're not the experts here, but so I guess, what is it that would work best?
I think one of our challenges is we put these numbers together in December, and we're equally as uncomfortable with that number. Like, we wish it was lower, wish it was a lot lower. But I am not clear on what is a number that is expected or feels comfortable. I just don't know from the conversations how people sort of feel. And we'll continue to do that work. We hope to bring that number down. We're also settling union contracts on the town side. So that's a counterbalance to, any savings that we find. We have to figure that out too. So I guess I would want to hear, and I don't know if Allison, agrees with me, but I would just want to hear sort of what people feel is appropriate, because I feel like that's the discussion we're having. We're uncomfortable with the 990. I completely understand that. What are people comfortable with, and then we would do the work to tell you what that would mean. I think
So on that note, I definitely want to respect the fact that the school committee is not here right now, and I think that we've got more on our agenda. I think that this is a topic I think we need to come back to. Allison, I'm not sure if you're available later today, but I think I don't know if you're planning on staying for the whole meeting or not, but okay. So I think it's appropriate. I think this is the hard conversation we need to end up having at some point during this day. I think maybe we should shelve it. I would also just ask on the advisory finance committee, you are our advisory finance committee. I personally am looking for you all to be helping us with this answer or this question that we need to be proposing. So Rod, you had a point?
Yeah, and I realize we have to move on, but I think we need to come up with a percentage, and I don't think, I've tried, and there's a lot of detail, and we're not the experts. So to me, I think we need to come up with a percentage. I looked at the projections going forward. 4% was used in projections going forward. I would propose that we look what a 4% budget increase would look like for this year.
Okay. So with that said, we are at 11:20-ish. We were going to have Fire Chief Purcell present and then recess for lunch. So let's try to keep on that schedule. And then we'll plan, I think, when we get through all of the presentations this afternoon, I'm just going to ask that we try to get through the presentations as quickly as possible, and certainly questions that follow up, but trying to get to that deeper dive conversation, I'll say, at the 2:45 mark, if at all possible. Chief, floor is yours. So we're going to continue. We're going to take on the fire chief here first, and then we're going to recess for lunch. We're going to try to stay.
Great timing for me.
We'll all be awake. See, if you're after lunch, we all sleep, so.
Do you remember what the sort of total percentage? 7 point something, I think. Yeah, the whole budget. It's 7.5.
Sorry, just give me 1 second. What's that?
On your background.
Oh, good one.
Maybe later.
Good picture. All lightened up.
Thanks. Is there any way to control the lights at the front?
These are all different numbers, but I was just looking, I don't think I. Sorry. It's probably just looking at our slide, but the overall budget right now, I'm thinking a 7% increase. You don't have to worry about it. I'm just trying to get an idea of what does 4% mean? How much are we doing now?
A little bit. I can make it work. All right, so I'm just going to start. So, sorry, that's a little dark, but good morning. My name is Patrick Purcell. I serve as your fire chief and emergency management director in the town of Westborough. I'm privileged to be here today and talk to you all. I will do my best to answer what I think. I've worked hard on this to have a lot of your questions answered, I think, ahead of time, but at any time during my presentation, as some of you know, I like to be interactive, so you can feel free to ask. I always, at the beginning of my budget presentation, I think it's only fair to the department, whether it's the fire side or the dispatch side, to give a quick overview of what it is we do, so that when we talk about the overall budget, that you actually could take what it is that we do into consideration day to day. So we have a mission statement at our department, and the mission statement is that the Westborough Fire Department is to preserve life, property, and the environment within the community due to fire, medical emergencies, and other hazardous conditions through public education, code management, and emergency response. And this is really the backbone of what your department does. So when I speak outside of committees like this, whether it's at Del Webb, Orchard Hill, wherever I go, I always like to start off, and I'm not asking you all to answer these questions today. What is it that you think your fire department does all day? How many people do you think are on duty at a time? How many fire trucks do you think are staffed? And you would be shocked at the answers I get. And really, what that does for me is it gives a reflection of my job performance, that I don't actually tell my story enough, or the department story enough. So that's kind of why I do this up front. So during calendar year 2024, we've lived and breathed by this mission statement, and I think that's been a reflection of what you've maybe seen, heard, or read about that our department has done. I am proud, based on the picture that's in front of you, to tell you that we had 5 of our members that were recognized by the governor for effecting rescues of trapped civilians in a building fire in June. Also, we were instrumental in rescuing a lot of animals in a house fire later in the year. 4 cats, I think 1 or 2 dogs, I think 1 dog. You know, that's really a testament to our training and our preparedness level. And I'm really proud of the members that work for the department. Within the department, we don't just put out fires. You know, if you ask in 1950 what the fire department did all day, they sat around and played cards and watched TV and, you know, and waited for a fire to come in, but it's really grown to a much bigger animal than that. I could tell you that within Massachusetts, I'm the only fire chief that manages a 911 center solely. A lot of times it's a joint center, a regional center, or managed by the police department. So that is something that is reflected in our budget, which could perhaps make us look slightly higher than the average fire department, but that needs to be taken into consideration when you look at our overall numbers. So organizationally, we do fire suppression, of course. We do technical rescue, which includes high-angle rescue, low-angle rescue, collapse rescue, trench rescue, water rescue, vehicle extrication. We do a ton of motor vehicle accidents. If you follow us on the Turnpike, you see us, 490. Follow us on Facebook, you see us on the Turnpike or 495 on a fairly regular basis. And that's where we get, or Route 9, a high volume of our use with our extrication tools and a lot of the other struts and other tools you've supported through ARPA or previous town meetings. We provide emergency medical services, so we have 4 ambulances. 3 are in service at all times, unless there's a mechanical issue, which almost never happens. We have a mechanical spare. They're equipped at the paramedic level. We provide hazardous materials response, which you can see in this photo. This is just one example of what we do and what we protect. Like I said earlier, we manage the Public Safety Communications Center, which essentially is dispatch. I am your Emergency Management Director also, and the Deputy Fire Chief is the Deputy Emergency Management Director. You will see reflected in our budget that we operate that division for 0. And frankly, when we need things for that division, we go ahead and we write the Emergency Management Preparedness Grant, Hazard Mitigation Grant. Really, we haven't asked for tax dollars for that at all. And that's an important part of what we do. We recently supported a tabletop exercise, and we have done that annually for the last few years with other department heads in town, most recently with finance overview, so that if there is a disaster here, such as during the pandemic, we are familiar with the FEMA and MEMA workbooks, and we really plan ahead and have worksheets ready to go so that we can recover funds back to Westborough that we spend when a disaster is declared. And that disaster doesn't necessarily need to be major, and throughout the Commonwealth, we can designate a local disaster, which would be declared by myself and the chair of the board. That's just a lot of what we do through that. We manage the Comprehensive Emergency Management Plan, the Hazard Mitigation Plan, the Hazardous Materials Plan, and we have all these documents logged on our web EOC, which is a private site, so it protects those documents so Westborough is always prepared in case of an emergency. We also have a Community Risk Reduction Division, which you probably heard me speak about in the past. That includes our Fire Investigation Unit. We're required by statute to investigate every fire in our community. It also includes the Fire Prevention Division. So we have 2 full-time fire inspectors that work days, Monday through Thursday. One of them is a fire protection engineer. They also provide support on the suppression and EMS side during the daytime very often. They conduct over 1,000 inspections a year, over 300 to 400 plan reviews per year. Very important in reducing fires and preventing injuries in our community. Also, that division also includes our public education unit or our community impact programs. So from time to time, you may see us at the senior center. We also put programs on for the board, the select board, and for the finance committee, where we invited you in to actually see what it is that we do and use our tools and climb ladders and go in the fire truck and just experience how labor intensive this job can be. So like I said, we manage the dispatch center, and I wanted to provide some statistics for the last calendar year. So that room processed 32,125 phone calls for service, and that could be anything from animal control to fire, EMS, or policing. Okay, I have a breakdown of like the busier shifts. It's obviously the day shift in this community, and that's because we have an influx of people that come to work here. We have we figure about 15,000 to 16,000 people that come to work here during the day and evening shift. There's another 9,000 employees that actually work in town. Their calls for service are received in a lot of different capacities through the business phone. A lot of our calls are officer initiated from the police department, inclusive of like building checks, extra patrols, motor vehicle stops, etc. We receive about 7,200 and 7,300-ish 911 calls a year. Those are in this community primarily for the ambulance. A lot of calls by radio. We have some for walk-in. Those are typically for the police department, so they have a dark lobby, but it is monitored by camera by the dispatchers and with a phone. So if somebody comes in and they need police services, whether it's maybe to file for an LTC or they need to speak to an officer about a neighbor issue or something, they'll come in, and that's how those calls are generated. And you'll see the number at the bottom. If you remember any of my previous presentations, calls that were received by alarm are the ones the town's municipal fire alarm infrastructure. You have funded at town meeting a few years ago to remove all the wire. We have also this year been petitioning to have all of the radio box infrastructure in our community removed and transition occupancies over to a private monitoring company, so that number next year should be 0. So we're looking to reduce what we spend on maintaining that system, also reduce our liability, and at the same time save some money on budgeting. So in that center, we have 9 dispatchers that are career, 5 that are part-time. We have 2 dispatchers on all of the time. And one of the most instrumental things that they do is they provide emergency medical dispatch. So if you dial 911, it's going to take us some time to get there with the first responders. So we call them our first responders. They are able to maybe teach or assist somebody, walk them through CPR, how to assist somebody that's choking, as a choking victim, how to perform the Heimlich maneuver, how to control bleeding. And they can do those essential things before we get there to try to improve people's quality of life after we take care of them. Some of the challenges that I always like to highlight these, but I also have a solution. So as you know, we are going down the regional dispatch route. So today we have aging infrastructure in that room, and you'll see some things on the capital plan that we are looking to maintain for a variety of reasons, and I'll get to that at the end of the presentation. We do have a fair amount of turnover in that room. Unfortunately, that job has been a stepping stone for a long time for people that want to be police officers and firefighters. So the bad news is we have turnover in dispatch. The good news is we've been able to retain some of those employees in town. Some have come over, a couple have come to be firefighters. One has gone to be a police, 2 have gone to be police officers. So we're not totally losing them as employees. It's they're kind of moving around in town, which is not abnormal. Throughout history, we have had public works employees that have transferred to the fire department, et cetera. It's kind of good to keep people that have local knowledge in town. Another challenge is surge protection. So like when we have a big crash at Route 9 and Lyman Street or a structure fire at 22 South Street, the center is quickly overloaded. That is something we're working on going to regional dispatch. So when you have 5 dispatchers in the regional dispatch center instead of 2, we'll have that hopefully resolved. And then an issue which will be resolved with regional dispatch is the offline supervisor. So currently ours is assigned to a shift, and that complicates the supervisor's time being able to do that job, maintaining certification in the room, maintaining training standards, policies and procedures. So as we move forward with the rec, that will be resolved as well. On the fire and EMS side, we saw another call volume increase during 2024, up by 3.9%. We did 5,585 responses. Over the last 12 years, it's up 110%. And during that time, in the last 12 years, we've transitioned from 37 employees to 49 on the fire side. So the 37 is really 33 for firefighters, because then you'd have myself, the deputy fire chief, and then 2 fire inspectors, to 49, which really line staff is 45. We've had an increase in EMS revenue by 12.25% last year, and I'll talk more about that after. Our mutual aid numbers, we provided mutual aid 261 times, and let me talk about that now. So that isn't necessarily us going to Northborough, us going to Shrewsbury or Grafton or Southborough. That is sometimes we get sent to the Mass Turnpike, and we have all driven the Mass Turnpike. You enter and leave Westborough 4 times. So sometimes on mapping software, we get sent to somebody else's town. So it's when we get there and it's on the Hopkinton line by 10 feet, we consider that if they show up there, that's like considered a mutual aid call. It's not like somebody calling for our help. It's really, it's very hard for people that are driving at 65 miles an hour that don't live around here to actually pinpoint what town they're in. So that gets messed up a lot. And we received mutual aid 104 times during the last calendar year. If you remember last year, I told us we were trending in a negative direction with regard to fire loss. We had about $2.5 million of fire loss in Westborough last year, I believe was the number. And I said that I saw a trend coming that wasn't great. Well, there it is, $6.227 million, up a significant amount last year. Fortunately, no serious injuries and no fatalities. Some of the impacts that drive our department are the healthcare facilities in town, lack of private EMS. They still have not recovered from COVID-19, and they're very, very scarce. We used to see them in town all day long. They're not here, and frankly, what happens is places that don't have a contract for private EMS, they work so hard to get a company to come there that patients eventually deteriorate to the point where it spills over into 911, and where that last call. So we are burdened with that. And also there's a lack of healthcare resources. So when you start looking at people that are cost burdened, which is significant in some aspects of our community, particularly with renters, they have typically, if you're cost burdened, you have less access to healthcare. Really what happens is people delay until it defaults down to our fire EMS, and we have to send paramedics there as a resource. We have a transient population that's large as well through the hotels. Some of those are transitioning to apartments, as you're aware, as well as other facilities like Spectrum Healthcare, Westborough Behavioral Health Hospital, Whittier Rehab. So we're responsible for providing public safety for them. We have limited access highways that really complicate our operation because once we're committed to, say, the Massachusetts Turnpike with our one fire truck, it's extremely difficult potentially to get back to town, especially if there's a lot of traffic. Sometimes it puts us out of play for up to 30 minutes. If we go to Framingham in the morning, sometimes 40. We have high-density housing complexes that create a demand for us, and then, as you're aware, we have had an increase in population. We're up over 22,000, according to the planner, this week. So the more residents we have, and we still have them coming, we have large multifamily complexes still coming. We're looking at one on Lyman Street. We still have Pulte, which is only half done, and others that are looking to come here that will certainly impact our division. So with regard to revenue, I put up the statistics between 23 and 24. You'll see where it was a 12.25% increase in EMS revenue to $2.343 million. Our certified public expenditure money, which is a program that we participate in with Mass Health, where we're able to recover some of our expenditures back to Westborough. We got almost $300,000. We wrote $255,000 in grants. We had $25,000 in permitting. We do write fines. We just try very hard not to, honestly. We collected $3,900 in fines and $3,330 in collections from ambulance billing. So the number at the top that I wanted you to remember was the $274,219. That is just between EMS revenue and the capital certified public expenditure money. That's the increase in revenue for this year. Just remember that number. So our organizational chart looks like this. On your left, that's our entire department. In reality, on a day-to-day basis, what you see is on the right, where we have a captain, a lieutenant. We do have 2 lieutenants, but on average, with time off, et cetera, is usually at 1, and then 7 firefighters on duty. And we run at a staffing of at our minimum. Our full strength is 11 per shift. Unfortunately, we run at 9 the majority of the time because of people using their benefit time. And we have some people on long-term leave that are deployed overseas right now anywhere. We don't know for how long, anywhere from 6 months to a year. Injuries, and so that's where we drop to 9 before we actually start filling for overtime. So what you see is a picture of our primary apparatus, and this is what our goal would be to staff every day in addition to the shift commander vehicle. So by NFPA standards, we should have 4 people on the ladder truck, 4 people on the engine, and 2 people in each ambulance plus the command car. And mathematically, at minimum, that doesn't work. Statistically, this is how we have been staffed through 2024, and we compared the day and the night shift. So we were at 9 as our base minimum 71% of the time during the day and 67% at nighttime. So you see very little, 6 or 8% of the time we're actually at full staffing. So our budget increases, and I'll get to a picture of our budget on the next page, are broken into, there's like 3 segments of the fire department. There's 2 collective bargaining units, and then there's 3 non-union employees. So myself, the deputy, and my executive assistant are not in the unions. I do negotiate my own contract, and then we have a fire union and a dispatch union. In the last contract, or what's reflected in this budget, is a COLA increase for fire of 2.5%. The EMS stipends for EMTs and paramedics went up a varying amount from like $3,000 to $4,500 for the EMTs, which has really become the market, and from $10,000 to $12,500 for paramedics, which is the market as well. And it was important for us to provide that incentive to the paramedics because there is an extreme shortage of paramedics in the Commonwealth right now. I will tell you that based on this contract that was negotiated, we don't have any staffing issues as far as, we don't have any recruitment issues right now, and we haven't had any retention issues since this contract has been negotiated because it's fair, and they deserve it. But a lot of communities around us that are mid-contracts and stuff, they're having a hard time keeping or even attracting paramedics to their communities. We had quality, we have a couple people that do quality assurance and quality improvement for our patient care reports for the ambulance. That is required by the Department of Public Health. We do that at 100% of our patients that we transport have peer oversight by two department members, and they got a $100 increase from $500 to $600 to perform that. Department members had an increase in their clothing allowance, and I hadn't done this in the previous 10 years as a fire chief, which some may feel is irresponsible. I don't. I think it helped me drive down to the number that I was getting away with for a long time, and really zeroing in on what I needed. It's caught up with me now, frankly, but I didn't increase our overtime when there was a COLA adjustment, which I should have been doing, but I did it this year for the first time in this budget, so you'll see a reflection in that as well. In dispatch, they had a 2% COLA. They have a new education stipend, which only two members actually take advantage of. They're providing an incentive, which unfortunately zero have received to be bilingual. I have some people that have actually begun training in that because they want to be able to take advantage of that. Training officer that manages all of the certification level in that room got a slight increase from 1,000 to 1,200, and their clothing allowance went up as well. So overall, pretty much every line in this was, and this is the salaries and wages portion of our budget, pretty much every line that you see here was adjusted based on their contract that was negotiated with the town. So overall labor for the department is $6,094,150.06. So what is it that I expect going forward? It probably will not be fully implemented in the next budget, but could be partially, depending on how fast the regional dispatch center goes. But as we transition this out of the fire department budget, it is if I use the numbers for today, it would go down by about $671,000. So that is one goal that I have. Sorry. One more thing, if you note in here, so where we had EMS stipends at the bottom, we always provided one blanket number for the entire department, and I changed this year to improve level of transparency with numbers. So I took a snapshot of our budget. So we used to list everybody's base salary and then their holiday pay, and the stipends were kind of just planted in the budget as a whole number. So this time we broke this down by employee, so you could see exactly what every employee working within the organization makes and who gets like what stipends. So just trying to be a little bit better with that information. You can see a list of like firefighter Kevin Haley, his base salary is at the top. The firefighters get an electronic stipend, and that's $200 a year. And what that does is it allows me to install applications on their phones so we can recall them back to work if there's a significant event or we're going to be out of the station for a long period of time. We use that to fill overtime. We use that to get them push out messages that are important information about the department or the community. They also receive, like we talked about, EMS stipend. They get they have to provide a fitness test in October every year, as well as have an evaluation through employee health with a variety of health tests to make sure they're still fit for duty. They obviously get holiday pay. Some of them get a officer stipend, which is a small amount. I think it's like $300 to have to be certified if they're going to be a supervisor within the department, and really that's it. On the expense side, you'll see that our budget for office equipment went down significantly. We have, when our copier finally was at the end of its life, we jumped on board with the IT department, who manages the rest of the copiers within town, except for one that's still left at the fire station, which is $1,100 a year for the agreement. When that one dies, you'll see that zeroed out, and we're going to go into the same pool with everyone else. Slight increase in vehicle maintenance. You'll see a significant increase request in EMS supplies. I think we heard that about inflation in the last conversation before I came up. We're not immune to that. Medical supplies have gone through the roof. I'll cite one example. So we use an IV setup with a 20. So when you go to the hospital or the doctor and they have like an IV start kit where they put the IV in, they pull out part of it, and it's attached to your arm. We do that. We spend just in IV supplies about $800 per month, every month, just in one size of IV catheter. Like, the price of equipment has gone up a lot. The natural gas, we looked at natural gas and professional services over in our historical spending, and we observed that natural gas was down about $2,000 from what we were budgeting for the last few years, but professional services was up about $2,000, so we flip-flopped those lines. And if, I know some of you are probably wondering, well, what's professional services? So let me just answer that now. So when we hire a new employee, we have to send them for a medical, physical, a psych background, a physical ability test. We do a background check on them. There's a big expense to hiring, particularly a firefighter. So that just kind of covers physical, psych, PAT, the physical ability test. The background check is either I do it or I have to pay overtime for a shift commander to take part and do some of those. That's primarily where the majority of that funding goes. If you're also curious, this is why retaining employees is so important. To hire a firefighter with no experience costs about $25,000 right now. 10 weeks of fire academy, turnout gear, uniforms. This is just a huge expense that goes into it. Plus, it's about $25,000. So between the medical, physical, and the psych, and the turnout gear, and the uniforms, and the 10 weeks at the fire academy, it's about $25,000 to hire someone. And then the last thing is medical billing. We budget off of our previous year's spending, so our revenue went up. We have a contract with Comstar Ambulance Billing. Whatever we collect, whatever they collect, they keep 3% of, we get the rest. And we collected more money, so we had the budget higher. So really, I think that's probably, depending on how you look at it, it's bad for health, bad for people's health, but good for revenue if that number goes up. But it's kind of like parking an ambulance at the bottom of the cliff. The whole circle of the whole thing really is messed up. Some of the challenges we have on the fire side are simultaneous calls. As our call volume is quickly approaching 6,000, the cross-staffing of apparatus is starting to affect our response times. And really, there's not many fire departments out there that do fire and EMS that cross-staff vehicles anymore. And that happens every day in our department. And frankly, the ladder truck is out of service. If I went back to the chart when we're at 9, I would say the majority of the time. So when there is a structure fire that comes in, we have to close the ambulances, but unfortunately, ambulance calls don't start. So we're kind of waiting for people to come back in. If they come back in, to staff those ambulances. And we also rely on our primary mutual aid partners or automatic aid partners in our nearby towns. And then their ambulance becomes unavailable. So that's becoming a little bit of a problem for us, which also affects our resource deployment. Our fleet maintenance, really, I sent an article out to the Finance Committee and to the Select Board and the Town Manager. I think that kind of explains why the cost of maintaining our fleet and purchasing our fleet and the delay of our fleet being delivered or new vehicles being delivered is going on. I think that's something that the Attorney General will probably be looking at soon. But really, I would say that I'm lucky that I have a mechanic on my staff. He receives a $4,500 stipend to manage $10 to $15 million fleet. And when I was looking at my budget, a negative side of this is for him to manage the fleet comes out of my overtime budget, which is supposed to be for operations. But the positive side is that if I put it on the expense side and shipped everything out, so he makes $56.04 an hour on overtime to fix our fleet. But if I send him to Greenwood Fire Apparatus, it's $180 an hour, or a 495 truck, it's $150 an hour, or spring rebuild is $150 an hour. He can service the tower ladder here with preventative maintenance for $300. If I ship that out, it's $2,000. So really having Lieutenant Dutton in-house to do all this is beneficial to our department. And then I spoke about long-term leave and EMS equipment. Also, the 9-person minimum is a problem. We're still holding the wall at the hospital, not as much as last year when I told you, but it still happens, sometimes for up to 2 hours with a patient. So that's time taken out of the community, time the ladder truck can't get staffed, et cetera. And I keep repeating budgeted overtime. So I wanted you to remember the 274, 219, that was the increase in revenue for billing and for the Certified Public Expenditure Program. So our overall budget increase is 339.53, but our revenue also went up. So with a difference of 56,734. So I guess I'm asking, don't cut me. You know, like to put it bluntly, we're walking a high wire act at the fire department every day. We're pushing 20 to 30 calls on a lot of weekdays. That's a lot for 9 people. And I think that I have said this since the day I have been your fire chief. My department works extremely hard. We don't have any fat in our budget. I could rattle off 100 things that you're paying for in my budget right now. I don't leave a dollar on the table that should come back to the taxpayer. But I when I was looking at my budget and even considering cuts, I actually don't know what I would cut. To be completely honest, I would suggest perhaps lay me off, but I'm not really sure. The next is my capital. The next slide is involving two capital requests. But before I went into that, fire away. Yes.
I think you said this, but just on the volume increase, is that still primarily driven by EMS calls?
Yes.
I know we've had a few more fires or losses this year.
So we have had more structure fires this year, more high-level structure fires between the Arrive Apartments. I think we had 2 significant kitchen fires at the migrant shelter on Lyman Street. We had a commercial block, which you can only see from the rear, 22 South Street, house fire on Fisher Street, demolished. I'm trying to think of the others. I don't know. I'm looking at Patrick over there for a reminder, but I can't remember all the addresses. But yes, both, but a lot of EMS. Yep. It's not just the number of calls that increases, it's the being out of service time too. So we used to rip off an ambulance call in an hour. Now it's 2, and then it's 45 minutes worth of, charting after doing patient care report. It's a lot. So, and it's not just doing the calls. So they have other responsibilities in the department as well. So we maintain our building. They have to maintain the fleet. They have to do vehicle checks every day. They are required by me to do training every single day at some point. And it's not like sitting around, it's like hands-on training. And I think you'll see that reflected in our next ISO evaluation. They have a lot to do. And it's on both sides, fire and EMS. They do a lot of low frequency, high risk type events. And we can't whip struts out of our truck and have never touched them and be expected to lift the tractor trailer up off of somebody and not train on that. That's we're setting us up to get A, fail, and B, get hurt.
So Chief, thank you very much for the thoroughness and anticipating questions. I think I only have 2 for you.
Great.
Is there any state funding, you'll probably laugh at this, but for highway communities? Again, we see it all the time on Facebook. You guys are out there all the time. That the question also goes to obviously our police as well. Is there any appreciation for that? And again, I know you explore everything, so the question's not meant to be insulting.
No, it's a great question, and it's actually in progress right now. So here's the straightforward answer. We have a contract that dates back to 1991 that was established with the Mass Turnpike Authority. That no longer exists. We have recently went to a meeting with every fire chief along the Massachusetts Turnpike, and that meeting was spearheaded by the Weston Town Manager. They did a study on who has a contract, who does not. There are so many things. There is no consistency with treatment of the Mass Pike and how it's handled. Some fire departments are billed through tolls to go up on the highways. Some are not. Some bill, some do not. We don't actually have a current contract with the Mass DOT. I think that is all being looked at right now, and they have some legislative support to push that through. Okay. So we don't today.
Yep.
Westborough does not have a mechanism to build a Mass DOT.
Okay, but obviously being looked at, so that's great. Thank
Yes.
you. Awesome. Regarding holding the wall, can you, what if you said, guys, person is there, they're in your hospital, thanks very much, we got to get back to our work?
I just got asked this week because I had a resident send me an email saying, it says right here in the law that they have to, you can tell them no. Yep. And then, so yes, we could tell them no and we could leave, but I don't think you want me leaving your relative on the floor. So they're on our stretcher and they don't have a stretcher.
Okay.
So that's the problem. They don't
so-
have.
So they're literally on our equipment, I
Yes,
understand.
they're on our
Okay.
cardiac monitor, they're receiving our medications, our people are taking care of them. That's really,
Thank
so like, yeah, I just can't put somebody on.
Thank you. Thank you.
not really just standing there.
Creative, like, we don't, believe me, we're looking for beds
Sure.
and wheelchairs and like,
Yeah.
trying to beat the system.
Yeah.
But we're not beating the
No,
system.
and I
fully.
appreciate that very specific example, and you're right. No, I would not want someone to be like,
Sorry about your broken
You
leg.
stand the wall and we got to go. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, if you've been a visitor to the ER.
Oh, I
it's
have.
not.
Sorry.
We're also doing some things to try to help ourselves and help Westborough. So we have been meeting with Westborough Behavioral Health. We've been talking to the Department of Public Health. They have been in turn talking to the Department of Mental Health. We're trying to work out a program where we probably do at least one mental health emergency every day, at least, that goes to the emergency department. We're trying to work out a program through mobile integrated healthcare where we can bring people that aren't compromised by drugs or alcohol or an assault to Westborough and stay in town. So we could probably do that call in 15 minutes. So keep your fingers crossed. That's something we're trying to do right now.
Do you have any other? Chief, just one question. First of all, thank you very much for the thoroughness of the presentation. As always, your department does a fantastic job, and I really appreciate that work. Just to follow up on one of Shelby's questions in regards to the turnpike, we also have 495. So I just want to make sure, that work that you mentioned, is it just specific to the turnpike, or is it like major highways, I'll call it?
Major highways, yep.
Okay. You had a slide up that I think showed grant reduction. It was millions to hundreds of thousands. I apologize if you said this. What is the reason for the reduction in the grants that we've been able to receive?
The regional dispatch grant was huge.
Okay.
So next year, you'll see a spike by about, keep your fingers crossed, 12 to 13 million
Okay.
next year. So,
That's
and then the year after that, who knows, we'll be back down probably between 250 and 5.
okay. I appreciate your comments on the cost of medical supplies. Just curious, what type of work does your department do in regards to sourcing? Do you look every year at different vendors, or is there a requirement for you to lock in on one state-provided vendor? I don't know that process, so I'm just curious.
Sure. So we have primarily four or five vendors I think we use, and we kind of evaluate, is my nice way of saying play. We evaluate our vendors every year, and where we've been trying to stretch our money is if you commit. So first of all, if you know what price matching is? So we've been trying to do price matching, which has been working for us. And then we stumbled across again this year, if we committed to do part of our, I think it was 25,000, they were gonna knock another 10% off. So we're constantly moving amongst the five vendors, trying to stretch our dollars like the most we can. But the prices of equipment, as soon as there was an IV shortage, I think you remember reading about the IV shortage, as soon as there was an IV shortage, it's supply and demand.
Yeah,
The
it's
price
like toilet
went- the
paper
price
and
went.
masks were a couple
Yeah.
years ago, right? So
Yes, the price, same thing. When we were trying to buy masks, they're giving them away now.
yeah. No, thank you, Chief. Just anybody else? Sean?
Yeah, also, Chief, thank you. Thank you for passing along that article the other day. That was, a little disturbing, and it, obviously gives us all a better understanding of some of the things you're dealing with. No, I appreciate I fully support your budget.
Thanks. Yes, sir.
So I don't know if you were here earlier, but I was questioning the projection for your department's revenue. And as much as I like to see the $56,000 difference, the reality is we're projecting that the revenue next year will be down $300,000. So it's much easier to support your program if we know the revenue is going up versus, taking a more conservative approach that thinks the revenue is going down.
I mean, the chief knows how much revenue he takes in, but he's not, we consult with him, but he does not set the revenue projections. That's done by myself, the assistant town manager and the finance director. And that, again, I mean, we'll keep saying it, but it's based on historical data. I mean, if you go through the local receipts sheet, you will see that we were wrong on some of them. And so then the actuals came in lower. And, we can certainly talk to you in detail about how we do all of this, but the reality is at the end of the year, if we are not covering our projections, taxes go up without further action by town meeting.
But I guess my question is, the chief has seen tremendous more usage, which you would think mean more fees, and, we're not taking that into account.
We are. So we've increased our projections for fiscal 26 to 1.9 million. And that's because in the past 2 years, because we don't just look at 1 year, we've seen an increase. But in the year prior, just trying to look at it here. I mean, in 2022, it was 1.6 million. So we are increasing our estimates. We just are not increasing them level with the actual that was collected, because we look at trend history. And I mean, I have sent the finance committee before, and I'll send you again, the directive from DOR, which specifically talks about the generation of free cash and the need to estimate conservatively. So, which is what we do. So.
Anybody else?
First of all, thank you, Fire Chief, for everything that you are doing. I think the last thing when a fire happens and you panic is the fire engine not coming on time or the help not coming on time. So thank you for all the services you have been giving. I think my questions are, just a couple of them that I noted down was, I think this EMS training has got increased from 74,000 to 85,000. If you could elaborate what exactly is this EMS training all about, and what exactly comes when you are doing this?
Went from 79,000 to 85,000.
Yeah.
So the increase is based on the COLA increase.
The COLA increase, okay.
And what happens in their training is, so they are required to have 60 hours worth of continuing education training annually times 49 employees at their. We try to do some on duty, but it's not always possible. If we could do it all on duty and we could save money on paying overtime, we certainly would. But here's the problem. So if I put a paramedic refresher on and Lieutenant Cullen is on duty and he goes to it, but he has to leave on a call and the class gets audited, he would lose his license. So really they have to do their continuing education off duty. So you have to be, if there's a continuing education class, you have to be present for it, not working and trying to do both, right? Same for every profession, nurses, doctors, et cetera. So really that's how we come up with that number. There is specific things we're required to do annually. We have a check and inject class that's mandatory. We have advanced airway training that is mandatory for like difficult airways. We have a million of classes on top of we usually incorporate those into the 60 hours per person to renew their license.
Sure, got it. The other question I had was, so since you mentioned in the previous slides that the incidents have increased and you have projected those increased incidents, but the staffing that we have is same. And also, on top of that, one thing that I did see was the expended amount that we have on overtimes is quite, I wouldn't say high, but it's from what was budgeted versus what is expended is quite a high number. So the question is, does this mean, given the more incidents are happening, we need a little bit more staff, or we need to rotate around with more staff on probably just the mix of how the staffing is done, to save some costs on overtime since we have seen those increases?
I was expecting this question today and I have prepared for this. There is no way we're going to save on overtime, and I'm going to show you. I'm going to be pretty blunt about this. We were just involved, and we contributed to, and we're part of an overtime study in 28 communities that are fairly light communities with a ranging call volume from 2,700 to 7,300 in there. Okay, this is all done, but I'm going to skip something, and I'm going to go to the end. So when you look at the communities of 5 to 6,000, okay, this is the projection off of 5 to 6,000, and I used our FY24 numbers. So FY24, we budgeted $6,500,000. The comparative average of like communities doing 5 to 6,000 calls a year was $7,032,000, and none of them have a dispatch center. Our overtime budget of the 28% percentage from highest to lowest was number 27. We were this 8.2% compared to everyone else. So we budget $384,592. We budgeted that in FY24. The average was $900,000 for which the difference $500,000. Our call volume is pretty much spot on for the average, below staffing on maximum, below average on minimum. So when you're asking me, so I'm trying to pay the mechanic to manage my fleet, my paramedics to maintain their licenses, my EMTs to maintain their licenses, trying to cover for people's vacations and sick and military deployment. My honest opinion, 384 is a gift. So no, I almost never went up in my overtime in my time as the fire chief. I've made it work. I'm running out of time making it work. Like, I can't, I'm never gonna snowball you and tell you something that I'm gonna try to do. I can't do it.
Can't do it.
Not possible for me.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is the translation of this that you're short-staffed?
Well, yes, but I'm trying to be respectful of everyone else in the community. I don't think it's a secret that we're busy. I don't think it's a secret that we have 8-story buildings and no ladder truck in service. I don't think it's a secret that we're going back to get in a fire truck and park the ambulance and go on another call. I don't think that's a secret, but I'm also trying to be respectful of every department that works here, every employment, you guys, the select board. I'm trying to grow slow.
What is your goal if you, I mean, obviously we're in a tight budget, but if you had magic wand, like what does your staffing need to be in 5 years so that we're not like having fire people, you know, our fire department leave because they're so overworked?
In 5 years?
Yeah.
15 a group, 13 minimum, maybe 12 minimum.
So that means you need to be putting people on staff fair, or like, do you expect to get another SAFER grant? Or
We're going to certainly try. We tried last year and we were rejected. There was only 5 communities in Massachusetts that got one, and we're going to try again. We don't not try. My goal is, if you look at the organizational assessment that was unfortunately done before COVID-19, in fiscal 28, we should be hiring 4 more. Everything has changed since then. I encourage you with your next chief, you should probably do another organizational assessment, maybe budget for that at some point. But today, we do need to be planning for that down the road. I don't remember if I just answered your question or not.
I mean, my problem is, you know, when you're cutting the budget, you're holding it really well. And I'm concerned that realistically, we need to be somehow creating a space for more staff.
We're trying, the manager and I have been working really hard to try to locate a spot for a second fire station up by 495. And I think we've worked ad nauseum over the last couple of years, and like, we're just waiting to hear back from people right now. We can't move them any quicker. The selectmen have identified that as a priority in their strategic plan. It's indicated in the master plan, but coming up with money, like, we also know there's a lot of projects going on in town. We're trying to be respectful of those things. Like, it is not a secret in my organization that we pay attention to every dollar, and we're not just flagrantly walking in here and trying to blow through money. Like, we're trying to be reasonable and responsible moving forward, but we're trying.
Okay, I'm seeing anybody else. I just want to revisit the regional dispatch. If I got this correct, we're anticipating sort of a reduction in the out-of-pocket spending every year. We're getting a building repaired by a grant, basically, which, you know, judging by library repair and things like that, it has to be millions of dollars of value.
By the time we're done, that'll be 17 to 20 million that we're not.
Wow. And also, we would have access to 5 dispatchers, and I assume that helps in the language translation, because maybe you have somebody in a group of 5 that could help as well. But anyway, I applaud your efforts driving that over the last few years, because I think it's a remarkable example of regionalization and being able to control costs and improve services, in my opinion. So
I just think that, honestly, sometimes people don't know what goes on behind the scenes. The manager and I, assistant town manager, we've been working extremely hard on projects like this. It's like we're trying really hard to save money, do things responsibly, regionalize. This isn't the first regional project that they put together. I mean, we're up to 5, I think. So it's definitely the future.
yeah, just thank you.
Okay, Shelby, you had a quick question?
No, go ahead.
No, I'm fine.
Oh,
I was-
yeah, so before we close, just sort of holistically, and I don't know how we would, well, I guess I'd like to think about with our new senior services director coming on, the Westborough Youth and Family Services model that we have now, the innovative work by our fire chief to think about how engagement and outreach in our community. I know I said earlier about, do we need a couple more hours? So people are going to think, I don't know what I'm talking about, but if there are studies that would show that the more we engage our seniors and the more we engage them in our community and get them involved in the library and the senior center, and we offer services to them, the healthier they are mentally and physically. So this is sort of a big picture. I encourage our staff to really think about that as ways to think about reducing holding the wall time, because I don't know how your call volume breaks down by demographic and age. I'm sure you have those numbers. I don't need them. But I know from my own family personal experience, there we go. Thank you.
I put thought into your questions.
You're the best. Over age 23%.
We are the fastest growing community in Massachusetts.
Right, and we have, of course, and Del Webb isn't quite built out. We've got the other projects you already named. So I just think that that feels a little softer in our approach, but I think ways in which we can do that, let's put it this way, it costs less money to have someone do volunteer coordination and outreach and picking someone up than it does to have a new firefighter trained at $25,000 and all those stipends. And no disrespect, right? It's just better use of resources at times.
Both police and fire have had a great relationship over the years with the senior center, but I think we're excited about what's to come.
Yeah.
Chief, is that true that we are the largest growing?
Yeah, and a matter of fact, a lot of our
percentage, I would think, right?
Yes, it's 16.4% when you
That's
compare
a
it to
huge
Worcester.
number. I
When you
tell people
compare it
this
to
all the
Worcester County and the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and frankly, when you look at a lot of the communities around here, they've already plateaued or they're starting to trend backwards.
I tell people all the time, we're going through growing pains here, and this is...
Yeah, we're not done. They're projecting us to have 700 more residents by 2030, and that is clearly not right. Just if you look at what's being built today, it's going to go up by 2,000 to 3,000.
Yeah, yeah.
Can I? And what you just said is my concern. I want Westborough to be welcoming to all. And I know the housing shortage, but if we build it, they will come, whoever they are. That's not meant to be derogatory, but if they build it, they will come, and there's a huge impact. So every time a project comes before us, I know this is outside of scope of the budget, but it's certainly related. Every time a project comes through, it's like, is this the best move for, Westborough, and to what extent can we control that? So if our planning board is listening, or community development team is listening to this meeting, I think it's not, for me, it's not all about we need more housing, because fire, DPW, police, schools, all impacted, certainly, Christy, your departments, but a little more trickle down. It's a complex. It's not sustainable based on the budgetary. We were talking about $900, and we're worried about how do we,
It's a complex topic, because if you step back and look, we also want a labor force Because now we have Otis Street that's being developed, and why are they there? It's not by coincidence, it's because they have Arrive, the TOV, Avalon, and Shrewsbury. I mean, all these complexes going up, and there's a workforce. So all this stuff needs to kind of meld together and find out what's responsible going forward. I mean, it's a lot.
New housing pays taxes too, Shelby.
Say it again?
New housing pays taxes too.
Well,
New businesses too.
yeah, we could look at what that actual net offset is. That would be an interesting exercise.
Point of privilege. So, like, all the age-restricted communities, they don't do my department a favor. I understand what the motive was when I first became a fire chief and I heard that, but that's actually not, in my opinion, good for the community. So here you see an increase of over 55. Well, you also need an increase in kids, because if you don't, long-term, beyond us being here, that's catastrophic.
Well, and their needs are.
But I'm not a town planner, so I'm gonna go put a fire out now.
I suggest we get on to the,
Well, we're going to do lunch now, I think.
the capital equipment.
Sorry about that.
Yes, 2 articles.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You had 2 articles. That's right. I forgot. Do we want to?
You're stuck with me. Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah, let's just get through them.
Yeah.
So mine are quick. So only 2 slides. So I'm looking to replace an SUV. So our fleet anywhere is from 5 years to 13 years, and that's of the traditional fleet vehicles like myself, the deputy, fire prevention, et cetera. We're looking to replace our shift commander vehicle specifically. We're not going to do an SUV this time. We're going to do a pickup truck, because as time has gone by, we've learned some things about health and safety. We shouldn't be putting off-gassing dirty fire gear in the back of a Tahoe and let them drive around breathing that in. So we're going to go switch to a pickup truck. We have 2 quotes on that from 2 different vendors right now. One is on the next slide. Let me just go to that. So that one's for 72, just over, call it 73,000, and then we needed the balance of the 4,000 plus change for equipment for inside of the vehicle. And the second thing was the radio infrastructure in the fire station, which is not going away when regional dispatch is open, because that's going to be a backup site for the dispatch center. So if something bad happens there, they can walk down the street and use that room. Also, we need to be able to talk in and out of the fire station. The radios that were moved over there when the police station moved out of this building, plus what was moved over from the old fire station into the new fire station, were bought on a grant in 2002. They're not serviceable. If they die, they're going in the trash. They're close to that. So we're looking for $114,000 to replace the radios in that room. And on top of that, the consoles, we need to mirror image the second one ergonomically. So we have one, if you have an office with a workstation that you can pull up and stand, like we have one of those, and we have one that doesn't. The one that doesn't, that's proving like problematic for that whoever's on that side of the room to sit for the entire day. So we would be looking to upgrade that console as well. They even went out on their own and bought some mini treadmill thing to stand in there, because sitting like that 8 to 16 hours a day, depending on their shift, every day is not great for them. We have learned. That's it. That's what I got.
Questions? Well, thank you again, Chief. I appreciate the presentation and the thoroughness. And yeah, thank you. We'll do lunch now. Do we want to take 15 minutes to get lunch, and then are we going to have the police chief come back, or we want to stay on schedule and kind of do a working lunch? I think, why don't we try to do that? Why don't we try to do that?
You offered us 2 options.
No, I'm saying let's
Yeah,
do
I
it.
would suggest we reduce lunch to the 13 minutes and be back on schedule.
Right, in most cases,
If that's okay.
I'm going to say eat while you're, or whatever.
Yeah.
Feel free to eat while we're going.
let's start at 12:30.
Or 12.
testing?
Middle school, sorry. At 1:15.
You're all set? Okay, terrific. So Chief, whenever you're ready, we'll get going here. Don't mind the munching. We'll try to keep it down.
All right, good afternoon. My name's Todd Minardi. I'm your police chief. Just a quick overview of the presentation today. I brought a couple members of my command staff to assist me in the presentation. I think it's essential to provide opportunities for them to be seen and heard and talk about their experiences and their expertise while we go through the presentation. I think it's a way for us to grow our team and build our capacity internally, and I think that's very important that we focus on one of our most important assets is growing our own human capital as we move forward for our continued future success. So I look forward to hearing from them shortly. What I'm going to do is I'm going to open with just a quick slide, and then I'm going to pass it over to Lieutenant Shipwright, who's going to do, it's a little bit different than what I've done in the past, but I wanted to spend some time to talk about successes and accomplishments of the department. So as far as from a budgetary perspective, you can see, you know, what the town and the community is getting for the money that the police department has and the programs and things that we run with the budget. We're also, Lieutenant's also going to speak a little bit about our goals and objectives moving forward, so you can have an idea of, you know, where we plan to bring the department as we move forward. And then I will get into the exciting stuff, all the budget numbers, you know, the really fun stuff. And then we'll wrap that up, and Lieutenant Luce will be handling the warrant article for the capital. He's been taking care of the capital projects for me. So, with that being said, I will get started. So as usual, I'd like to start with the department's mission statement. The Westborough Police Department strives to recruit and retain caring, compassionate, and competent police officers. Officers who are committed to serve, educate, and protect our community, to provide professional services that address specific needs, present educational programs to prevent and reduce crime, to ensure a safe environment for all, and guarantee everyone is treated with dignity and respect. So, you know, a couple of the icons up here is really what drives us and what we do every day to protect and serve the community, ensuring safety and well-being for all citizens through proactive policing and community engagement. We hear that word proactive a lot when we talk about policing versus reactive, and I'll touch on that a little bit later. We uphold the law with integrity, enforcing the law with fairness, professionalism, and respect to individuals. Some of you have heard me talk about procedural justice in the past, and that's really one of our driving goals, to make sure we treat everybody equally. We promote community partnerships by fostering strong relationships with residents and local organizations to address community concerns. And you'll hear a little bit more about that from Lieutenant Shipwright when he talks about some of our successes and accomplishments. And we strive to continuously improve and use innovation, staying at the forefront of law enforcement practices and adopting new technologies to enhance services. And we've been doing that, whether it's through our online scheduling system and time management system, our detail filling and monitoring and tracking system, our Power DMS policy management system, and et cetera. And we'll talk a little bit more about that as we move forward as well. So at this point, I would like to turn it over to Lieutenant Shipwright.
Thank you, Chief. Hello, everyone. I'm Lieutenant Greg Shipwright. Been with the department for about 7 years now. Thank you all for the opportunity to come and speak with you today. I'm honored to stand before you and share the incredible strides that our department has made and the ambitious vision we have for the future. Before we begin, I just want to acknowledge something important. What we're discussing today goes beyond our daily operations of our police department. While traffic safety, proactive policing, and responding for calls for service are the foundation of our mission, our focus extends beyond that. We're committed to enhancing public trust, strengthening our leadership within our ranks, and improving the overall safety and well-being of our community. So I'll start with our successes and accomplishments. We as a department believe in community engagement and strengthening the trust through visibility and engagement. Public trust is not just built through words alone, it's built through our action. And in order to do that, over the past year, we've actually actively participated in more than 50 community events, demonstrating our dedication to fostering relationships with the people we serve. Some of those events include the Veterans Breakfast and Breakfast with the Police. These events provide us meaningful opportunities to engage with our residents, answer their concerns, and strengthen our bonds with them. Another initiative that we're excited about was the lunch together with the students. This is a critical initiative to connect with younger generations, building trust early and fostering our positive relationships. Not to mention it's a lot of fun for us and makes us feel good because the kids actually ask for our autographs, which is surprising, and but also makes you feel good. So that's a nice thing. Another program we've worked with, the Safety Net program. That's a proactive approach to support at-risk individuals, ensuring that we provide resources before crisis arises and facilitating safe returns. And finally, we worked in the townwide cleanup on Earth Day, showcasing our commitment not only to safety, but also community pride and environmental responsibility. This initiative is more than just an event. It brought officers and their families together, reinforcing teamwork and officer wellness. I can say firsthand that my daughter helped out, and every time we go past Route 9 and Milk Street interchange, she points to it and says, "That's where we clean, Dad." So she was very excited about that. I think the key takeaway from all this stuff is true engagement is being visible, being approachable, and actively and being involved in meaningful ways and meaningful interactions. Moving on from there, as it relates to our staffing, another important aspect of our mission is and will always be staffing and recruitment, specifically strengthening leadership and readiness amongst our group. One of the greatest liabilities for any police department is the failure to supervise its personnel. We have taken decisive action to mitigate that risk and improve our oversight. With our enhanced leadership structure, meaning the introduction of our new corporal ranks, which provides greater supervisory coverage, and the addition of the patrol lieutenant for nighttime operations, we ensure that we have 24/7 command level leadership involved. As far as our recruitment success, in a competitive job market, we successfully hired and trained 5 new officers, filling critical vacancies and strengthening our team. Because of this competitive job market, innovative recruitment strategies have become necessary. We've undertaken that, and understanding these challenges of attracting new talent, we developed a compelling recruitment video showcasing our values, our mission, and the opportunities that we offer to attract those candidates. And finally, the competitive salaries matter. To attract and retain top-tier professionals, we have to prioritize salary adjustments, reinforcing our commitment to our team's excellence, because when our officers feel valued, they serve with pride and dedication. Next, we'll take a look at the training and accreditation standards and how we are setting the standard for excellence along those lines. Beyond supervision, another prominent liability in law enforcement is failure to train. Essentially, risk management experts often say if it's predictable, it's preventable. Our department has taken extraordinary steps to ensure our officers receive the best possible preparation. With over 6,000 hours of training covering critical areas such as leadership, de-escalation tactics, mental health response, and mental health response were completed this last year. By securing external funding through state and federal grants and support from the Westborough Police Foundation, we secured just about $8,000 worth of additional departmental-wide training that focused on health and wellness and service to the community. Finally, by achieving full accreditation and maintaining that status, we are now recognized as a benchmark agency in Massachusetts. It's a testament to the hard work, dedication, and professionalism of our team. With the commitment to best practices, we receive requests for assistance from agencies across the Commonwealth almost on a daily basis to improve their departments and help them achieve accreditation, as well as following best practices as police agencies. Our officers are all post-certified, and our newly implemented professional development points program incentivize, I knew I shouldn't have put that word in there. You know what I mean? Continued growth, ensuring we don't just meet these standards that are required, but that we exceed them. Moving forward, we look at our strategic goals and objectives. While we celebrate our achievements and we're proud of those achievements, we also look forward with intention and purpose. Our strategic goals focus on strengthening our department, enhancing public safety, and prioritizing community satisfaction. The first one we're looking at is assessing staffing levels. We'd like to conduct a comprehensive evaluation to ensure we are meeting the evolving demands of the community. Number 2, traffic management enhancements. Implement a dedicated traffic officer to address congestion, reduce accidents, and improve overall safety. 3 would be expanding investigation capacity, adding a detective task force officer to tackle emerging threats like cybercrime and human trafficking. As we saw earlier this week with the rescue of the kidnapped child by the Westborough Police Department, the unfortunate truth is there are traffickers in the hotels in Westborough. Given the complexity of these heinous crimes and the cross borders and multi-jurisdictional police response is necessary, and that's something that can be accomplished through task force officers. Number 4, enhancing station and lobby coverage, something we've been working on. We've added coverage on the 4 to 12 shift when staffing allows. Unfortunately, due to call volume, staffing shortages and emergency responses, that coverage is often prevented. By expanding that station coverage and lobby coverage, we ensure that our residents and visitors receive prompt and professional service whenever they need assistance. This coverage will improve public accessibility and responsiveness, and by ensuring residents receive immediate assistance when they need it. Number 5, and this goes back to the President Obama's 21st century policing pillars, and that's the prioritizing officer safety and wellness. Continued initiatives focused on mental health, stress management, and overall officer well-being. And the big part of that is that healthy officers are sick less and ultimately cost the town less in numerous ways, including healthcare costs, overtime coverage, and the overall morale of the police department. Number 6, filling the co-response clinician vacancy. We need to strengthen our ability to assist individuals in crisis by ensuring mental health professionals are available to support our officers in the field. We've been actively attempting through the Advocates Program to fill that vacancy, but just as in many other professions, they're having a hard time finding people as well. So, and finally, developing a comprehensive strategic plan. Perhaps our most critical objective is establishing a well-informed plan driven by community input through surveys. This will be the foundation which all of our future initiatives are built. This plan will ensure we are headed in the right direction, identifying opportunities and fulfilling our commitment of excellence. Kind of in closing, we are committed to excellence in all aspects of our organization. Leaving you with that at this time. Unless there's any questions, I'll turn it back over to Chief Minardi. Yes, sir.
You have the recruitment video posted anywhere?
Yes, it's. I believe we can get it on Facebook and YouTube as well. So, yeah, Westborough TV helped us create that, and they're fantastic.
Great.
So,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Are you considering a career change?
I was thinking about it.
Yeah.
Chief. Thanks, Lieutenant.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
Again, I do truly believe in the team approach. Myself and my command staff always work collaboratively to set our goals and our missions and to work to accomplish them together. So I appreciate you allowing them to participate today. So as far as the budget, I do want to, I understand we're not asking for any staff today. We've been, directed not to seek any additional positions this year, and I understand that wholeheartedly. I think it's a conversation that we still need to at least touch on. So I just want to real quick go through what our dashboard communities are as far as their police department budgets. We use these communities when we look at the overall town budget, so I thought it was relevant to look at them as far as the police department's budget. So we're right here in the middle.
It's not just you.
Okay, I don't know what that's about. But yeah, we're just about in the middle, but realistically, if you look at the 3 below us, they're not really that far off from where we are, but if you look at the 6 above us, they're considerably higher than where we are. So when you look at number of full-time sworn officers for those same departments, again, we're right here in about the middle, but if you look at the top 5, they're considerably higher than 40 that we have here in Westborough. So, the difference between 40 and 46 or 48 or 50, that's a considerable increase. Some of you have seen this table before, maybe you haven't. This goes back to late 2018, 2019, when we had the staffing study done by MRI. In that staffing study, they said the goal of reaching calls per officer was the 600 to 700 calls per officer range. And when you look at these numbers of officers, that's patrol officers only. It doesn't include administrative staff or detectives. So they had projected us, our call volume by 2024 was close to 26,000 calls. They were actually pretty spot on with their estimate all the way back in 2019. Our actual call volume was about 24,000, almost 700. So if you look at the 29 patrol officers we have, that's about 850 calls per officer, much higher than what the recommended number is. And you see back in 2022 where we went from 27 officers to 30, those were the 3 officers that were added with the ARPA money. And I know the town manager has indicated in some of her presentation that those 3 positions are now fully funded in FY26. There's no more ARPA money offsetting that cost. But it does go from 30 to 29 because if you remember last year we added a lieutenant's position to the command staff and we never backfilled that. So just to bring attention to the 2018 strategic plan priority 3, implementation recommendations of the public safety needs assessment, and also the 2021 Master Plan Action 4-4 was implement the findings on staffing studies. So this does have some relevance to town documents as a guiding principle. And I just want to say that while the department is currently authorized for 40 sworn officers, our staffing remains below. MRI had us projected to be at 44 officers by now. So the shortfall not only limits our capacity to maintain a visible, responsive presence, but also places undue restraint on existing staff, potentially affecting morale and performance. While concerns about taxes are valid, and I fully understand what's going on, we don't operate in a bubble, but underinvesting in public safety may lead to higher long-term costs, and I'll talk a little bit about that later, including increased response times, community dissatisfaction, a reduced effectiveness in addressing public safety concerns equitably. By prioritizing staffing to meet recommended levels, we ensure a safer, more inclusive environment for all and demonstrate a commitment to proactive rather than reactive public safety management. And that's why I say we have those terms again. Are we proactive or are we reactive? And we've worked hard over the past 5-6 years to grow our staff, but unfortunately, it's still a struggle. So I always like to throw in some variation of this slide when I do these presentations on the budget because, like I said, we don't operate in a bubble at the police department. As the police chief, my main priority is to efficiently and effectively run the police department and provide the leadership and management and support that the police department needs. We do understand, and I do understand the impact that has on taxes. But in the general sense of things, the police department's budget is really relatively small in relation to the entire budget for the town. But I also have to think about the level of service we provide, and we talk about that all the time. The main goal is public safety and make sure that we're providing the proper level of service to the public, but I also have to be concerned with my officers' safety and making sure that they're properly supported. And they have the equipment and the training and the staff that make sure they operate in a safe environment. So quick overview of the FY26 budget. The asterisk is that there are still 2 collective bargaining agreements that need to be settled. The town manager did add 2% to the salary and wages as kind of a placeholder. So you're looking at a $4.927 million budget as it's presented right now. The largest portion of that is for personnel costs, about 93.5%. The expenses at $320,295, a slight increase, mostly due to body-worn cameras, increase in storage fees, the taser and accreditation costs, the biggest driving factors, other than a couple other ones I'll highlight later. And again, the consequences of underfunding is insufficient operational funding can lead to inadequate staffing, outdated equipment, ineffective training, ultimately diminishing our effectiveness and the community's trust. So just a comparison between FY '25 and '26, again, understanding that there are still collective bargaining agreements to be settled. If you look at the FY '25 expenses, you'll see that it appears, well, it is more than FY '26, but that's because there was a transfer earlier this year from salary and wages to expenses to cover some unanticipated expenses related to staffing. And again, I'll speak to that a little bit more in depth shortly. I wanted to touch a little bit about on what we do for fiscal responsibility. You know, we recently took a $2 million project off the capital plan that was scheduled for FY '28 for the training facility. It's something that I've been discussing and advocating for since 2018. It greatly reduced the scope of the project, and we're funding it without any increase to tax dollars. We're using $52,000 in opera funding to do the range lead remediation, and we're getting outside funding for the target system and other work that needs to be completed there. Most noteworthy, about $100,000 from the Westborough Police Foundation that they have committed to. In FY '25, we had unanticipated expenses for purchasing the new patches, the production and removal of the old patches on all the equipment, sewing the new patches on. That wasn't something we had planned for. It wasn't something that I chose to do. It was something that we had to do. The town seal, as you know, had been changed. We required more patches, so we had no choice but to design a new patch, and that meant we had to switch everything over. We had unanticipated promotion to lieutenant and sergeant because of officers that had left. And we also had to pay for multiple new hires when they entered the academy. So that was academy tuition, which is $3,200 each. There's all sorts of other expenses when we have new hires. Psych evals, physicals, time spent doing background investigations, all sorts of other costs that weren't anticipated and weren't budgeted, but due to that transfer of the $35,000 from salary and wages into expenses, we used that to cover a lot of it, as well as a little bit of money from our gift account and our asset forfeiture account. So we didn't come back to the town and ask for any additional funding for any of those unanticipated expenses. I've spoken a number of times in the past about our work to reduce our use of paper. We are completely electronically filing all our arrest, incident, and accident reports. No more paper files. We're also doing electronic citations. And as I've spoken about many times, the Power DMS policy management system, it's all online. We used to have a big, huge three-ring binder full of papers that we gave everyone for their policies and procedures. It's now obviously all online. And they actually have a little part of their system where it tells you that how many pieces of paper you've saved. They're saying that we've saved about 155,000 pieces of paper by using it online. So we're happy with that. As far as revenue, we're obviously not a department that's here to generate revenue and make money, but we do use grants whenever we can. Our K-9 vehicle was provided by a grant through Central Mass Homeland Security. We've submitted over $15,000 in reimbursements for bulletproof vest purchases. The town received $24,000 from the state for traffic enforcement mobilizations, and $49,000 in a federal JAG grant that was used to purchase ballistic shields for all our patrol cars. We do bring in money on details for cruiser use fees, about $38,000. Detail admin fees, $24,000. Firearms permits, about $5,000. Solicitor permits, about $1,000. And we also do get payments from the court and the Registry of Motor Vehicles for fines and other things that I honestly don't know what that amount is, but it certainly generates some revenue. Some of our fiscal challenges, again, we have two CBAs that need to be settled. We did increase the non-union staff to 2.5% that was allotted for. We will be increasing our shift differential. A lot of that is going to be contractual. There are 9 step raises scheduled to take place, 2 educational degree increases, and again, there's no request for new positions in FY '26. I would like to highlight that we have lost 7 officers in less than a year. I'm expecting at least 3 more to leave in the very near future, unfortunately. The costs associated with losing staff that are here, that are trained, that are experienced, really is immeasurable. The onboarding of new employees, again, the medical, psychological exams, academy tuition, uniforms, equipment, paying the salary while they're in the academy and when they're on their FTO program, it's very expensive. I was talking to a chief in a neighboring town who's had a staffing study done by MRI, who many of you might be familiar with. They've done a lot of work for the town of Westborough as well. They looked at this, and through their estimates, you know, starting at the very beginning with the cost of doing interviews all the way through field officer training, they're suggesting it's about $57,000 per officer, money spent to onboard a brand new officer. So if we're looking at 7 officers down, potentially another 3, that's a cost to the town of $500,000 to $600,000, which it's hard to get a grasp on that, and it's you know, we're working to try to address it, and I hope we're successful in doing that. When we look at overtime, I haven't increased it yet. Again, the budget's going to change quite a bit once we settle contracts, so some of the numbers just kind of transferred over. But if you look at our general overtime in FY21, it was almost 250,000. Court overtime was over 20,000. Training overtime was over 66,000. Those numbers have been reduced over the last few years, while at the same time, the department members have received, obviously, COLA raises. There have been step raises. The pay has gone up. So theoretically, the overtime should go up to match that. We have taken some steps to decrease the use of overtime, but I do anticipate when we realize what the raises are going to be related to the CBAs, that I will be looking to probably make some increases on the overtime from where it currently is. Probably not the court overtime, and I'll explain that in a second, but the general overtime and training overtime are, so right now our general overtime is about 75% used, and our training overtime is about 77% used. So I expect those to be, you know, not to survive to the end of the fiscal year. I did increase some expense line items for fleet maintenance. I added an additional $4,000. Our other equipment line, I added $1,800. Our training expense line, I added $2,000, and those are all lines that were overexpended last year. A lot of it just has to do with inflation. The note I put down at the bottom from January 21 to December 24, the cumulative rate of inflation was approximately 21.3%. So it's kind of hard to expect that your expense line items aren't going to increase. Many of them haven't been increased in at least 5 or more years, if you look back historically. In FY21, the other equipment line was budgeted at $68,200. It was currently, even with the $1,800 increase, it's only at $52,000. Some of the things that we've done to review our procedures and our overtime costs and other things. Again, the supervisor overtime coverage, the last few years we were expending a lot of overtime money covering supervisor shifts. With the new creation of the corporals, we're assigning 2 supervisors to every shift to reduce overtime. There is still some overtime coverage for supervisors, but we've greatly reduced the amount that was required. We've assigned 1 officer. It's our detective lieutenant, our court officer. He handles all show cause hearings now. Previously, and for as long as I could remember, officers always went to court and did their own show cause hearings. So that's, you appear before the clerk. It's basically a probable cause hearing on a complaint that you had filed against somebody for a criminal offense. they can take anywhere from a few minutes to, maybe 20 minutes, a half an hour, and the officer would be out. They, by contractual obligations, they get a minimum of 3 hours overtime. So now with the court officer, who's already on duty, working days, he goes to court, he handles all the show cause hearings. So I anticipate a reduction in our court overtime expenditures. However, it's only budgeted at $15,000, so it's not a huge amount, but there will be a reduction there. We also, through the creation and discussions with the supervisors and the creations of the corporals and the new lieutenant, we reduced the roll call preparation comp time. They used to come in a little bit early. They prepare for roll call. They would get a half an hour comp time every day. That was a practice that had been in place for 20 plus years. We've done away with that, so that's a reduction in time off, which also would theoretically relate to a reduction in overtime or the need to fill vacant shifts. Any further review of services, if we were required to cut money from our budget, would require us to look at our involvement with SEMLEC. We'd have to discontinue our crash recon, canine, motorcycle, drone, and SWAT involvement with the regional SEMLEC group. We'd have to discontinue our community engagement unit. We'd have to discontinue our assistance at special events where, we use officers on overtime many times to assist with large special events for the town. We'd have to take a hard look at that. The canine unit would have to be possibly discontinued altogether if we needed to make further cuts. School resource officer could be put back in uniform, detectives reassigned to patrol, and vacant positions not filled. I personally hope we don't need to do any of that. I think myself and my team have shown a history of being proactive with our budget, cutting things when we need to, and being very reluctant to add money, but certainly prices do go up. Pay goes up, salaries go up, so that, that you can't expect the budget to go down, but I think we've been very proactive in managing the budget over the past number of years. So hopefully we can live within what we have, and we won't have to address any of those units that I just spoke about. So that's all I really have for the police department budget. Are there any questions, concerns, or comments on that?
Thank you, Chief. Let's open it up to questions and comments. I'll kick it off.
Can I just ask a clarifying question? Can you go back to the call volume slide?
Call volume? Oh, you mean the
Yeah, with the
staffing?
staffing
Yep.
study, yep. Yep. So 2024, you have, and I think I know the difference, you're showing patrol here only of 24,656 in the budget book. You have calls for service 26,000. So is that difference because it's not patrol?
I'll be honest with you. There's excuse me. There's a couple different ways we run statistics. Our records management system's a little archaic. We're working on replacing it. Sometimes it spits out slightly different numbers based on who's running it. When I asked for these numbers, that's the one I was given for here. I'd have to go back and look at where that number came
If
from.
you could just
Yeah.
let us know. Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
That'd be great. Yep, reconcile that. That would be great.
Actually, sticking on that slide, Chief, I'll just ask a question. I guess I'm not, I'm looking at it. So the second to furthest right column, calls for service 30,008 projected.
Yeah, so that was back in early 2019. We were trying to project it out to 24. And that's why it said we were projecting an 8% increase. When you look at the top row under calls for service projected by MRI, they were actually more accurate than we were.
And the plan, the study that was done showing the 30 projected officers and 29 is the actual. We don't calculate into that our, you said there were 40 sworn-in officers, so that's not part of the calculation?
Yeah, so the study that was done focused strictly on patrol level. It didn't take into account the detectives or administration. So they had us adding, I think it was 15 patrol officers over X number of years. We started at 22, so they had us projected to be at 37, which is, under the 2024 column projected by MRI, it shows the number of officers at 37. We haven't obviously gotten close to that. We're at 30, and then because we created the lieutenant without backfilling that patrol position, we actually dropped down to 29. So the MRI study looked at really the calls per officer recommendations, and that's why they only used the patrol staffing. So we have added other positions. We added the deputy chief, a lieutenant, a detective, I believe we added. So that's above and beyond what they were projecting for the patrol levels.
Thank you. Shelley, did you have anything to continue? I didn't want to.
Could you just remind us on the ranges? What is ideal? Help me to remember the study, but.
Well, they said ideally it's 600, but it was the 600 to 700 range.
Thank you. Okay. Yep. Thanks. Yeah. Thank you.
On one of your slides, you talk about it was a previous slide to this one, is officer ratio, and I would just, it'd be interesting to have the population data as part of that as well, to understand the relationship between, for example, Lexington, I think, is a significantly larger sized town than Westborough. How does it rate, number of officers to population for future slides?
I know, so the FBI uses like a per officers per 1,000 residents, ratio. So I think the New England average is around 1.4.
And that 40 for Westborough is inclusive of the command staff as well?
Yeah, that's fully sworn. That's everybody.
Okay. Remind me again on the training piece, the academy. Is there an obligation when a new recruit is brought on that when they go through the academy that they have an obligation to the town to work for a period of time, or how does that work?
So there's nothing in place right now. That's something that's the town's working through as part of contract negotiations.
Okay, good to hear that. Looking at the capital budget, I noticed that on page 280 of the budget book, it shows only a single line item for police vehicle replacement, 3 vehicles, $225,000. If you flip to the following page under police department, it shows a 3D crime scene scanning as well. So I'm just curious, is that not carrying forward, or is that something that's going to be in the future? Where did that end up?
Yeah, I believe that wasn't approved by the capital committee.
Okay. All right. So that's Okay.
And we've actually recently submitted a grant to Central Mass Homeland Security requesting to purchase that through their grant program to be used as a regional asset as well. So I'm not saying it's going to be successful, but we are trying to find alternative funding for it.
Okay. And you mentioned the shooting range as well, $52,000 for the shooting range cleanup. Going back to our conversation the night you presented, I'm just curious, does that include or will you need to come forward in future budgets in regards to keeping that range lead-free? And the ammunition, I don't know if lead-free ammunition costs more than non-lead-free ammunition, is an example of a very simple piece of it. So
it does. Frangible lead-free ammunition does cost more. We haven't fully worked through the process of what the use of the range is going to look like when the work is completed. I've had some beginning discussions with the town manager about developing a contract or an agreement for other agencies to use the range and whether or not we'd be charging a fee. I also have some concerns about overuse of the range, damage to new equipment that's going to be supplied there, mostly the target system. I've also, have some concerns about noise abatement or noise issues in the surrounding neighborhoods as well. So I think it's really a whole package that has to be looked at. Once we have the lead remediation done, the company is going to work with us for a kind of a stewardship program moving forward. And any further lead remediation or cleanup that would be done would be based on really the amount of use that the range receives. So we would have to give them that information, and they would say, well, whatever it is, every 3 years we have to come back, every 5 years we have to come back, et cetera.
Yeah, I'm just hopeful that we get to a point where it's a lead-free range and we don't have to pay for a lead abatement, and that would reduce, in theory, cost of perhaps IMAs with other communities, because we're not having to go through that process. Obviously, there's going to be a potential increase in the cost of ammunition for that. And I'm also encouraged by the fact that you're looking at those IMAs with other communities in regards to driving down the cost of the maintenance and whatnot from that facility. So thank you very much for doing that work.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions? Comments?
So thank you, Police Chief, for everything you have been doing. I think it's a challenge to be with losing the staff as well as keeping the peace in the town. So thank you so much. I just had a couple of questions, actually. One was on the budget itself. So I think the request was for 2026 for 6 million plus, and what was from town manager that came in from Christie is 4,606,000. So what are we really missing out on this differential of the request versus what was what is requested by the town manager? So what are we missing out in terms of what was the requested budget?
The requested, there was never a $6 million request.
Okay, I see the booklet, it was FY 2026 department request.
So my initial request was $4,855,597. The town manager added 2% for salary and wages for union staff, which came up with the number that was presented.
Page 163.
I'm looking at page 41.
163's got the detail. It shows the wage adjustment.
Page 41.
Single line item.
Page 41, yeah. The complete budget document, which is there.
So I'm on page 41. Where on the page? I see strategic plan, climate action plan, master plan. Do you want me to look at it?
Police department.
Here's the detail for the budget.
Okay, good.
Adds up 71,407 wage adjustment. It's the 2% held for the contract negotiation. That's the difference between what they asked for and what Christie's recommended.
I suspect there's a typo.
Yeah, there looks to be a typo then in the budget document.
You're looking.
Yeah. I'll take the 6 million.
I mean, yeah, so maybe Christie would like to take a look at that because.
We probably should have done that before today.
Just pretend that never happened.
Yeah. And to be clear, I think we also add anticipated step in our budget.
Yes, yeah, so all
Not
of
just
the
the COLA.
budgets have the steps, and then the COLA for the non-union.
So that was one. I think the other question I had really was more on the drop in officers. So I think we have lost 6 or 7 personnel, as you're saying it. That's concerning. So I guess the question is, are we putting in some, what are we doing really in terms of initiatives? Like, are we thinking about keeping creating a position for like a dedicated recruitment officer? Or is it just going to be like, what's our strategy like for, upcoming fiscal year in terms of getting more staff?
Yeah, so last year we actually created a recruitment team. We've gone out to some of the local academies and we've gone out to some of the local colleges to do recruiting. We have a brochure that we give out. As Lieutenant Shipwright spoke about, we have a recruitment video that we put out. We put it out through social media or any avenues we can. I can't have a dedicated officer to do it because I don't have enough officers to answer calls, frankly. I mean, I have to seriously consider even now taking some officers out of the Detective Bureau, which I certainly don't want to do, but the reality of it is, it's call response is our #1 priority. So it's been a struggle. It's not just Westborough. It's not even just statewide. It's nationwide. It's a lot of departments that are doing a lot of different things across the country, whether it's signing bonuses or starting at higher levels of pay or offering more time off, whatever it is, to incentivize it. But every officer that's left, I've spoken with, they've had their own personal and professional reasons for leaving. Sometimes it's going to a bigger department. Sometimes it's closer to home. It generally all circles around compensation. I mean, that's the plain truth of it. A lot of the officers here out of the patrol division are fairly young and new. They've maybe only been here a few years. I have probably half my department probably has 5 or less years on the job here in Westborough. They don't have that true commitment. They haven't really gained that yet. They haven't spent enough time here. It's very easy for them to leave and go somewhere else where they're going to make more money. We invest a lot of time and effort and money into our officers through training and support and equipment, and we're making them very marketable to go somewhere else, unfortunately. So we're trying to address it. It's a matter of negotiations through the contract process, and the town's working on that, and hopefully we'll be successful in stemming the flow.
Thank you, and good luck.
Thank you. Anything else? If there's nothing else, I'll have Lieutenant Luce come up and do his, just one more thing real quick. I am responsible for animal control. So just one slide on the animal control budget. The only increases to animal control is strictly salary and wages. It's just a step increase. And I think as the town manager had alluded to earlier in her presentation that we do have an agreement with Grafton. They pay 38% of the salary, 38% of expenses, 38% of employee benefits, and they also pay the town a 10% admin fee. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Good afternoon. Just give me 1 second. First try right out of the gates, all right. Yeah. There we go. All right, here we go. Good afternoon. Cliff Luce, Lieutenant for the Westborough Police Department. I'm the admin lieutenant. I've been tasked with doing the capital for the cruiser replacement for FY26. Again, out of the policy of the capital planning, Westborough Police Department seeks to continue with the regular replacement cycle of cruisers. With this, for several years, we had 4 cruisers that we were looking to replace on a regular cycle. We've now downgraded that. We've now been able to move that to 3 cruisers. And looking forward in the future, we've identified it as 3 cruisers looking forward as well. So that's what we're looking for this year is 3 cruisers. We're putting this in accordance with the town's current comprehensive fiscal management capital planning policy, which also is found on the town's website. The assessment of the current fleet includes vehicles that are high mileage and frequently in need of maintenance, which reduces their reliability. We've identified 2 cruisers this year. Cruiser 123, which has, at this time, as we talk right now, approximately 74,000 miles on it. And Cruiser 128, again, at this time, has 58,000 miles. This is current mileage. It will be significantly higher when they are traded in sometime late September, October of 25. When we identify these in October of 2024, obviously these are not the numbers. When we're looking at the miles that are on the cruisers in October of 24, we're projecting it out. We're not going to be able to see the replacement of these cars until probably October. I'm being generous here, October of probably 25. So that's something that we have to look at. The vehicle age and condition, most cruisers are several years old that we're looking at trading in. Mileage exceeding typical limits for optimal performance. Older vehicles have increased wear and tear, affecting their operational readiness. Again, aging vehicles lead to higher maintenance costs and more frequent repairs, causing increased downtime and risking slower response times in emergencies. Again, if we have a cruiser out, that's going to back it up on the other cruisers. There's going to be more miles. We have a fleet maintenance officer. He does a very good job at looking at the miles on the cruisers and making sure that we're being equitable and making sure that the cruisers are being used appropriately, that we're spreading out the miles on the cruisers that we have. Again, the vehicles identified for replacement in October will accumulate about 35 to 40,000 miles more before the replacements arrive. Even after the approval at the March 2025 town meeting, new vehicles will not be received until late September of 25, leading to further wear and maintenance costs. If we do push off a vehicle from a replacement cycle, so if we push off and we don't do the 3, it will have a snowball effect on future purchases. That will lead to other cars, and again, higher numbers on other cars, so it's a snowball effect. This is not a simple trade-in system. The replacement process is long and multifaceted, ensuring vehicles meet operational needs before replacement. So it's a long process from after Springtown meeting. We call MHQ, we say, you know, we've been approved for this many cars, and they put us in a queue. And right around now, it's about September, October. I just looked at all the inspection stickers on the cars, and there's a lot of 10 and 11s. So when we get them, when we buy them, then we get them inspected. So that's an easy way to kind of to see where we are in our cars when we're getting them. The importance of replacing older vehicles, safety first. These are the workstations. These are the offices for our officers. This is where they spend the majority of their time. And replacing old cruisers is a priority for officer safety. New vehicles are equipped with modern safety features that older models lack, such as advanced stability control and updated emergency lighting. I'll get into a little bit more on what the 2025 cruisers have on them. Again, on the reliability issues, mechanical issues in older vehicles can occur unexpectedly, potentially compromising both officer and public safety during critical situations. We've had several instances where we've had a mechanical issue with a cruiser as they're going to a call. That deadlines the car, then we have to get the tow, that gets brought to someplace else, then that gets brought. So it's a snowball effect when we have these issues. Community confidence, a fleet of updated, professional-looking vehicles reflects positively on the department, reinforcing community trust and confidence in law enforcement's readiness and capabilities. So the proposed replacement vehicles would be 2 marked 2025 Ford Interceptor utility vehicles for active patrol duties, and 1 unmarked 2025 Ford Explorer active police vehicle. In here, on vehicle features, the selected models include advanced safety and efficiency features. From Ford, they've updated it, their hybrid powertrain. The 2025 model comes with a V6 hybrid. Ford also states here that the hybrid system powers onboard equipment even when the gas engine is off. The potential savings agencies up to 838 gallons of fuel annually per vehicle, translating to approximately $17,000 in savings over a 6-year ownership period. Some of the enhanced safety features of the 2025 cruisers are police perimeter alert. It is now a standard feature. This was an added feature, but is now a standard feature. This system uses BLS, which is blind spot information system sensors, to monitor approximately 270 degrees around the vehicle. It detects moving threats and responds by activating the rear camera, sounding a chime, rolling up the windows, and locking doors to enhance officer safety. So if our officers are sitting on the side of the road, they're doing traffic enforcement, they are susceptible, especially late at night. They're susceptible for people walking up on them. Unfortunately, that is a reality that we now face, where people will try and walk up to a car and possibly potentially hurt the officer. We've seen that, unfortunately, with Sean Collier, MIT, with the marathon bomber. He was sitting there and they walked right up to him. So with this, they've now made it a standard feature. So another safety feature for our officers. Also in 2025, advanced driver assist technologies. 2025 model includes standard features, again, automatic emergency braking, blind spot monitoring with cross traffic alert, rear parking sensors, reverse brake assist, and rear cross traffic braking, providing comprehensive driving assistance in various scenarios. One of the things that I liked in the 2025, which Ford came out with, was an integration system. So when we buy a Ford Explorer, it is a police interceptor, but it's like a Ford Explorer that everyone else drives. Ford recognized that, and in the 2025 model, they simplified the upfitting process, allowing for seamless integration of department-specific equipment, 4 remappable switches integrated into the steering wheel to enable officers to easily control lights, sirens, speakers, and other applications. If anyone has taken a look inside of our police cars, there's a lot of switches, there's a lot of buttons. The kids like to, but as they're driving in high-stress situations and they're talking on the radio, they're looking at their computers. Having those programmable switches on the steering wheel definitely will aid our officers for the safety of them and for the safety of the public as they're responding to emergencies. There's a few other things, but that was kind of the highlights on here. The last bullet, the department is committed to purchasing fuel-efficient vehicles in accordance with the state's Green Communities Program if they are available. Again, the availability of them. This detailed cost breakdown. So I did 2. The top one is for a straight gasoline-powered vehicle. The middle one is for a hybrid, the availability, and the bottom one is for the unmarked cruiser. So there is a difference in cost between the gas model and the hybrid model, about $2,000-ish. Everything else pretty much lines up about the same across the board on those. And again, the total cost for all the vehicles, upfitting, lights, everything else like that is around $225,000. High wear and tear. Unlike an average daily driver, this vehicle endures extensive use, rapid acceleration, prolonged idling, and high-speed operation. Ford, in their service manual, has identified idle engine hours, which equates to miles on the engine. For every hour of idle, that's 30 miles on the engine. 123, which is a hybrid, right now has 708 idle hours, and idle hours are in park or neutral. So not stopped at a red light, but if the vehicle is in park or is in neutral. So 123 has about 708, which equals another 21,000 miles on that engine for engine miles. And 128, which is a gas straight vehicle, has about 3,690 idle hours, which is 111,000 engine mile wear. Frequent use and demanding conditions put extra strain on the engine and drivetrain, leading to higher maintenance costs and shorter lifespan. In 2024, we spent approximately $5,000 for brake repairs on the fleet. And tire replacement expenses in 2024 alone, we spent nearly $10,000 on tire replacement due to constant use, high-speed maneuvers, and emergency response demands. So this is the status of the fleet. So the Durango was a 2017. That was Chief Gordon's cruiser from a while back. So we've had that, so that's still there. And I believe, if I missed in the slide, what we've identified is we'd like to keep the Durango. We'd like to keep the Durango and make that for a crime scene unit vehicle. I apologize if I went past it, but the crime scene unit vehicle, I had my numbers here. And I deleted it. So the crime scene unit, had about 74 call-outs. So they were called out, they weren't at work, but members of the crime scene unit were called out about 74 times in 2023. And I want to say it was somewhere in the mid-40s in 2024, if my memory is working correctly. So the crime scene unit officers, when they deploy and when they leave for work, they have all of their stuff. And they've been very successful in lifting latent fingerprints. They've lifted DNA off of a crime scene, and actually they got a CODIS hit on the DNA as well, so we were able to identify a suspect from a DNA hit. That was our crime scene members, that's our officers here in Westborough. So they do a tremendous job, but they have a lot of equipment that they take with them, so we'd like to identify a car that they can leave that equipment in. They get called in, they get to go in that car and leave. They don't have to go into their locker, get all their stuff, come out, find a cruiser that's available and leave. So we'd like to keep the Durango. And again, 123, which is a 2020 hybrid, and 128, which is a 2022 utility, are the two vehicles that we've identified in the marked cars that we'd like to trade in and to get replacements for it. That is all I have.
Go ahead, Ian.
Thank you for that. This is my ignorance. So I know that I've heard like electric vehicles, wear and tear in tires is higher. Do we see the same thing with hybrids or hybrids and gas? When you talk about the tires, is the wear and tear the same?
It is a little bit higher, yeah. In talking with the DPW and talking with Dan at the DPW, we are going through tires a little bit faster on hybrids due to the weight, the batteries in the car and things like that. So we are burning through them a little bit faster than a gas car. But I think it's gotten better over the past few years, but yes.
Okay. And is it the same tires that go on both vehicles, or is there different tires that go on hybrids?
It's the same tires.
Okay, great, thank you.
Go ahead. I'm just curious about you talked about the idle time, which I understand, but it seemed like the idle time on the hybrid was just as high. Is that idle time the same when the gas engine isn't running? I would assume that would.
So the idle time on the hybrid was 708 hours. And
which still seemed pretty high though.
So the hybrid, when the officers are in the car and say they're at a traffic crash.
Yep.
You have the lights on, you have the computer, so there's a lot of a draw that's on that vehicle.
And the battery's not
yeah, so it'll turn off, it'll go into the hybrid mode where it will be running off of that hybrid battery.
Yeah.
But the strain that's on that battery, it realizes very quickly and the engine will kick back on.
Gotcha.
But there is, no, I've gone past it. But yeah, there was, so the idle hours are definitely improved with the hybrid because it does turn off. But again, all the lights, the computers, the heat, our officers are out there in days like today. So, the car's on, it's got to keep warm, and also, in the middle of summer.
Yeah. And also, not that it matters, you guys know, but why keep the Durango instead of one of these other ones when it's got so many more miles on it?
Yeah, so the Durango, from what we identified, the platform of the Durango, there's no box in the back. It's actually still a very reliable vehicle. We've had pretty good success with it. It's been our school resource officer has utilized that for the past several years. So actually the miles is pretty low on that, which is nice. Correct.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So that car, the miles may be up, but the overall use and wear and tear on that car is relatively low. So.
Thanks.
Sure. Could you speak to, you said you have a fleet maintenance officer, explain that role a little bit more or responsibility, and who does the maintenance? Chief Purcell talked about he has a staff member doing that. Could you speak to that, please? Thanks.
Sure. So our fleet maintenance officer right now is Sergeant Tepper. He oversees it. He's more of the scheduling. He gets all the information there. If Recalls come in, then he schedules the cars. Also, in our scheduling software in Planet, our officers do regular cruiser check sheets. So they put down the miles. Is there any damage? Is it due for service? The DBW does an unbelievable job. So they are our primary for oil changes, for anything with the vehicles, which is why we've tried to kind of stay with Ford, because they're very comfortable with that platform. Anything on a recall or things like that, then it will go to Ford or MHQ if that needs to be. But Sergeant Tepper does that, so he assigns different officers to make sure that the cruisers are outfitted with all their stuff, to make sure that the med bags are in there, to make sure that it's got fire extinguishers and flares and the safety shield, which the chief touched on earlier. So.
A follow-on question then. So there's a fleet maintenance supplies line item in expenses 5203. How does that work within DPW doing the work and the time, materials, labor? Okay. I was just making sure the chief's.
So yeah, that's really just expenses. That's how we pay for the tires, that's how we pay for the brakes, the oil changes. Dana orders whatever he needs, and then the bill comes to us. And
so the police department, that line item is the actual materials. The time, the labor is a chargeback?
No, that's handled by the DPW.
So DPW just, that's part of their work. I understand.
Always, as long as I've been here, they've done the maintenance.
Yeah, no, I was just trying to understand kind of their support level and how that flows through the sheets. Thanks.
It's a lot of work for them, especially as we, increase our fleet over the years. That's more and more cars that they need to be responsible for taking care of, so.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd just like to say thank you to Lieutenant Luce for presenting today. So a couple of questions. Is there any plan, this is a topic that's come up in the years past, there's a number of residents who have expressed concerns over the ghost graphic natures of the vehicles. Is there any plans to switch the design of the vehicles to be more visible as we order new vehicles?
No, there isn't. The graphics do at nighttime actually light up pretty good. But there hasn't, at the best of my knowledge, no, there has not been any conversation about that.
Okay, because it has been expressed, the visibility is a challenge for people. In a public safety vehicle, we want it to be as visible as possible. On the hybrid piece of it, I'm just curious, I'm hearing from other communities, other departments I've heard from that I know folks in that there have been some concerns over the hybrid vehicles. I'm just wondering if there's been any sense from our department in regards to their effectiveness, their usability as a whole. Are they working out for you guys?
So we have two hybrids that we had significant problems with. They'd literally shut off while the officer was driving them down the road. One of them was, the whole front end was taken off. Ford even flew in a mechanic to look at one of them. They were kind of at wit's end. They couldn't figure out what was wrong with it, and suddenly they fixed it. I've talked to some other departments that are now at a position where they refuse to buy the hybrids. They're having so many problems with them, similar problems with them shutting off, or problems with water infiltration into certain parts of the electrical system that's causing a lot of issues and wreaking havoc with them, that they've just decided to go away from buying them at all. For the most part, I think the ones we have been operating pretty efficiently, but again, we did have two of them that gave us significant problems.
Thank you, Chief. Just a question for the lieutenant. In your slide and the cost comparison between gas and hybrid, the one thing I didn't see, if I missed it, I apologize, is I didn't see in that slide an inclusion of the reduction in fuel cost.
Correct, I do not have that on there. I can get that information.
Is it about 800?
Did you say it was there a number?
So in the 2025, from Ford, in the 2025, what they're projecting with the hybrid engine in here, and they've identified this, they're saying here, potentially saving agencies up to 838 gallons of fuel annually per year, translating, as they're putting it, approximately $17,000 in savings over a 6-year ownership period.
Per vehicle?
per vehicle. That's per Ford.
Well, right, our turnover every 5 years is the plan? It's not 6, so.
Yeah, give or take.
But still, so when we look at that 83 versus 81, it's actually not quite that. The cost savings on the fuel really offsets tremendously. As a matter of fact, it makes it more desirable to have a hybrid car because of the cost offset of the fuel. Well, I mean, okay, yeah. So one of the things and I appreciate you bringing up the points around the idling. I'm sure you are already aware that the state has a law, anti-idling law, and police vehicles are not exempt from that law. And I'm just curious, do you all do any data? It sounds like you got some data on these vehicles. How are we doing with that? And this directly, as we get closer to push, getting the zero emissions vehicle policy through the towns, which the chief has been very helpful in discussions with. Anti-idling is a big part of that policy. I'm just curious, are we capturing that data, and how? And I don't know the number, so I'm just curious if we are. How are we doing? Is the numbers you presented today, or is that within the tolerances of the state's requirement?
I would have to look up what the state requirement is. I do not know the numbers off of that. I do know that for the officers, if they're the strain on a vehicle, so when the vehicle's on, it's computers, it's radios, it's their radar, it's a multitude of things, and not even to talk about any kind of climate control, keeping the heat on so they're not freezing cold, and also just the ability of turning on the car and going someplace. So for them, it's imperative that they have all the access to that. And the numbers, are showing with the hybrid, there are certainly, the engine is not idling, certainly as long as a gas-powered vehicle.
Right.
Yeah.
Terrific.
So in that respect, the hybrid is beneficial.
Yeah, I just think it would be really helpful as you all move forward, if you're capturing that kind of data, that's something I think we need to report on it, if I remember correctly, as part of the Green Communities and Climate Leaders program that we're talking about. So thank you very much for your presentation. I'll see if there's anybody else. Oh,
Can I just ask, what is can you go to the fleet slide, the pretty one with all the bars there?
Yes.
How many vehicles do we have right now? I didn't count it up.
What do we have? So let's see.
Someone can count it faster than me.
22.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
And
Is someone order too?
No, this is the fleet as it stands right now. We tell MHQ that, we're identifying 3 cars, that we put in for a capital expense for 3 vehicles. They pencil us in, and they say, that's great. When you get the funding, let us know. And then when we let them know, then they say, yeah, it's awesome. And then they put us back on a list. And then we're within the queue.
And just curious, because the 2022 Mustang is the only fully electric, is that correct?
That is correct.
And how is that being used today?
Right now, the detective lieutenant is utilizing that vehicle. So he's the primary operator of that vehicle.
Thank you.
Just for my education, I was kind of thinking in my mind that the vehicles were numbered by, when they were purchased. But is there a logic to, just curious?
So they were numbered originally, and then 123, when it gets replaced, it'll be 123. So
It'll still stay 123?
It'll stay 123.
Okay, all right.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions?
I think we have to move
Good.
on.
All right, let's move on. Yep, sorry.
Almost 2. Thank you.
Oh my God.
We started.
tell me when you want me to start.
We lost a.
Start.
Yeah.
I'll start.
They'll be
All right.
back.
Go ahead. yes.
Good afternoon. Chris Pant with the Department of Public Works, Derek Sari, Maria Elena Ruggieri, and Andrew DeVries in the back, all members of the team. Package that has been put together here by all of them and many others to get to this point. So I'm going to talk through budget and then go to capital. That's kind of the agenda. I don't really have a lot of other contextual things. I typically have those because I think it's valuable, but most of you are familiar with everything and I know what time it is, so we're going to kind of get to the point. So this is our budgets. We have 5. The numbers there reflect our increases. Those increases are wages and expenses, does not include debt, so they might be a little bit different than what you see in the book. We can certainly talk any questions you have about the budget specifically, but I just want to touch on the bottom. So lots of discussion about drivers this morning and this afternoon. I think Christy set it up well with kind of some big context from the big picture, and I'm just going to give some examples at the department level for us at least. So inflation, always a driver, but the one I want to focus on is the expansion of services, which is that bottom left box. So regardless of what we say about not expanding services, they do expand and they continuously expand. So in the past couple of years, we've accepted several roads. As we've talked about when that's happened, we take on dozens, if not hundreds, of additional assets that have to be maintained. So that's an expansion. We have new policies that are routinely put in place or updated. And none of this is complaints or anything. I'm just identifying the facts, right? So if we update our sidewalk plowing policy and add sidewalk mileage, then that's an expense of some sort. Plans, Christy mentioned the master plan and the climate action plan. So there's guidance in there that's driven us to do things that have costs. And then of course mandates, we're familiar with the lead service line, which I'm going to talk about. There's other stormwater and other water requirements we have. New facilities, so everybody's familiar with the community center, but also we have a cemetery that's coming online. And if we install a new sidewalk, that's now a facility we have to maintain. So the point is that I'm trying to make is our requirements don't stay stagnant. They are continuously increasing regardless of whether we add some new service to our portfolio. Then we get to the center bucket there. So we have all these requirements that are driven by assets in our case, and those all cost money to maintain. And a lot of, I wouldn't say a lot, but a portion of the funding we spend to maintain those assets is funded externally. And I guess the point I'm trying to make is that if we didn't have those external assets, that would be an additional cost borne by the town if you wanted those services provided. So Chapter 90 funds our road resurfacing, which we do every year. We get roughly 800 a year, but that's not guaranteed. And if that didn't exist, then either we don't fix roads or we fund it ourselves. And there are many towns that supplement their Chapter 90 because we have documents to justify a backlog in our road maintenance. We just choose, as part of the broader approach to budgeting, to work off of what we have because we know there's other constraints. But there's the requirements beyond what we have listed here is my point. Grants, that $500,000 funds culvert replacement design. We have some work we're doing at the spillway at the reservoir, tree plantings. So those are capital projects, but tree plantings, those are operational needs. Tree plantings are driven by our climate action plan. It says we're supposed to be planting 400 trees a year. And we think that's a good thing anyways, because we cut down 1,000 trees a year. So if we're only planting 200, you can see the math there. So again, I'm just emphasizing that our services, our requirements are expanding, and we're funding externally in addition to what the town already provides. So it would not be accurate to say that we can steady state, because we're not, And we already have a funding gap because this box is showing that we're supplementing some of that gap with external sources. The TIP, SRTS, those are grants related to roads and sidewalks. Those are long-term projects, but driven by the master plan that says we want pedestrian and bike mobility improvements in the town, and those projects contribute to that. But that's $10 million that would be coming, again, from the town if we didn't fund that externally. And just to emphasize the fact that we do pursue grants, it's January of 2025, and we already have 85 grand worth of grants, applied for just in January. So we continue to pursue those opportunities, but I'm not trying to highlight, oh, we have all this grant money, because lots of departments do that. I'm trying to highlight the fact that those are legitimate requirements we have, and they're not nice to haves. And if we didn't fund them externally, then we would have a funding gap. The final box on the right is what we're doing internally to mitigate costs and find savings. So we talked about regional work earlier this morning, Christy did earlier this morning, but even at our department level, the select board just recently signed an intermunicipal agreement for a camera that does drainage evaluation for us, right? So it's $150,000 for this camera. We contributed $10,000 to that, and a couple other towns did the same. The rest was funded by a grant. That's a very valuable resource that we will now begin to implement. If we didn't have that, we pay a contractor to come in, which is much more expensive. It's a very particular use. It's not something we need one of our own, but it's handy to have it. It's a good shared resource. It's an example of how we're finding ways to collaborate with other towns and, get a resource we need, but also save some money in the meantime. Fleet adjustments, we've talked about that quite a bit in this building, in this meeting. So we've reduced our fleet in size. We've gotten rid of equipment that is sort of very unique in its nature. It's something we could rent or contract if necessary, and we've focused on improving and replacing the equipment we really need on a daily basis and farming out some of the specialty things, and we can get rid of that equipment, which lowers our operating costs. So those are adjustments we've made. And that translates to rentals and contracting. So it's a very deliberate decision on whether we take on a task ourselves or we go out and contract that service. And it often relates to how much it costs and what capabilities we have, but those are decisions that drive our budgeting and in many cases save us money. I don't know that everybody would think of standard operating procedures as a budget saving measure, but it absolutely is, because we have standard practice now to maintain our fleet, and every Monday morning we have a procedure where we get in the motor pool and essentially spend time maintaining our stuff. Well, that's extending the life of our equipment and thereby saving us money. There's been talk about insurance this morning. So, Derek has led pretty significant effort at all of our stations around the town. They're all surrounded by trees. Those trees fall on that station. That's lots of money that, is not only potentially damaging the station, but there's some cost associated with repairing that station. And if we're out proactively managing that environment and making sure there aren't external things that can affect that station, then that's a benefit. But that's standardized in a procedure for us. We have a particular time of year when we go out and evaluate, and then we go back and take care of that work. So point here is that there's drivers. Some of those are things that we don't control, the expansion of services. There would be a delta already in our services if we didn't fund externally some of these things. And we do several things and many more that aren't listed related to offsets to the budget. So that's all I have in the budget. I don't have anything specific on any line items. If people have questions, we can do that. Otherwise, I'll just go to capital.
Any questions?
Yeah, just one. Under the operations and maintenance for the enterprise fund, can I ask a question on that? Yeah, water, yeah. So you're budgeting for line 5211 electricity, a decrease? That's great news. I'm just wondering what that's attributed to. Because we're not seeing electrical decreases in general. So.
So the electricity for water is based on how often you run your stations and your pumps. And we saw we actually came to the Finance Committee and the Select Board last year for an increase in funding related to electricity. But we've made some pretty dramatic adjustments in the last several months related to how we manage our system, our water system. And we think we're going to see some efficiencies there. And so can't 100% guarantee it, but we think we're going to see a downturn.
So that would be an example of maybe an offset is an SOP. You guys have
Yes.
looked at things. Okay,
Yeah.
great. I do have one more question. In budget drivers, you mentioned mandates. We often hear on the school side, unfunded mandates. Are there unfunded mandates, and I don't need a list of them, just a yes or no, that are unfunded but you're required to do?
Well, lead service line, we're going to talk about in a minute.
Okay.
It's $1 million.
The answer is yes.
There's no money for it.
Yep, okay, thanks. Oh, sorry.
All right, I'll keep us on the same page there on page 203 of the budget book under water and operations. Chris, I'm just curious, line 5236 contractual services went up $155,000 plus dollars, 9%. What is that as a result of?
That line is primarily where our contract with our water plant operator is located. And so there's a annual adjustment as part of our contract, which we have to budget for. And there's also other things associated with the contract that we have to budget for and anticipate any increased costs. So that's what drives that increase.
Thank you, Chris. Any other questions on budget for DPW?
Yeah, I guess I'm just curious. This is the first year that we're in now is with the stormwater, and how's that going as a separate budget or something? Is there any feedback, or it's working well? Or?
From an operational perspective, it's
the same.
It's really, no, it's fantastic.
Okay.
We've been really able to get a lot of things done. And so there's no complaints at all from an operational perspective. Yeah, I can't speak from, well, is that what you're asking? Or,
No, I wasn't asking if
perspective?
taxpayers don't like it, but they if we're going to do the same work, we were paying for it elsewise. But yeah, I'm just sort of, it's new, so we're now forecasting for next year already. You do have a minus. Is there anything behind that?
Yep. So back to your question, it's a little bit difficult right now since it's only been 6 months, but that minus is, the budget remains the same, and that's what we said we would do when we originally pitched this. The adjustment is based on wages, and so there's a position in there that was funded, and that position is a little bit lower than what we anticipated. So we gained some back there.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Chris. Move on.
Actually, I'm sorry, Patrick.
Oh, go ahead. I can't see you over there.
So, Chris, can you just remind us how the water and sewer rates get set and when that adjustment is made? Is that, just remind us of the procedure and how that gets put together. So,
I don't know, John and I work together. That is typically done. It has to be done obviously before July 1st. It's typically done right after town meeting. And it's done by us, and I don't know what else.
What's the procedure to set those rates? Is it based on last year's cost or projected costs, or do you have a sense of what it'll be this year?
So it's the similar worksheet that you and I looked at probably a couple years ago. That it's a projection for multiple years, and we have targets we're trying to meet based on what we expect the budget to be. And yes, we have projections, so 5% is what we're expecting for water rates and sewer. That's what was projected in the document we have now for next year, 5% water and sewer, which is about $15 per quarter. for the two together. So that's, yes, that's where we are.
And then just piggybacking on the contractual services, the actual rate doesn't get set till, you're projecting on what that rate will be in terms of the increase? Because it doesn't get set till later on, at least that's the way I understand it based on the letter.
Are you talking about the water question?
Yeah,
Yes. Yeah, that's correct.
So what were you projecting? Like 10%?
12% is what we budgeted for.
Yeah. Does that seem reasonable?
Yeah, it's what we've done the past 2 to 3 years.
So the people we contract with, their rate goes up 12% per year?
So there's a CPI, which is governed by whatever that is.
Right.
And then there's an additional, there's other increases that are driven by where we draw our water from. So if we draw it out of a well versus out of the surface water, there's a cost difference. So it costs more money to produce water from a well, so you pay more money if you use it from a well. So that's a driver. And then how much water we use and produce, that's another driver. There's a threshold. If we produce more than a certain amount, that then drives a higher cost. And we've been producing significantly more amount of water in the last couple of years, and that's probably a whole nother discussion, but we have to anticipate that cost.
So it's not just the 12% isn't just the CPI?
Correct.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
How much is the CPI that you're projecting?
Last year it was, I think, about 4 or 5, something like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, move on to,
Okay, so we'll talk about vehicles first. Very briefly, just a reminder, these are vehicles we've ordered in the past on the left. Still have something from 2022 we're waiting for, 23 we're waiting for, and then those 3 from last year. We did receive a few things over the course of last year.
Is that a sweeper? It's been 3 years since we ordered?
The sweeper. We've been told in the next couple months. We'll see.
Hopefully it's a 2025, not a 2022 that's coming.
This is what we've requested for vehicles for this upcoming cycle. It's three 1-ton, so 2 of the trucks on the left and then 1 on the right. We spent several years putting in place a fleet replacement program. I think it's gone very well, and it's really turned our fleet around in terms of the vehicles we have and the quality we have. If there's specific questions about the trucks, maybe I can answer them. But the point is we've got a program. It's been in place. It's pretty consistent. It's in the capital plan. And it's based on, how many years these things have been around and the size of the fleet. So there's not really much more I can add unless you have specific questions.
A kind of specific question. This replaces not just the truck, but also some things that go on it. Like, it seemed like from what I read, like maybe a trailer or a plow or something, because otherwise the numbers seem kind of high just as a vehicle.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes. So all the trucks are outfitted with the plow and all the associated accessories, and then trailers for the ones on the left.
Thanks.
Next, we'll talk about Article 12D, which is facility improvements for the DPW. So this is our yard. We're primarily, this is our main garage here. We've got kind of a break area. This is where the punch-in is for all of our employees. This is our maintenance bay, a fuel station. This is the treatment plant that's being upgraded right now. Some equipment here, salt shed, and then this building called the piggery up here, which was a piggery, I'm sure, at some point in the past. And there's been nothing done to it other than take the pigs out, and we're using it as a building. So what I'm going to highlight are a few things. So first off, all these red circles are equipment that's stored outside. And so one of the drivers for pursuing this assessment is We invest in this equipment, and then we store it outside in the weather, and, where we can avoid that, we want to. And so we want to look at options. This isn't to go build a brand-new facility or tear everything down and start over. This is what can we do to make some modifications? Could we put up a lean-to or some prefab thing just to give us some, not heated, but just something that gives cover to this equipment, and if that's a possibility. So we want to look at that. This is our garage. You can see that it's full, and we've done many versions of various parking plans to squeeze as much in there as possible, but this is, I think, where we've landed. I'll show it in a minute, but this right here, if you can see this arrow or this marker, that's a drain. So you can see it here. This is a floor drain. And we've done our own repairs. You can see here little patches, but these grates, as you can see in this picture, these trucks to get out, they back over these things. These are 20,000-pound trucks, and so there's some work that needs to be done to these drains at some point. It's not a crisis, and we've done some repairs to keep them in shape for now, but we want to assess those and see what the possibilities are for upgrading that or improving. This next couple pictures just show our storage. So you can see these pieces of equipment here are not easily pulled out, but we parked them in there to get them out of the weather. And so we're trying to maximize our space. This is equipment we have stored outside on a routine basis. So it's exposed to the weather, which isn't, I'm not saying that's horrible, but it would be ideal to get it under some cover if we can. Again, this more equipment that's stored outside. This is one of the bays at the piggery where we've got things stacked in there. We kind of swap it out seasonally. There's a number of items, even back here in the corner, you can't see it, but that's a generator, our portable generator. So we try and get as much inside as we can. But the end state is we want to do an evaluation of this, primarily of this facility here, although we'll look at everything, including the fuel station and some others. And we're looking at options for overhead cover. We want to look at the indoor building and exhaust. It's from 1983, and I think there's some updates that need to be made for that equipment. It's all inside. It gets cold, you close the doors, you run equipment. It's not safe, so we need to figure that out. I'm not saying it's not safe right now, but we need to make sure it's safe and that it's most efficient as possible. We have the floor drains. We have some bay doors that need to be looked at, the fuel station. So the point is we're asking for funding to do an assessment of this facility and then just come back and tell us what we think it might cost. So if you look at the capital plan, it shows a number for the following year. I have no idea if that number is right, and that may not be the approach we take. We might get a plan that says, hey, over the next 5 years, you can break that up and do small packages of things over time. So fix your drains this year for $100,000 and, fix something else, in the following year. So I don't know how it's going to play out. Step one is an assessment. Some people don't like spend money on assessments, but they're valuable because it gives you a plan and it gives you a true picture of what you need. And so that's our plan. So any questions on that one?
You have a dollar amount yet?
Our request is for $85,000. This next article is for a variety of things related to our water management. We've routinely done this type of article over the past couple of years. So going across left to right is valves, 3,000 valves across the town. They're in the ground. They, over time, deteriorate. If you can't operate a valve, you can't turn the water off. If the water breaks, if a pipe breaks or something, and you've got thousands of gallons coming out of the ground, it's tearing up your road. You want to be able to shut it off. So we know we have valves out there we need to replace. So we've been doing that the past several years, which is great. So a portion of this, it's about 75, we've budgeted towards these valves. Meters, talked a lot about meters. And a transition to a different type of meter, which it's going very slowly right now. We'll probably see a kind of a pretty significant ramp up of it this coming year, focused on the commercial side of things, but just to show interconnectivity between other things. So we want to move out on these meters, but we need to make updates to our water regulations. So we're going through that process now. It's got to come to the board to get approved. And so there's steps that have to happen for us to implement, but we're trying to do things simultaneously and get things going. We have a pump, this is a booster station, so it helps us get water to one side of our town and fill a tower. The picture isn't very good, but really all of it's underground, actually, the part that matters. So we need an evaluation of that, because we know at some point in the future, we're going to have to do some significant renovation to it. Yes. And then we have a system study that, actually, I was looking at some stuff a few weeks ago. We have this study dates back probably 30, 40 years through a variety of different consultants, but it's been ongoing for many, many, many years. And this study is a summary of our system, and then documents things we've done and projects things we need to do for the future. But it also has a hydraulic model, which is pretty costly, but Chief Purcell relies on that hydraulic model for his ISO rating, and he has a requirement, like there's a lifespan for his requirements. You can rely on that model. It's 5 years. We're at the 5-year mark. So part of our timeline for updating this, we have other benefits from updating this document, but it also updates that model, which allows Chief Purcell to capture it as part of his ISO, which contributes to his rating that you've heard him talk about, which I can't explain, but you've heard him talk about it a lot. And he relies on that model for this, so it's important that we get it done. Yes, correct. Any questions here? We've talked lead service line quite a bit over the past year. Just quick summary. So this is the pipe in the street, and this is the line that goes from the street to your house, inside your basement, or wherever your water comes in. There's a valve, and then you have your meter. So the requirement from the EPA, so for every water system in the country, is to evaluate from here to here, confirm there's lead or no lead. And obviously we don't want lead, and if there is lead, you have to replace it. So over the past year, we've been working on that, but we still have some lines that are unknown, and some that have been identified as galvanized. So roughly 300 service lines out there in the town that are either unknown or said to be galvanized through paperwork, but we need to confirm that. And then once that number is refined, that 300 is refined, either defined as lead or galvanized, whatever that 300 turns into, we have to go replace those lines. That's a significant amount of money. Your question earlier about the mandates, we did actually get some funding for this part of the assessment of lines that was funded by a grant last year that helped us put all this information together. And that grant produced a document that says to do what I just described is roughly $1 million. Hopefully it doesn't come to that. I'm pretty confident it's going to be less. However, we need to start that process, and the process involves hiring a contractor, going to some number of these 243 houses, or add the 66, 300, and in some cases we have to actually excavate into their yard, at their valve, where their water goes in their house, and look at the lines. So one line goes to the street, and one line goes to the house, and we have to physically look at the line to see what type of material it is, and then catalog that and report that to the EPA. So that's step one, is confirm the material, and step two is go back and replace if we find something that's either lead or galvanized. So that's what this article will help fund. And we did get money through ARPA, to help supplement this, so that will be our first source of funding, but we think we're going to need more than what's in the ARPA, and which is why we're asking for this. We do have a period of time. The EPA has given 10 years for this to happen. If you're the city of Chicago and you've got 100,000 of these things, it's going to take you 10 years. We just want to get it done because it's important to get it done, and once we get it done, we can just kind of set it aside and know that we're good and move on. So we're trying to be aggressive about it and just get this thing knocked out and kind of move on to the next step. So that's what this lead service line request is. So we've asked for $400,000, which is in the warrant.
Oh, go ahead.
Quick question, is the town responsible for the line all the way into the meter inside a person's basement?
It depends who you ask. And I'm not trying to be like smart about it, but it's a great question. It's not like, there's a variety of answers out there. So we want to first figure out how many we have and then maybe readdress that question and see if it's even an issue for us. It's a lot easier to figure out the private side because it goes, in many cases, it goes into your house and you can see it, so you can make that determination. The public side is, unless you have a document that says it, it's underground, so you don't know unless you dig it up. So I'm not specifically answering your question, but it's a good question. I think before we spend a lot of time deciding that, we should figure out what our true number is and then readdress that if we think we need to.
Thank you.
A couple questions on the 243. So how many of them, if you know offhand, are public versus private? Or let me say it differently, residential versus business?
We have that. I don't know it off the top of my head, but it's predominantly residential.
Okay. And so of the 243, do we not know because owners didn't respond to the request?
That's part of it, and some of it could be just based on the way it could be an old house and the way things are done in the house, you can't actually see the pipe.
So, I mean, so where I'm going, you may be anticipating this, is there's a bit of personal responsibility here. I understand we have a town responsibility to comply. I do understand that, you guys gave a manual, you can kind of scratch it to see. So I guess where I'm going is, before we sort of say, hey, we're going to give $400,000 to do this, I'd like to understand what we've done to hold owners personally responsible for their portion versus taxpayer dollar having to go say, well, because you couldn't figure it out or you chose not to do it. So you don't have to answer that now, but I'd like more information before I can support this, because I don't really want to support it if someone just couldn't do it. Now, if they're physically not able to go in their basement, different story, right? I'm sure your team would be more than happy to go out and take a look at that. But I would like some more information on the 243. The other question I have, and maybe this is a question for John, is there a transfer on deed type of requirement that this be addressed if those would be kind of one of those 243? I mean, I know that you have like lead paint, there's a sign off when you sell a house and all that, but is there something here that could help the town to enforce this upon any sort of transaction of real estate?
There's nothing that I know of that has been passed relative to a requirement or lien that the town can put on, nor is there a state requirement at this time that says it needs to be disclosed as a thing. Doesn't mean there won't be, but I'm not aware of one that has been issued yet.
It's interesting. Required to do something, and yet, I don't know, just makes no sense to me. And I'm sorry, the 66 then we know for sure they are galvanized, so something has to be done?
No.
No, sorry.
There's a whole kind of process. Start with paperwork. If you have paperwork that tells you what the service line is, you can use that. So we have paperwork that says, when you install a service line, you're supposed to do a tie card. The card tells you where so you can find it in the ground. There's certain data that goes on and keep it, right? And those cards have told us the majority of those 66 are related to a card that says it's galvanized. But we know that our paperwork isn't always 100% accurate, so we want to validate that before we start spending
The good
money.
news, the number's smaller than the 5216. Yeah. But I'm being very serious. Like, I want to know what that, how that 300 shakes out, because I'm not supportive of $400,000 for something that someone can do by a trip to their basement, potentially. in collaboration with DPW.
So Chris, on that note, I just curious, is there any other way to test, is a water test sufficient to test those lines to see if lead is in the water?
No, it has to be
Physically?
a physical observation or a document that says
Gotcha.
you replaced it at some point in the past or installed it a certain way.
Okay.
So Chris, just to go on Shelby's, though, is it, if out of those 243, there's some we just don't know because we didn't get responses based on the requests you put out there, people take pictures, whatever. I'd imagine the first step would be to kind of somebody go in with the resident.
Yes.
We're not digging up the ground.
Correct.
Spending a lot of
Correct.
money.
Correct.
So to your point of that's the estimated cost, a lot of that would be really cheap.
Yes.
If we can go in visually ourselves and do what someone couldn't do.
Well, but to me, that would be just part of DPW's normal, like what they're doing to service, and like you would need capital funding for that to go into someone's home.
Correct.
Right.
But we're anticipating,
No, they should, I mean, that should be just part of the,
No, but they're, keep going.
go ahead.
we're anticipating that we're not going to be able to go to 243 places and visually confirm the service line. And we know that I don't know the numbers off the top of my head, but some portion of those are public. And the only way you're going to know is if you dig them up.
So,
And when you dig them up, you're going to see something like that picture on the right. So you're going to see both sides anyways. And so if we have to do it anyways, like we probably won't go in your house, look at it, and then go dig up your front yard. Like we're going to just do it one time.
well, I guess that's my point. I think if I understood Ian's question correctly, I mean, the first step is, do we offer to go into those 243 houses and look at them first, right? And is that a capital expense?
Shouldn't be.
No, so that's why I was kind of, when you.
No, that's just part of like, how do we get at the 300 number?
Right. So we could find it's a fraction of that 300. Okay.
All we're trying to do with this article is set ourselves up so that if we do have to go do this work, we can do it this summer. If we don't ask for this money now, we do all that work that you just said and get them to figure it out, and then they tell us, or we find out that it's public and we have to change it, then we don't have any money to fix it. So we want to have things in place that we can actually execute if we make some confirmation that there's work to be done.
So between now and town meeting, is there a plan to do further insight investigation into those 300, so that by the time we get to town meeting, we know what that number is?
We won't know that by town meeting.
So I'm sorry, and remind me again what the article dollar value is?
400,000.
400,000. So why wouldn't we do that investigation first and find out, hey, there's only 100 houses, and therefore it might only be $100,000 worth of work. So if we allocate $400,000 into the budget, right, and it turns out we only needed $100,000, what happens to that excess? It was excess that we taxed, right?
No, it's coming from retained earnings, so it's already money we have.
Okay, so but it's taxpayers' money in the retained earnings, so that could be used for other other projects.
It's ratepayer money, not taxpayer.
Sure, well, okay,
Still,
ratepayer,
it's still-
sure.
Right, it's still money.
Yeah.
Still money.
So I guess,
Goes out to retain.
yeah, I mean, I think there's some thought that needs to be had of
But
that.
it does go back to retained earnings.
It does go back to retained earnings.
Yeah, I mean, we would close out the article once the project was complete, and that would go back to retained earnings.
Okay, that helps me.
I guess, Chris, I'm not trying to be difficult here, but I also heard you say at the beginning of this that there's like 10 years to do this, and you want to get it done and be able to move on. I appreciate that. But I feel like there's a self-imposed sense of urgency here, which I always appreciate that you take and how you organize things. But I feel like, I don't know, if I'm the lone person, I'm only one voice, but I feel like before we allocate retained earnings toward this, we should, I don't know if it's another campaign to get people to kind of realize like that, I mean, again, 7 times, how many people are even aware that this was a request because they didn't even pay attention to the mailing or the website or whatever. So I'm just asking that we take a look at this because I just feel like that number could be smaller. That's instinct based on nothing.
Can I just clarify? So I said 10 years, but there's a requirement to do, I forget the number, but you have to do a certain amount each year. You can't wait till year 9 and start.
Yep.
So because relatively speaking, this number is small, and it doesn't seem to me operationally to make sense to do a little bit each year. Let's just go in, do it all, get it done.
Yep.
And of course, the approach we're going to take is spend no money until we have to. So if we can get that 300 to zero without spending any money, of course we would. But if we don't ask for the money now, we can't do anything for another year. And we'll be back here next year talking about it, and we'll have lost an opportunity, at least I think, to potentially mitigate or completely, take care of this issue.
So, to summarize, the 66 galvanized, that's because of paperwork, but there's a need to confirm. Right?
Nominally, yes.
Okay, and that for the 243 unknown, even if you walk into someone's basement, if the meter isn't visible from the basement, you're seeing the private side, not the public side that the town's responsible for. So you'd still have to go dig up.
Yes.
So really, the unknowns could be that people who went into their basement and said, I don't know, there's no water meter in the house, and responded, as well as people who didn't respond. And so
we will be digging up regardless, because there's public lines that we don't have an understanding of what they are. And it's some portion of that 300. So we have to dig up to finish this investigation, to at least confirm public. And if the public is galvanized or lead, we have to replace it. So we won't do that unless we have money.
Okay. But I appreciate what Shelby's saying is don't allocate this money till we've tried to whittle down this 300. But my understanding is that for many of these 300, the only way to determine is to actually start digging and doing work.
Very possible.
So you need the money to do that, even though you might not. There might be some of these that don't require the digging or don't require the spending. So that, I think for the project to move forward, the warrant article makes sense. And if we allocate the 400,000 and only half of it actually needs to be spent, the project ends, it goes back to retained earnings, it goes back to the ratepayers, and is available for other projects in the future.
I think the horse is dead. It's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I would just say real quick here, this is a public health issue, so I'm supportive of it. I would just encourage the DPW to get out there and knock on doors as quickly as possible, because this is it's lead, right? And it's a health hazard. So I would just like to see that move forward as quickly as possible. And Christie's answer in regards to retained earnings answered my concern. So thank you, Chris.
The horse is dead, but I just want to say.
But we can't leave it alone,
that Shelby asked a good question, would it be done by March? And I said, no, it's not because we're just sitting around doing nothing. There's plenty of priorities that are just as important as this, and the weather obviously plays an effect as well. And so we have a plan, and we will implement it, but I just don't see that plan being done by March, whatever the date is.
I appreciate the honesty, and I'm sharing the same, so.
I'll make mine quick. So when we do the digging up, our own staff, or are we contracting it out, or how does that happen?
It requires a piece of equipment that we will contract for the equipment and the operator, and then we'll tie that person to one of our staff, and they will go do these.
This isn't something we could do with our own staff?
No. Well, it is, but we wouldn't be doing anything else. And so we have other things to do besides go investigate all these lines.
Right.
So yes, we could, but it doesn't, operationally,
like a TV show to me.
doesn't work well.
Yeah.
I'm going to move on.
The horse is officially dead.
You stepped in it. The horse is.
This has been routine for us the last several years. $150,000 towards pump stations. Just example pictures of what's inside a pump station. And if you look at things in tiers In a couple of slides, we're going to talk about a complete renovation of a pump station, which is in the millions of dollars category. This is something we do internally with our own staff. So we spend money buying pumps and various things, and we have our staff with, in some cases, some assistance from a contractor go in and do basically what we call as a mini rehab and rehab the station. It's good for another 10, 20 years, but it doesn't require kind of a complete gut of the building. It's just, it's a very focused rehabilitation. And we've done that the past several years. It's been very successful, and that's just a continuation. So the next two are regarding a borrow, each are a borrow. So this first one's about sewer line repair and placement. So this gray line just outlines the extent of the project we're talking about. And this slide is just covering a larger project. I'm going to zero in to the specific project we're going to talk about. So you may recall several years ago, 2019, we finished the rehab of the interceptor line. The interceptor line is the line where the majority of the town's wastewater flows at some point to this interceptor line, and then that line takes it to the plant. So we did a rehab of that line, because if that line failed, it's really bad, because all of our wastewater goes there. So that line extends this way and wraps around and works its way over to the Route 9 area where the plant is up here. So here's our downtown. This is our oldest pipe in town. A lot of it's clay pipe, which is really, really old. So we were able to continue work into the town, and all this light blue here is line that is pipe that's been rehabbed through lining. So we did that last summer. Which requires, cleaning, camera, do some analysis, then you send something through to line it, and it's good for another 75 years. So we did that for the blue stuff. The green is where we're moving next, so we hope to get some stuff done this summer. In this area, I don't know the extent we'll be able to get done, just based on funding that we currently have available, but our intent is to move to the green area. This section here, this is Ruggles Street right here, so the high school over here, West Main, Ruggles. So this section here would have been part of the blue. However, it requires actual excavation into the ground and some adjustment to the pipe that's there. It wasn't in a condition that you could line it. So when you look at a pipe with a camera, you see various things. So you can see this pipe, you can see cracks, like this looks like a big hole, and that's a rock there. I mean, that's not good in your pipe. And in some cases, you can't send a liner through there because there's things sticking out, and if you can just imagine a liner inside, it's not gonna work. So you have to excavate the pipe. And in the particular case of Ruggles, there's a section of pipe here that is, so sewer works off of gravity, and the pipe is not graded well, and so we have consistent problems there, and so we need to fix that. So we have to go in, excavate the pipe, and replace it with all new pipe. And we're changing the grade of the pipe. We're actually changing the direction of the flow of the sewage in the pipe. So the project that we're requesting funding for is outlined here in blue, and that's to go into these locations, actually take out or replace with new pipe the pipe that's there. So this blue is done. We add to the blue and make that blue. It's this section here, and that's what's defined right here. So the project is in design right now. I think we're about the 60, approaching 75% design, with the intent to go out and be out to bid and all that stuff in the spring and execute starting in July of this year, assuming funding. So this project is $2.8 million, and it would be a borrow. I'll get through, I guess, both of them, and then we can talk questions. So this is the second project. We have two pump stations. This is an example of one of them. The other one looks almost identical in terms of the external of the exterior of the building. And then you can see all this stuff inside. So it's below grade. So you've got some steps here, go underground. You've got all this piping and pumps and everything else in there, and some controls associated with that. This is an example of a complete rehab. So they're going to come in, And so we've already designed it, or just about complete with design. There's pumps that are going to be upsized based on, so these are decades old, and we've seen changes in flow, and so we have to increase the pump flow and the pump size. So this is a complete rehab. It's, this number is 3.7 million for these two stations. So those are the two projects, two borrows. Will obviously have an impact on rates. As you're aware, the borrows are conducted in March. We won't have this approved by this March of this year, so we would see an impact to the rates in July of 2026. If we borrowed the whole thing all at the same time, $6.5 million, it would be a $10 increase to the average sewer bill per quarter to pay for these two projects, if we do both and if we do it all at the same time. There's a lot of ifs there because we may not, there's all kinds of drivers that will influence the timeline. And it may, I don't know what, like we've got an estimate for a cost, but you know, in some cases we've seen things come in lower, and in some cases we've seen them come in higher, but there's potential it could come in lower, and that would obviously affect in a positive way, you know, what the impacts are on the rates. So what I'm saying is not something that we can say is definitive. I'm just saying we've estimated at 6.5. If we borrow it starting next, or if we borrow it next March, then then the impact on the rates would be seen in July of next year, and that would roughly be about $10 to the average bill. The next one is the rooftop units at the community center. So this is the aerial of the community center. This is the roof. You can see all these boxes here are the rooftop units. This is an example of what they look like. So all of this was identified as part of the assessment that was done before the purchase of that building. There's information that you can read in the report that talks about these RTUs and their life expectancy. We, the town, not like we only DPW, but others as well, identified the opportunity to replace these rooftop units and take advantage of existing rebates associated with these RTUs. So I think the easiest way is to talk through the numbers. So to buy those 17 RTUs, it's $599,000 just for the material itself. If we're pre-approved for this rebate, so we would get, at some point later, we would get $523,000 back. So we would pay, for $600,000 worth of equipment, we would pay $75,000 or $76,000. There's a pool pack, there's a pool associated with the building. It has its own separate system for heating and cooling and humidity control and everything else. It's called a pool pack, and that's not eligible for rebates. But it's separately, it's $165,000. And then to install all of this, so those 17 RTUs and the pool pack is $165,000. And then we've added some contingency funding because the prices that we have are for 2024. It's obviously 2025. The organizations we're working with, and I say organizations, it's a contractor, but we're working through Energy Source, who collaborates with Eversource and National Grid on all these rebates that the state offers. They anticipate some price increase in 2025. We haven't seen that number yet, so we would just want to make sure we have the funding to cover, and this is what we anticipate would be, kind of the high side of what we might need if the prices were to go up. So the total cost is $989. We do the project, and then we submit for a rebate, and we'd get that $523 back. So the cost of the town would be $466. So we get basically $1 million project for $500,000. It seems like a smart thing to do long-term for the town. We probably won't see this opportunity again. We will have to replace those RTUs anyways at some point. So I think, from our perspective, it's worth the expenditure now for the long-term cost benefit.
Just one quick thing. At the Municipal Building Committee, it was discussed that maybe we should break the pool pack out separately, because if we don't decide to rehab the pool, then we wouldn't necessarily replace the pool pack equipment.
We had a conversation with the design team, not necessarily having a third article, but coupling it with the pool article.
Yep, I think that makes sense.
Yep.
Christy, how does the rebate work with the with taxes, right? We're going to go to town meeting for 400 or a dollar value on this, and we're going to get a rebate back later. How does that work with the?
It's proposed as a free cash article because the rebates would be a revenue in the general fund, so it would close out to free cash.
That makes sense. Thank you. Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. Last one, blank slide, because I don't have much to talk about here. We're still working on this bylaw. This is related to comprehensive wastewater management plan and our analysis we've been doing that many have heard about, related to apportionment of wastewater flow. And this bylaw is an update to the existing bylaw, which will outline our new process for apportioning flow and provide the framework for how that flow will be charged when it's apportioned. So the process for apportioning is a change. The funding side of it, like the payment piece of it, I think in most cases, it's going to be a positive for the user. It's primarily residential because we're going to charge, our discussion now is to charge by bedroom versus what we've been doing, which is kind of a 4-bedroom house and 4. So there's a whole bunch of math and numbers, but the bottom line is we have a new base unit, which should, assuming everything goes the way we anticipate, will just make it seems from our view more fair for everybody in terms of their purchase of the access to our public sewer system. So I didn't really give you a whole lot there, but we still need to get the bylaw finalized, and we have some discussions with town council over the coming week to do that, and then we'll get that out as soon as we can so people can see it.
Any questions? No? Thank you. Thank you, Chris.
All right.
And we're only 10 minutes over schedule, so that's good. Moving on. Work for the rec department? No, we were way behind a few minutes ago, so before Chris.
Yeah, that one, we don't have the article. I mean, we don't have the thing to even read yet, so it's hard to have an opinion on it.
Hi, everyone. I'm just going to get started here. I hope that's okay.
Welcome, Jen.
My name is Jen Kirkland. I'm the Recreation Director here in Westborough. So I have a few things to talk about this afternoon, but I am going to start with the pool repair project because I anticipate that this will have the most discussion and questions, and then I'll get into the warrant articles that we have related to the golf course. So I'm here to talk about the pool, but I did want to give you sort of an update as to how things are going at the community center and where I hope and see our department growing as as we continue to build programs and things at the community center. So since we've moved in, we've been able to add 16 new vendor programs. So those are programs that we don't run. We hire a vendor to come in and run those programs. We've run 18 total vendor programs at the center. We've been able to utilize the gym every night of the week, Monday through Friday, and Saturday morning for rec basketball. So we've held 3 practices a night, Monday through Thursday, so 12 practices plus 2 games on Friday night, and a preschool basketball program on Saturday morning. After school, we've hosted open gym for mainly high school and middle school kids. We just started to expand that to 5th and 6th graders, so from 3 to 5, the gym is in use then. We've welcomed 3 to 4 senior center fitness programs that had they used to use the multi-purpose room at the senior center. They now come and use the fitness room. Pickleball lines just got painted this week, so I'm super excited about that. And over the past month, we've opened up a playtime. So this is just kind of an open space. We have, some basketballs out, some mats and things, and kids ages 2 to 4 can come with their parents and just burn off some energy, frankly. So I think that we're really off to a great start. Our second program coordinator is due to start in 2 weeks, and so with the addition of that person, I think that we can only grow. And of all the things I've said, there's a good combination, I think, and this is how I've always operated, of programs that are, for a cost where people have to pay, but there's also a good amount where it's free. So like the open gym, for example, for high school kids, that's free for kids to come in and play.
And old people can play basketball.
Yes, and we do have 12 to 2, and yes, and a 40s plus pickup league on Saturday mornings will start soon. Yeah,
all of us.
That's it. That's it. It's going to be committees against each other. We'll have teams.
They didn't want to play with 18-year-olds.
So all the debate has to happen while.
12 to 2 is really 18 plus, but there was, but there was a request for a Masters League on Saturday mornings, which will accommodate. It's been fun.
No offense intended.
No. So that I just wanted to give a brief update there. Like I said, I know that I'm here to talk about the pool, but I just wanted to let you know what we've been doing over there. So we're requesting through capital improvements $406,521 for repairs to the pool. As you're all aware, there is an existing pool in the building. What we would get for the $406,000 pool tank, that includes reducing the depth of the pool to 3 feet 6 inches for basically half of the pool. So having a pool that depth is more conducive to things like swimming lessons and water aerobics, things like that. All of the pool fittings, pool piping, pool deck equipment, bonding testing, and pool filtration. A majority of the cost comes from the pool liner and the filtration system. The liner, someone gave me the analogy that it's like a roof. You put it in and it's good for, barring any crazy sort of damage to it, it's good for about 20 years. That's just a picture of the pool there right now.
Jen, can I ask
sure.
a question just on that? So when we heard this presentation on the community center a couple weeks ago, I had asked about whether or not we've considered chlorine versus salts, maybe some more upfront costs, but long-term maintenance. So has that been evaluated?
No, not at this time. As far as I know, we're moving forward with a chlorine.
Okay. I mean, that was something I'd specifically, Christy, that's something that was specifically asked to understand the cost.
I know that, I know that, and I know that they're still putting together bid documents, so I'm not sure if they put that as part of a alternate, so we'll just check.
I can speak with them, sorry, I didn't mean to say it so definitively that we're moving forward.
No, I just, I think we just need to understand that.
And I would just go even further, just say, even find out if it's something that can be found out before a meeting, I'd love to see.
Right, because we would get, the idea is to get the bid before town meeting.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Yep, I can ask her. So moving forward, that if we were able to get the pool repaired, this is, before I go into the next slide, this is a very high level. We're still working through a lot of this on how the pool would operate, but I did want to give you an insight into what we are thinking about. So our proposed operational plan for the pool is to go out to bid for pool management and aquatic program services. The main 3 things that we would target in this bid are aquatic staffing. That includes lifeguards and a certified pool operator. They would provide aquatic programming like swim lessons and water aerobics. And they would have full operation of the pool under the rec department supervision. So that means they would take care of, purchasing chemicals or whatever we need to run the pool. We would also put in there something that we would also be able to run our own programs and events. I'm not going to run swimming lessons to compete with that, but if I wanted to do birthday parties or something, I'd still have the ability to do that. So why repair the pool? It's the #1 asked for amenity. Anyone that comes through those doors asks, when's the pool going to be open? When can we go swimming? That goes from little kids all the way up through the seniors that are there doing chair yoga. It would be a good revenue source. So within the model that I just sort of talked about going out to bid, a really great part is that they would pay us a contract fee to run their swim lessons and programming out of our pool. So it would be a great revenue source. On top of that, like I said, we could do birthday parties and other kind of events that would bring in revenue. Again, it'd be expanded programming for youth and seniors. It runs the gamut of who we could serve. And right now, it's an underutilized area. It's a big space that's just sitting idle where we can't program in there at all. So if we didn't repair it and it just sat there, I don't want to say we're losing money, but we're not making any money. And I don't know this for a fact, but I would assume that if we wanted to fill it in and turn it into a basketball court or something else, it would cost more than $400,000. So this is my very high-level preliminary estimates of what we could, what kind of revenue we could see with an operational pool. So as I talked about, that monthly contract revenue at $5,000 a month. We talked briefly about retaining some of that each month to go into sort of a maintenance savings account. Estimated, again, this is very, very conservative because I think we would do a lot more birthday parties than this, but birthday party rentals, and then an estimated yearly pool revenue that I feel like is very realistic would be around $36,000. Again, this is very high level. We're still working through this, but I did want to give an overview of what we have been talking about and thinking about. I think that was my last slide. Yep. So I don't know if there's any questions. Happy to answer.
So what was the total cost again?
$406,000, and
Pool pack would be.
Another 165, so.
I'm just trying to think of the payback period for
Yeah, I mean, based on what Jen provided, we've been doing some work over the last month trying to identify what the revenue would be, but I think, as Jen mentioned, it's preliminary, so I think she's being conservative.
Very.
In terms of what we could provide.
So when do we think we would issue the RFP for somebody to do it?
You were speaking.
I'm sorry. When would we issue the RFP for somebody to run this program?
Our architects, the design team's working on that with Jen, so I don't remember what the
To
timing
run the
was.
pool or to run? Oh, I don't think we would do
Not
that.
until after it's completed.
Yeah, until after we made sure the pool was functional.
Well, first, yeah, I mean, I guess first we would, it could run concurrently, but certainly we would need to know that the pool was going to be upgraded and what the timing of that was.
Yeah, no, I was just curious when we'd have real numbers in terms of, you know, the operating cost versus the revenue, or better numbers.
I mean, we wouldn't.
Yeah.
What?
Under that model, they
Just, why don't you just answer?
under that model, the vendor would pay for the operating cost.
Right.
So just to be clear,
Yep.
there's no other, the town's receiving revenue, all costs are borne by the vendor.
I believe that was the model that,
Yeah.
asked a question. Yeah. Was that, I think that was the model that was operated by Boston Sports Club.
Yes, and
that's why we have so much information. They've reached out to Jen.
So unlike now, you sign up for basketball, volleyball, whatever, you pay a fee to the rec department. People signing up for swim lessons will pay the money to that vendor, and that vendor would give us some amount of money for the use of our pool, but we're not paying to maintain the pool, the lifeguards, or the certified person in charge.
And if it feels like it's too good to be true, like it did sound to me,
It's an expensive asset.
Yeah, exactly.
With
And that was the
parking
exact-
and a place and heat and electricity.
Yeah, that was the exact answer that was given to me, is that it is much more, fiscally reasonable for them to get into this kind of partnership than build their own pool and operate.
Do we have any control over the rates they would set, or would that be part of the RFP?
That would be part of the RFP, but I have had some conversations. The one vendor that I'm talking with, they understand this is Westborough's pool, so Westborough residents would still receive some sort of priority when it comes to registering, even a slight discount, and we would be able to, I think, structure in the RFP to make sure that they're not, charging an absorbent amount of money.
If we charge for that, will that result in any changes in our insurance requirement as a paid-for service?
If we,
Yes, they'll cover it.
yeah.
So the vendor would cover the insurance?
their insurance. I mean, we would still cover the property, but.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no additional insurance cost for operating a pool, but as a vendor using the space, they would have to provide us with insurance.
Yeah, my question comes from, my understanding is if the town doesn't charge a fee for a service, the town is not liable. So if a fee is charged through a vendor, we're not liable, or
The vendor would have to provide insurance.
the vendor would have to provide insurance, but the town is still not liable for the.
I mean, the town's liable for the property, right?
For the property.
So
If there's property
someone
damage, that's
slipped
one
and
thing.
fell because
Yeah.
they were at swim lessons, I mean, we
Right.
have that exposure.
Right, okay, just want to make sure. Ian, you had a.
But that's true with all of our property.
Have we validated with bond counsel that this isn't going to be a private use issue? Right, because this sounds like, okay.
Because that came up during, when we purchased the building. And so we talked to bond counsel about our ability to do that. And part of it is the size of the pool compared to the entire building. And also the structure of the agreement, as long as the town retains certain authorities that we.
So as long as it meets the safe harbors, it can comply. I would argue that the size of the building is not going to matter once we put more money into the pool, right? Because that becomes a more expensive place than the rest of the building. And now it's going to be calculated based on the cost of the space and not as a percentage of the overall, but as long as the contract meets safe harbors.
Right.
I'll go slightly off subject here, but it's actually totally off subject. But thinking that if we were to run this, is there any way to put in the RFP that, would even be thinking about it, that they could staff lifeguards for Chauncey in the summer? Could we request that as part of the RFP?
No, I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know if it would be for that RFP, but we do know that the organizations who bid on these types of RFPs do provide lifeguarding courses, so
Yeah,
at least we can.
No. It's come up. Yeah.
One of the comments we hear from folks is they want Chauncey open, so. Yeah.
Relationships.
Okay.
So I had one other question, just sort of in terms, through the conversations, we had talked about sort of prioritizing what spaces we were going to build out and what people wanted, and there was a comment made about like we weren't keeping the weight room, right, because we're not trying to compete with other health centers in the area, which is valid, and that makes sense, right? We have Westborough Tennis and Swim, we have the YMCA, we have Planet Fitness, but we also have other pools, right? Like the YMCA has 2. And I get your point that it might cost us as much to fill it in, but this is a long-term cost, right? This isn't a one-time we're going to fix it and we're done. This will forever be an expensive. If you turn it into a basketball court, you're going to refinish it every couple of years. Not to say we should make it a basketball court. I don't mean to suggest any alternate uses. My question, I find it curious that we've decided that this is a place to spend $500,000 when we had made the determination we don't want to compete with private businesses and the rest of the amenities that were in the building.
I'm not sure that we made a determination not to compete with private business as much as, we didn't do a weight room because that would have required us to hire additional staff that had certain expertise in terms of teaching people how to use the weights and making sure that people are spotted appropriately and all the things that go along with that. In this model, which we understood when we purchase the building, we have staff that's fully trained by the other agency, and then they pay us a lease payment. So, I don't think that decision was purely about competition. And we have heard, through our initial surveys and all of our community engagement, as well as Jen just hears generally about people's interest in the pool. So, I think that we felt like it was something that we would bring forward. We talked about this as a separate capital project as opposed to sort of the fit up. I mean, we've talked with Finance Committee, Select Board about putting the different buckets, I guess, of projects. I think that we feel like it's something that the community wants, and we'll hear that at town meeting.
Yeah, I think I guess I would just add, I hear your point. I feel like it's the survey that came back and the prioritization is sort of, to me, is one of the guides of ranking this as a high priority on the pure recreation side.
But I also wonder how much of that is biased by the fact that there was a pool in the building, right? Would people have said, we want you to build a pool if it didn't have a pool? You know what I mean? Like, and not to discredit it, because maybe it is absolutely true, but I do think there is sort of that caveat of there was a pool. So.
Yeah.
No,
I think
agree.
that's
I mean,
absolutely true. It would but it would be a lot more expensive to add the pool also.
Absolutely.
So. But I do think it's.
But if you told me it had a racetrack, I'd also probably want a racetrack. I didn't know I wanted a racetrack until you told me there was one.
Right.
I think we have a lot of seniors who are really excited about this as well.
Just a quick point of clarification for myself. I apologize if you already answered this, but the expectation with this vendor would be for, I'll say, specialized pool use. We offer a class, we do a birthday party, but I also imagine a significant period of time where I'll call it general pool use. Is the expectation that any use of that pool through that vendor would require a resident to pay a fee? Would it be a membership type thing to the pool, as an example?
No, I mean, we would have to structure the RFP. Essentially, the way that it looks like the contract was maybe the template contract that we've seen, I should say, is that they are responsible for the pool, and they sort of program it during extended hours during the day. So it's I want to say yoga. Yoga's not the right thing.
But if I wanted to come use it for free swim.
But that's why that would all have to be part of the RFP.
And so I'm trying, this is a roundabout way to get to, I think, Jane, the reason why I find it a really valuable asset is because I anticipate that free swim, as an example, is exactly that. As a resident of the community, I should be able to go use that pool. And if it's non-structured pool time, there's not an additional cost to me. Whereas if I go to the YMCA or to the swim club, I'm paying for that additional cost.
I would be interested to see when we make the RFP, though. It is such a high cost of operation piece of equipment. I would be very surprised if they include free swim time and they don't want to charge for access.
So I can actually maybe weigh in on this. I've had a conversation similar to my birthday party analogy. I said, if I wanted to have a swim birthday party there, they said someone would have to pay me to have their birthday party, but they would provide the lifeguards. So I think, yes, free swim, similar to how we're doing open gym right now. Free swim, it's not, you can come at any time you want, but free swim is from 10 to 12, and we would work with the vendor. They'd have a lifeguard there, and that's how we would do it.
That'd be a cost.
I mean, we'd have to see if maybe, depending on the time, maybe we could do some hours are free, and then if there was a more prime time and we had to charge, I don't know, we'd have to try to, I don't think they would charge us they wouldn't charge us more for a lifeguard. The way the conversations I've had is they staff the pool with lifeguards for what we need.
I would like to see, I would hope that would be, that kind of structure would be in the contract to ensure that there's that free swim, ideally at 2, maybe even 3 points during a day, because people are going to have different usage periods.
They do it now with public skating rinks.
Okay.
In Marlborough, it's a public skating rink managed by a private company, but every day at 12 o'clock, they do a public skate. For a nominal fee, you go and you skate. I can tell you because we've had events there and we've had to stop our event for the public skate. So you can write it right into a contract and it's common.
Okay. They'll swim, all the kids get out of the pool.
Yeah. Jen, I do think, just to emphasize the point, I do think that whatever structure we have, the RFP should be structured. I think people are going to expect those open times, maybe for a nominal fee or just part of their tax bill, which would be more my inclination of the path we should go down. And even if that's a smaller amount than a larger amount of time, but I think to not have that is not going to set the right tone, just so you understand.
Yep. Okay. I can move on to the golf course now?
Please.
Okay. So I do have our golf manager here, so if we really get into the weeds, I'll turn it over to him, but
Don't you mean into the rough?
Into the rough, yeah.
good one. So just going back to the pool really quickly, as of about just a couple hours ago, we are going to look into a grant to possibly offset some of the cost of repairing the pools. So I don't have much more information other than that at this time, but I will be pursuing a grant to hopefully offset a good portion of that if we were awarded it. So we are trying to find ways to, other ways, creative ways. Okay, so We have a few warrant articles here for the rec department. I'm not going to go through the Sandra Pond fish stocking or the block party. Those are two regularly recurring articles. We see them every year. I just talked about the pool. So the four that I'll talk about are the trap rake replacement, the fairway mower, the fence installation, and the drainage at the golf course. So the first two are the capital improvement requests. I say this every time I'm at the podium talking about mowers and things when it comes to the golf course. You can't use just a backyard mower on a golf course. There's specialized equipment depending on what part of the course you're mowing. So the first request here is seeking funding to replace our fairway mower. This mower, I'm sorry, I didn't put the amount in there, but it's $75,000. To replace our fairway mower. It'll be 8 years old at the time of replacement, and we're looking to purchase a Real Master 355D. The useful life of these is about 8 to 10 years. I should note that our team down at the golf course is always evaluating new technology in regards to green initiatives. Robot mowers are now becoming a thing. But right now, so our vision moving forward over the next few years is to, as technology advances, if we can get a robot mower that can mow the fairway as well as this thing. Hopefully we can purchase one of those and then keep this kind of on reserve as a backup down the line. The second ask is for our trap rake sand machine, a trap rake that will is used to rake out the sand bunkers at the course. Keeping sand in the bunkers and smooth can be challenging, so this machine is a small vehicle with 3 wheels and a large rake on the back that just smooths out the sand. The next piece for the golf course is two fences around both fuel tanks at the golf course. So there's a diesel tank that's been at the golf course for many, many years. More recently, in 2021, we installed a gasoline tank to just make things a little bit more safe, a lot more safer at the golf course. We became aware that we were not in compliance with Conservation Commission policies. And so in order to get into compliance, and one of the contingencies of the permit that we received from them was that we needed a fence around each of the fuel tanks in order to be compliant. So the ask here is for $18,000 to install each of these fences.
That's so Ian doesn't slice into it.
We'll fix that.
Gonna need a smaller.
I can't hit it that far. Mine goes right into the water.
And the last ask for the golf course is for $25,000 for some drainage on the 8th hole at the golf course. So I think I heard in a meeting, and I did want to just address it, that why wasn't this on the capital plan? And it was a bit of a timing issue. By the time that we realized we were kind of in need of this, capital had passed. We were going to try to put it just into our operating budget, but in the spirit of being transparent, a large project like this, we all felt that this should come before the town in a public meeting and let town meeting hear what we're hoping to do here. So flooding creates a safety hazard, especially in this area where there's no cart paths. So it's a great opportunity if it's flooded for golf carts to get stuck. And so we want to avoid that, if at all possible. And all of the funding for any golf request does come from retained earnings. So that's golf user fees. We're not asking to hit the town for any of this. This would all come from retained earnings. 25,000. Sorry. Yes.
Who would design what needs to be done, Jen?
That'll be all done by the superintendent. He's already got the layout of where we're going to put the drains, how we're going to tie it into existing drains, and go about that. And then we'll use some of the same guys that do all of our projects. Like Mike Johnson, who does a lot of the work for us. So it'll be both his staff and a little bit of contractors.
And so, yeah, staff and outside vendors who have done this work for us before.
Does it need to go through Conservation Commission?
Matt, if you can come up here too if you want. So yeah, we will talk with Conservation. Just like we had a drainage project that we did over the fall, we went to Conservation, so we'll do that as well.
Okay.
For sure.
Also,
it's not close to any wetland area. Those woods are just a row of trees, so I don't think it'll be an issue, but of course we'll go through and make sure that we get their sign off before we did anything.
Is this a bidded project?
I don't think we'll have to see how much, if we are over the threshold to go out, we'd have to go out to bid. But I think there's some stuff that our superintendent staff can do, and maybe we're just buying parts and stuff from other vendors.
And
Of course, if we had to, we would.
so this work, if the superintendent does it, which is a contracted service, this is over and above his contract?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I think some clarity about that at town meeting.
I'll look into that and have that
would be
more
helpful. Yep.
refined, because I'm not sure it is even outside of his contract.
Oh, okay.
And that was it. If there's any other questions, I'm happy to answer.
Well, there was I think you have a part-time golf assistant, don't you?
Oh, yeah, so, yes, I didn't.
I mean, you just talked.
I don't have a slide, but yeah, so, from when we took over the golf course in 2021, it had been talked about that we would potentially need some sort of assistant, but we wanted to see kind of how things go. And Matt's done an incredible job, and our seasonal staff are excellent as well. But we have found that there is a real need to have somebody else, even if it's just part-time at this point, that is there permanently so that Matt can train them, get them up to speed. So if Matt isn't there, there is a trusted person that can kind of take over the reins. I think I had originally asked for full-time, but just in our budget conversation, we thought maybe starting with part-time would be better. Something that maybe people don't know if you're not a golfer. I'm going to be real conservative, so try not to laugh, but the golf course is open April to November on average 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. every single day, 7 days a week. Even on days that you're like, oh, no one would golf today, it's too cold, it's too rainy, people come out. And so there are a lot of hours to cover at the golf course, just staff-wise, and we're spread thin as it is. The staff that we do get are great, but a lot of times they're college and high school age kids that have other commitments. They're, going back to college and leaves Matt's, left hanging for the fall. So having that permanent part-time position where this is, someone that we can train and really get them caught up to speed on what goes on at the course for when Matt's not there, I think it's a necessity at this point.
And that would be funded wholly through the
retained earnings.
Retained earnings?
The enterprise fund.
I'm sorry, yes, enterprise fund, I'm sorry.
Yep.
Yeah, enterprise fund.
So it would not be department salary tax?
No, it would not. It would be through the enterprise fund, just like all of the expenses and salaries are now.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Jen.
Thanks.
Where does that, that's not an article, or is it?
It's just in our golf budget, that's why I didn't have
Budget.
a slide. It's just in our budget, yes.
But nothing specific to vote.
Well, we're not doing too bad. We're getting back on schedule here, so.
For the
But it explains
country club
the
and-
increase.
Christie.
So just one thing that Ian brought up. So at the golf course, it has been very successful the last few years. We are currently at a waiting list for members. Last year, we had 300 full members and 100 junior members. So our actually total number of members was 405 last year, which that's a big number for a 9-hole golf course. So the golf course is doing very well. We get tons of compliments on course conditions and just the whole layout of the staff. So I just wanted to kind of share that with you as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take till
You want to
3:30 for bathroom. So
do a bathroom break for 5-minute bathroom break?
3:30 back. Yeah, definitely. Excuse me.
Start.
You no longer have quorum though, huh? Well, whatever. So I don't think there's any more presentations. We're done with the presentations. So I think I'd like to just propose that we get back to kind of that conversation we were having earlier today. Again, trying to provide some guidance to the town manager and the superintendent in regards to what we'd like them to do with this budget as far as moving forward with it as is, or any alterations that we may want to see. So I'll just put that on the table, see where the can come. No, we're not presenting the warrant unless there's specific questions.
No, so warrant articles will be presented to you by the department heads. The reason it's on there is just in case you wanted to discuss other items that are on the warrant.
Yeah. Any takers?
I'm trying to digest everything we just saw.
Sorry?
I'm still trying to digest the concept here.
Yeah.
So, yeah, to me, I mean, I guess as I said before, the element is what are you willing to give up? If we're going to give an instruction, Rob mentioned, we don't want, we want to keep the whole budget total to get to 4% more or something like that. And then, but I don't know what the magic number is either.
I mean, there's kind of extremes here. I'll just kind of go through the scenarios that I heard. Certainly if there were other scenarios that.
Just for clarity, what are we at right now for percentage increase? It was like
5.77 on the school and 6 point.
No, not, I mean, as a total.
As a total?
6.7?
6.4.
6.4? Okay.
So general fund, which is inclusive of general government, the town side, and the total school is 6.4%.
Total budget was 130, 40.
Yeah, I mean, I think you would exclude all the enterprise funds.
But the enterprise fund, it's still 6.4%. So the total general fund budget, which.
Page 39.
Page 39, which impacts the levy, is $130,309,741. The total budget inclusive of money that comes from enterprise funds, which is ratepayers and user fees, is $144,782,100. But the percentage increase for both of those items is listed as 6.4%.
So we there were a couple of, I think, ideas on the table, right? You have one extreme, which is stick with the current budget as is, no guidance, let's just move forward with the 6.4%. I think there was one proposal for Rod, if I remember hearing you correctly, you were talking about a percentage.
Yep.
Right? And then, there's another philosophy out there, just give a dollar value, here you go, chop X number of $1 million off. Another approach is to ask the town manager and the superintendent to go back and come back with a recommendation on what they see the cuts could be across their departments. And I don't think we have time to do that. Got to close the warrant at the end of February. So those were the ideas that I heard. I don't know if there was anything else or if there's any other suggestions from Allison or Christy.
I don't have suggestions. I just wanted to remind everybody the things that are still outstanding that will have an impact on the budget, up or down. So we are negotiating for union contracts. I would say that we're close on a couple of them. So I expect that we will see them incorporated into the budget for town meeting, probably 2 or 3 of them. And then the insurance, regardless of what happens here or the outcome of your conversation, where we went out to bid for insurance to see if we can get a better rate with a different insurance provider. And then when I say that, I mean health insurance, and that is an impact, or that's health insurance provided to both our active and retirees. Inclusive of that, negotiation with insurance is looking at plan design, so an increase in deductibles, an increase in co-pays sometimes can have a decrement that can be meaningful, so we'll have those conversations. So that's happening regardless. Another thing that's happening is we go out, unfortunately, when we borrow, we borrow in March, and we borrow right before town meeting. So that's good, because then we can adjust our budget, but it doesn't give you a lot of time once we know what the interest rate is. We've budgeted 5% for our debt, which when you were looking at what some other communities are getting right now is high. So I don't want to make any promises about sort of where we might find savings, but I just want to be clear that all of those things are outstanding, and they will become clear in the coming months, as will hopefully the state budget. And all of those will have an impact sort of regardless of the outcome of this discussion.
So I guess, is it reasonable to say that if a number, a percent, a number, whatever if any decision is made here or guidance is provided here, that my expectation is that those things that you just mentioned contribute to that reduction in theory?
I would expect that they do. I guess my point is that that they'll happen regardless. They happen every year.
Right.
Unfortunately, the timing is always after the budget is first out.
That's what I'm
I should
saying.
have also said that we will be reviewing revenues, because we always do that also. And so we'll continue to review revenues up into town meeting.
I guess what I'm just making very clear to everybody, mainly myself, is that the expectation is we're not talking about any sort of number related to the expectation of those things. It's the number that is presented today that we're talking about.
Yep.
Okay, so Allison, I think you also mentioned in your presentation that you're in the midst of the busing contract still. You're finishing that up soon, if I heard correctly?
Yes, we've accepted a bid, voted to accept bid, and are finalizing the contract, yeah.
Okay, so those are all things that,
I mean, that is, there's no, the rate is set by the terms of the bid, so there's not, I don't anticipate anything being strange there.
Gotcha.
I think we know what I think we know what we're in for, so.
okay.
Is the Assabet number fixed in terms of the request yet, or is that
No.
a placeholder? Or?
No, that's a placeholder. A lot of their assessment is based also on the state budget, so it's a placeholder.
So when do we?
They gave us that number as an estimate, so
that's
I feel good about that
that's their
number.
best guess.
Yeah, yep.
I'm all.
Why not? Okay. So when we look at our comprehensive fiscal management policy, a portion of that is our expectations of putting money towards OPEB. We also get a Worcester Regional Retirement allotment every year. We are one of, I think, 50 towns in the Worcester Regional Retirement System. And a while back, the state required that every retirement plan be fully, correct me if I'm wrong here, every retirement plan be fully funded by 2040, and that a plan be put in place in order to make this happen. So the retirement system has a plan. Right now, that plan shows the retirement system fully funded in 2036. And so because of this, every year, we get a higher assessment, capped at, I believe, an 11% increase until we get to that funded amount. And the target is still 2036 for us to get fully funded, at which point then our payments to that system would then go down dramatically, right? And we would just be paying sort of current premiums and wouldn't be paying sort of all this past,
Catch-20.
thank you. Because that is a significant commitment, but we know that it has a certain lifetime. I would argue at that point, we could begin increasing our payments to OPEB in order to then sort of catch up with that liability. And with that thought in mind, is there some way we could consider a reduction in our current payments we're making to OPEB? And I imagine that would require a change to our comprehensive fiscal management policy.
Yes, it would require a change. Just candidly, I'm really concerned about that. I mean, we took OPEB out of the operating budget during COVID because there were so many unknowns. But in 2022, both of these boards committed to the funding policy, which we've been following. I don't know. We do talk about our policy when we're on these bond rating calls. I know we talk all the time about our concern about bond rating. One of them is the reason that we're talking about it now is because we very specifically talk about whether or not we're following our policies. And I don't know how they would respond if we said that we just decided to reduce the budget to zero and we're not going to contribute to OPEB anymore. I don't know.
And I think, the change would have to require then some sort of commitment in the future to making those payments, right? And looking at those in aggregate. Off the top of my head, I don't remember what the regional retirement assessment is. I think it's like 6-something million.
7.485.
1.485. So really, the OPEB payments we're making are less than 10% of that. I mean, so I understand, and the what is the actuarial assumptions for both our retirement and OPEB now? Sorry,
You have that?
I mean to put you on the spot.
I don't know that we have that at our fingertips, but.
Yeah, but.
Yeah, I mean, it's not 600,000.
Right. So I'm saying like and I think they're both comparable.
It's definitely lower. Isn't 111? These are the enterprise, which are low.
He's pulling it up. I mean, the policy already says that we're going to move those funds into OPEB, so you already have that in your policy. It was part of a sort of a rounded strategic response to putting that money back towards OPEB. So you would essentially just be eliminating one piece of the policy, which is the immediate funding of OPEB, which would save you $72 this year. Plus, I guess, also $200,000 of free cash.
I guess the question I have is, I know we've talked about this before, and the 1.1 million a year target contribution pre-COVID was sort of a random number because it was an opportunity to do that, start doing that. It was decided we should continue to do that. I guess my question is, OPEB liability isn't just a Westborough issue, it's every single municipality in the Commonwealth. And rate of funding, it's good that we want to do it and that we've been fairly aggressive in doing it, but I am curious as to how we compare to other communities and how much they're funding each year is a percentage of their budget or is a percentage of their estimated, actuarial liability, and sort of get, some guidance, because, there has been conversations at the state level about statewide legislation to help fund. And I mean, it's great that we're funding it and doing well, and I know the bond rating people like to see that. But sort of how do we fit in, and are we overfunding if sometime in the next decade there's going to be a state bailout? I mean, I have to ask.
I mean, there's other communities that have borrowed to fully fund, and I'm certainly not recommending we do that. But I think there's a couple things. Bond rating agencies like to see us contribute to our unfunded liabilities, yes. They also like us to follow our comprehensive fiscal management policies, of which this is a portion of it. So I guess if you were to ask me to cut $72 off the tax rate out of fixed costs, like that would be something that we would look at. I would want to have a really clear conversation with our financial advisor, because saving $72 now, if it resulted in our bond rating changing, that would cost us in the future. And I know that's only one small piece, but you also have to remember that we have also used a lot of our free cash, and we're teetering right on the edge of that 10% goal. So 10 to 15%, we always talk about, and we're always high, and now we're at 10. We're right at 10. So I think there's a lot of things that, we're doing what we said we were going to do in the policies. We're meeting our goals, but when you're talking about ranges, we're usually on the higher end of our ranges, and now we're right at the low end of our ranges.
So I'm going to rip the Band-Aid off here. I think it was started before, but for conversation here, and it goes back to a lot of things that were said before, looking at average single-family tax bill, which we know is, again, it's an end calculation, and trying to figure out the right way to look at this. But I think it comes out similar to whatever we do. So I would throw out there for discussion purposes that we request a proportionate on the kind of general fund budget. So that's inclusive of general government and schools of a 2% cut overall.
2% cut or 2% reduction?
2% reduction of the total. So basically, right now at 130 million to be 2% of that, which is roughly 2.6 million.
I just want to make sure you didn't mean cut from the base, but cut from this proposal.
Yes. And I thought about it different ways, because it came back to Walter saying, roughly $800,000 is $100, for me, and I asked Christie to put this up here, we've been kind of at a steady state, which some can say high. We need to move it down. I don't know that we can do it overnight, but I think it's some discipline going in. So if we can get ourselves down in roughly in that $600 range in an increase, which is 2.4, 2.6, that's kind of where I came up with that 2% overall. And I can be loose in terms of revenue, whatever. I think I don't want to just say, hey, I want to get the tax bill increase here down, because that's not something we really control. So I'm trying to make it more realistic, but I feel like, in arguing something in the town to come down to a more, what I would consider a more reasonable level in terms of the averages we've seen over the last few years, of getting it down that much, which is roughly about a 2% cut in that in the single family tax, or 2% cut in the budget, or changing our increase, whatever. So 2% is the number I throw out there for discussion.
Can I just ask, so I think the point you just made, last year at this time, we were estimating over $800 increase. So that 634 wasn't solidified until we set the tax rate in November. So I guess my question is it cutting 2% before town meeting, or is it 2% inclusive of any actions that we can take in October? Because that gives us more time to understand revenues and to understand as things come in, contracts are settled, not necessarily union contracts, but health insurance, things like that. I mean, I think.
How does that work in terms of the timing of, how does your question, because I was thinking before March, but I think.
The tax rate doesn't get set till the fall.
Right. So how does that work, though, in terms of setting the budget, though?
Well, you would, the way that it has worked is that you would approve the budget with the expectation that we would come in with some sort of further reduction, or lower number, depending on where it's coming from, right? And revenues wouldn't require an additional town meeting vote, as an example.
If it didn't happen, so let's say we're approaching, September, and it's not looking like that,
Then, I would expect that, I think if we are told to do that, then we would have to make those further reductions in October.
So we could adjust the budget.
Yes, yeah.
So I think, to the question, I think it was correct to me, sorry, just real quick. I'd be fine with that, because again, it comes back to.
We can't do that.
It comes back to the tax bill that we're going to see, which is going to be set post our October town meeting.
So
I think you're going to say you can't do it.
I just say, given that, what reductions mean on the school side is position loss, which is really our only way to kind of to reduce the budget. We just don't have, there's not like fat in there on the material side. If it comes down to that, we cannot cut positions in October. There's no, that is sort of a non-starter on the school side. So I think it feels like I really appreciate the kind of thinking of it. I would say, given that how much space we occupy in the budget, I'm not sure that that's going to work on our side. And I just want to acknowledge that that's the reality of the case.
If you say, let's take 2.5 million out of the 130. Now, that's roughly 25 people, round numbers. From the total number of employees.
Total.
Somewhere.
25 FTEs.
25 FTEs
Roughly
between
100,000
schools and town.
And with benefits.
Okay.
Including benefits.
And benefits, 100,000 a person. It's roughly. Well, no. What I'm saying is, I'm putting context on the request.
Yeah.
Okay. If we get to September and it's still 130, which generally isn't what happens, but assuming it is, and you make the cuts halfway through the year, you're now 50 people, because you only have 6 months of savings. Now, that's ignoring the logistical issue of the fact that you can't cut staff because they're in a classroom, right? So I think it's fair to say, are there areas where we can look for, quick opportunity for consolidation of services or savings, or plan to look at some of those with an expectation that come October, we might make some changes that could impact the budget mid-year. I don't know where you'd pull, even if 1.5 million comes out with insurance and other savings, and the goal is an extra $1 million, 6 months into the year, that's 20 headcount. I'm not sure, I look at the town side and I'm like, but we saw the presentations. We're not running extra staff. So, where do we find that, and what are the services, that the community will be comfortable with cutting?
I don't know.
And so not that we're ever going to be able to make that decision today, but also for the people listening at home and watching this later, that's what it means, right? Is if you say, well, gee, we have to cut, something in every department, you heard from Chief Purcell, that means we won't be able to respond to 911 calls, and same thing with the police department. And the DPW has a backlog of work, and is already bringing in $13, $14 million a year in outside funding for necessities. That work's not going to get done, and if they don't do the work, then 5 years from now, the repair replacement project's an order of magnitude larger. It really comes down to those environments. I'm not saying there isn't room to continually look in economies. There's potential for, facilities management and grounds management and, electricians and to share between departments and between the town and the school, and there's some efficiencies there. I think there's probably an additional need for even further pursuing grant and even potentially going to private foundations for programs, and not just looking at state and federal grants. I know the school department does that, the town does that at times too, different departments. I think we have to be careful setting, you know, a goal or an expectation. Now, if this is an academic exercise that says, if we were going to pull $2.5 million out of this budget, you know, assuming we can get halfway there just by the normal course of better information and analysis, so that means $1.25 million, what would the recommended cuts be? You know, that's fine as an academic exercise that'll say, okay, here's the services that, in a prioritized way, the school should stop providing and the town should stop providing.
So I appreciate that explanation. Don't we need to do the exercise to understand? Don't we need to do that exercise for the public to understand that?
Yes.
And can I just ask a clarification, Allison? I guess I just want to understand your response to it's a non-starter in October. Was that a timing statement or?
It's, you know, we have children in classrooms. We can't sort of pivot and lay off people in October because our schedules are built out. The functional sort of capacity of the school, we're on a really, you know, we have a cycle. So.
Thank you. Okay.
I guess I was more thinking that, you know, unfortunately, and I think we've heard it recently from residents, one of the issues for us is the early town meeting. So there's just things that we don't know in March that other towns who have later town meetings know when they go, like what the state budget is or what, you know, what it's looking like. I didn't necessarily, I guess I didn't, October town meeting would where you would reduce the budgets. I would expect that you would know before that what you were going to do, or actions that you needed to take. I can throw out sort of a wild idea. We typically go out to borrow the first week in March. And for Westborough, that's, you know, depending on what the interest rate comes back as, that's a pretty big number. I'm wondering if we could do the work with our staff to work towards the number, but that we hold on the presentation of that number until the borrow has come back. Because depending on what the interest rate is, I mean, you could be talking hundreds of thousands of dollars, which would achieve a lot, maybe half of the savings. And I'm very concerned about putting positions up on a wall. So that would give us time also to understand the health insurance piece of it. So I still think that this conversation is helpful for us, but I think if we can, you know, hold, and if there needs to be further conversation, you know, maybe at that point we talk about, and this is my wild part of the idea, is like a separate town meeting, like so we can sort of flush this out and take the time we need to flush it out. By then you will have already set the warrant, so you'll have to have the annual for the other articles, but you could push the budget if we wanted to have more conversation. So that's my thought.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is great discussion. Why the 2%? Because it was just to try to get that number, because I don't know what the right thing to look at. I'm looking at, and I think it said there, of trying to get, I think people look at this number, they look at their tax bill. They don't look at budget, whether it's 130 or, you know, 126. Budget doesn't mean any difference to them. It's what hits their wallet. So and that's why I don't want to go in and say you got to cut 2% off budgets. It's about how do we get 2%, how do we get, in essence, 2% down? How do we get ourselves into a range of roughly around $600, $650, something in that range that's more consistent with where we've seen stuff, even though that's still a high number. It's the start, because I agree with you. I don't want to do drastic things right now because, yeah, we cut all this stuff and, you know, and maybe that's good that we end up lowering our rate goes down like it did back in 2014 or whatever. But, you know, I'd love to see us more at the $100, $200 range, you know, and getting towards that. I know it's tough. We've got inflation. We know that. You know.
Just straw proposal. What if we set the targets for the school and the town at 4% with the exception of fixed costs, and continue to work on those fixed cost items as Christy was talking about? I think it might end up close to the same number that you're talking about, but then they at least have a number within their range. I'm just looking at the school board, 5.77, you take 2% off, that's 3.77, round that to 4. And then just one segue while we're thinking about that. The Pulte money, and I don't never fully understand that. Walter mentioned it earlier. Is there a way to reverse that so that money came into our property taxes as opposed to capital projects?
It was signed into law, so we'd have to go back to the state to reverse it. I'm not sure, and maybe John can speak to this, that it would have much of a different impact, because all of that, when it was set up, the intention was to create like a savings account for capital projects. But by the time it was set up, we had incurred so much debt, and we were incurring more debt, that the policy decision was to just apply that to our debt until we got to a place where we started to build it up. And, we haven't gotten there yet. So
Just paying for a portion of our property tax.
So it's paying for our debt right now.
I think money-wise, it's a wash, it's an overcomplication.
It's a very complicated calculation.
It's a very complicated.
Yeah, right now it's just a pass-through because we have so much debt.
Yeah.
So it's having the same effect. And like the last time it was charted out, it was like 2034, 2035 would be the first opportunity to actually save, assuming we stop doing building projects and other capital projects.
But that was before, that was up through the FAILS project. So any other borrowing that we've done, and we've done, we bought the community center, we also have done roof projects. So, there's other borrows that are on that now.
But excuse me, though, is it going towards the interest that we're accruing each year, or is it going to paying down principal?
It's going towards the debt service budget, and then anything left in our insurance budget. Oh, no, that's OPEB, sorry. It goes,
I was just going to say, the answer is, it's kind of one big bucket.
Yeah.
But we are making pay downs annually so that we are continuing that schedule so that we are reducing, by the time we go to permanently borrow, we're borrowing less permanently.
Right.
So it's paying down short-term debt, but not necessarily the interest on that debt. Well, so it's both, I guess, because we have interest as we roll over our short-term debt annually, we're still paying interest, but we're also paying principal. So that we'll have less principal. So for example, the 1.8 million is going to go against FAIL's short-term principal, whatever the payments are for that year, on top of what we have planned to pay down, we'll pay down more. So that when we roll it into the next year's short term, we're borrowing less, so we carry that savings forward. Yeah, we need more debt to start coming off faster than we add it. That's the big thing.
I guess one request I would make is for this presentation at town meeting, maybe not the full 10 years, but for 4 years or 5 years or something. You mentioned that at March town meeting, the 2025 estimate was significantly higher than the 634. So we update this estimate for town meeting at the end of when we close out the fiscal year in July, at the end of June and July, when we go to town meeting in the fall, and then at the tax classification hearing, it might be good to see those additional 3 data points of when we've done these estimates, so that when people see the 634, they'll say, oh, it started at 860 and now it's 634. It started at 795 and it made it down to 621, whatever it is, see those points. Not that past performance is indicative of future.
Well, I guess that's my concern with showing. I'm happy to show it, but because I think that it will tell that story over at least since 2020. But I don't. Yes, we can show it because it's fact. It's just understanding what you just said, that doesn't necessarily mean that will happen in the future. We can't guarantee it. Because it has happened before that that's not been the case many years ago.
This may not be.
One of the challenges is always, it relies on the valuation. So it puts a lot of pressure on the assessor to really be right on their valuation before they've done any work. And it's a tricky balance because 2 years ago, I was $7,000 off on that average single family in December, which sounds, hey, that's really close, right? That's great. Except I was on the wrong side. So 7,000 times the rate was 1684, right? And that's on top of the average single family that was projected anyways. So that 7,000 just added more to the average single family. Now, it just so happens that the total town value went up a little bit more, so it offset that. But had the town value as a whole not done that, it would have been on the other side simply because of that average single family estimate.
So we're just hoping that Wendy does better than.
Yeah. Well, she's going to be the one hung out.
Just kidding, just kidding.
Less concerned about it, but.
Yeah.
Right, and I'd reach out to Christy about this. I do think from a data visualization standpoint, the thing I worry about with this particular kind of slide and narrative is that it is an average and it doesn't tell the full story. I appreciate the kind of addition today of looking at different kind of impacts for different people, because I think when folks get a number like 990 into their head, they hold on to that regardless of whether that's actually their number or not. So I just wanted to throw that out for consideration as people are thinking and talking about this impact, because the impact looks different depending on who you are.
And also bear in mind that this is a 6% estimate across the board. It's not the way real estate works, right? Well, you'll have some that will go up 20% and some that might actually go down, depending on the segment of housing. You know, there have been years where our highest end houses have gone down 10%, but yet the mid-range went up 25%. It's just simply based upon supply and demand and who's paying a premium for what, you know, where are there more buyers competing in the market? And so it's not linear. Very little in the valuation world is linear, but this is a linear look at it. So we will get people who will come in and say, oh my God, my taxes went up $990, and his neighbor who lives in a ranch house and he lives in a colonial only went up $200 because people weren't paying for ranch houses. They didn't want that, you know. And so that's a good example. Condos, there was a year, houses went up 18%. Condos only went up 3%. And so the reduction in the tax rate, condos taxes actually went down a little when single-family houses went up because of that balance. So bear in mind that none of it is linear, no matter what numbers we put up there.
In terms of the numbers too, I've asked for this before, but as we've gone from $10,000 rate to 13 in just 5 years or something like that, the percentage, when you see a number that's $600 from years ago, was a bigger percentage than $600 is now. Because the number has gotten quite a bit larger. So I think we showed this in some of your charts before, where you look at the percentage increase, which actually probably helps people figure out their own case better anyway, because they should know what they're paying for taxes, and you can increase it by that percentage.
Walter, I would disagree with you, but on the flip side of that, economic-wise, you're right. I said this, I think 4 years ago, my first meeting like this, is $1 is not the same as $1 it was, right? So the cost of eggs, as people like to look at, are much more, right? So $600, it goes both ways, is my point, right? So I like this suggestion that Ian is putting out there as a number, as a starting point. I like, Christie, what you're talking about in regards to holding off potentially on the budget being an article on the warrant until later to allow you and you know, Allison to go do the work and also find out more information from the state on other funding so that we have a better idea of what that 969 truly looks like. And I would also say that it gives you an opportunity to take the time to, you know, to see what other opportunities we've talked about today might come to fruition that could further reduce that impact to a headcount impact. Right? So using
I will say, just realistically, and I said this before, I don't feel like that's going to be a huge impact, especially short term. And in terms of time allotment, like the kind of substantial reductions is a big process in schools. I've been through it before. And, you know, I can put my energy in one place or another. But we're probably, you know, we can find a few things. We have an electrician position that's currently open. We may leave it open and figure out how to work through that. There are things like that that are sort of organic, natural opportunities as they come up. But the project of making substantial budget cuts is a big one, and I'm sure it is on the town side as well. So, and you know, there are other things going on in the world of schools right now. So I think I just want to be realistic about what we can pull off.
What is your proposal then? I'm just curious. As we heard October.
You know, if there's a number that you were looking for us to kind of come back and say this is what the impact would be, that is a simple proposition. We can do it. It's, you know, I don't like doing it, but it is doable. So.
I think going back to the efficiency, I think Allison and I are both committed to that work. I think before it was happening at the committee level, so we're happy to support that work. But I do agree that it's a big project. I said it earlier, I think, you know, maybe the select board, you take it up at your next meeting and sort of clearly commit to that work, and school committee similarly, and then, you know, it will take time, but then we go from there. Because I do think it's really important that once we do all that work, everyone's sort of sharing in that, and then sharing in implementation of whatever we come up with.
So Christy, on that regard, you had mentioned that there's a grant opportunity for that. Is that time-based? Is it sort of just open as a part of community compact work?
Community compact, it's not open currently, so we'd have to look at when that opens.
Okay, because I would say that this should be a priority for this for the select board to look at and consider. If we need to have a joint meeting with the school committee, I will say I'm disappointed the school committee wasn't here for this whole discussion, because while they have a slice of the budget, maybe it's very relevant to the whole. So I do hope that they are going to watch this entire meeting. And I think we have to I would rather, at the end of the day, it may result in elimination of positions, which is never a good conversation to have. But I think the operational efficiency piece to me seems potentially the least painful way to go and the most obvious low-hanging fruit. And again, there could be a number of different categories off the top, you know, grounds, purchasing, maintenance, I don't know, they're probably just, you know, and whether or not, honestly, we need a study to do that, I'm not sure that we do, but to me, that could be really smart people, which we already have, getting into a room and looking at, like, what do we have that are overlaps, and then figuring out a way to do it. But I'll defer to you as the expert.
I think the value of the study is what Allison just described, and it's really time. I mean, with all the other work. So it would be good if we could get that support, even if it's just a data point.
Well, I support it. I support it. I think everyone.
No, I'm sorry, the support of the grant. But your support as well.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Just an independent observer here, I'm not 100% convinced that the school committee or school board would support this or not. I mean, they're not here to speak for themselves, but generally, having watched your meetings, I get the sense that may not be the case.
Well,
so that's a pretty important piece of this.
Absolutely, and that's my concern. So I'm going out there, right, entering the danger zone and saying, this board wants that publicly, not through a couple people, 5 people, right? right? 5 people want that? Yes, yes, 5 people want that.
You already committed to it. Yep.
Right, so it needs to be accelerated, and I think the taxpayers expect that, whether you have kids or not, right? At least explore it. It doesn't mean it's going to happen. And I would like the school committee to come back and tell us the reason why we can't, and really convince these boards and the public why that's not possible. Not in a school committee meeting, in a joint meeting.
I would say if that's their position.
I would hope not.
I hope it's not their position.
Yeah, I don't want to draw lines in the
Hard to
sand, but I
speak for
mean,
them.
Right.
come on.
Independent board, yeah.
Just a dotted line in the sand.
Right.
Yeah,
Which is okay.
maybe. Yeah, with some porcupines or something. I'm kidding.
Yep.
So I don't know that we have an answer.
Yeah,
To the 4% or the.
right, I guess
2%.
if I heard Krista
They're
correctly, we've got
pretty
time.
similar numbers, because we're at 6.4% now, and you get the 4.4 if you do Ian's too, or you, I mean, they're not,
Okay, it's academic.
yeah, I don't think they're that far apart, but.
But if I heard Krista correctly, you're looking to come back at a future meeting for that answer. You're not looking for it right now.
No, I think it's helpful to have the answer right now.
Okay.
But I guess what I'm hoping we can do at a future meeting after we borrow, after we get our health insurance information back, is then we would present it at a future meeting in early March, and then at that time, the board can decide whether or not you want to pass over the
That's what I
budget
originally
article.
thought you were asking
Yeah.
for, so.
Can I clarify that? Sorry. I literally just stole the microphone from you, didn't I? That was incredibly rude.
I'm sure Walt recognized you.
So what you're saying is that you are looking for sort of that target now with the expectation that you'll work sort of simultaneously on the things we don't know yet, and then trying to find reductions, ultimately hoping to come back with all of that information and a proposal between now and March.
Yeah, I guess, so what I'm suggesting is that we would come back and present whatever reductions in early March. Because if all of these numbers come back, in a way that gets us to the goals that we're talking about, then even though we will have done that exercise, we won't need to go there.
Well, I want to. Okay, so I just want to also make sure we have no authority over the schools, right? So you're hearing this, in layman's terms, I'm thinking that this has to be brought back to the school committee for them to have a discussion, and they need to vote on giving you guidance on what you want to do with this piece of information, this ask, right? So, okay, that's the process, it sounds like.
Yeah, I mean, what I am hearing is an interest in kind of two very similar ballparky numbers. One is a sort of overall reduction by 2%. The other is kind of capping at 4% with fixed costs sort of set aside. I would communicate that back to school committee, begin the work of showing them what that looks like so that they can make an informed decision, and take it from there. And also indicate that the select board has indicated a very kind of robust interest in looking at overlap and efficiencies. So.
Yeah, thank you for that, Allison. I guess the piece, and it's tough because they're not here and we don't have authority. So we threw this out, or I threw this out, and I don't think anybody's voted or not, but the school committee is going to make their own decision. So it could be that they don't want you to do any of this work. They direct you, we don't direct you.
Yes.
So I think, hopefully they're watching. Unfortunately, you have to take it back, but I think we just need to know if that's the case, that they said, no, this is our budget and we want to go forward to town meeting with it. I think as the rest of us, we have to understand that.
Doesn't the number that goes out at town meeting, doesn't that come from the Finance Advisory Board?
Yes.
Even for the school number?
the number that would go in the book, but someone can make a motion at town meeting.
Yeah,
floor
but
of
the
any
motion
number,
that'll
right?
go on the floor
It's
is
your
for the
motion.
number from the advisory
Yeah,
finance.
it's our initial motion, someone can make an amendment.
Which is the same for everything else, though.
Yes.
I mean,
But I'd rather have it, and I think the town,
I understand, I'm just saying.
No, and we've heard it
It's
before.
not that different than the town side.
it's not that different. I would just say, though, what I've learned over the years, we've probably all seen this, what the town has asked us, and they get very frustrated at elected and appointed officials, I'll call anybody that's in the front of the room, saying, we expect you to work together to come to us. So if we go out, I don't want to put you guys in a position, you go and say, hey, this is what it is, and the school gets up and votes something different, and then we get people in the thing saying, we expected you guys to have come back with a unified decision that you agreed on. Don't say we have to, I mean, that's.
I think more importantly, if we don't have the information from Allison of what that would mean if we said, 2% less, it's harder for me as an AFC member to say, to know what I'd be suggesting people do, because I don't know, other than Alan's rule of thumb, this many people go, kind of thing. So it is important to have the professionals tell us what that would mean.
Well, in theory, if the school committee doesn't update their budget and we vote a lower number, then Allison has to immediately turn around and say, okay, now I've got $1 million less than I thought, and I have to implement it. I have to figure it out now, not based on strategic changes I can make, but this arbitrary dollar amount that the town's given me. And I don't think that's the way we want to affect any sort of cuts.
Christy, can you educate me? Advisory Finance Committee, are they advisory to the school as well?
They're advisory to town meeting.
To town meeting, which is inclusive of school. So I would think.
No. They advise town meeting based on what they would recommend, and
So
they're not advisory to
So
any
I would
board.
think you guys would want to have a motion to request the school committee allow, and have this work by Allison happen, so that you have that information to make those decisions, give that advice, so to speak. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's hard with only 4 of us here right now, so I
know,
we will bring it up again at our Monday meeting perhaps, but, and then we can request that.
I would say here, I didn't make a motion.
Yeah.
I threw something up for discussion, I think.
Yeah.
So it's over to that, maybe it is a discussion that goes back.
So I was just going to react to that number. I agree, it's a big increase. I'm not surprised by the increase. Inflation's high. We've added a lot of stuff. We've voted a lot of stuff in. I'm all for looking for savings, but I did the same calculation, came up with 26 employees. We're not going to cut 26 FTEs, so to send you away to do that work, to come back, we're just going to say, oh, we can't cut 26 employees. I mean, so that seems like too aggressive to me. That's just my opinion. It seems like a wasted effort, because we're not going to implement that plan, I don't think. Or I'm not going to support that plan to eliminate 26 town employees. And again, we talk about, well, you tell us what's your best. I believe you put forward your best effort. This is where you think it, should be. And I mean, the town and the schools. So it's like, we can recommend, hey, let's look at another cut, but 2% is a lot.
No, I know it is, and I agree with you, and that's why I've waffled on where it comes from, because I do agree that I think we might get a percent, we might get more than a percent just from being able to sharpen our pencils when we know more about insurance, about debt, about state aid.
Right.
And again, I'd hate to go and say, are people prepared to cut 26? And we say, oh, we're really looking at something. So again, I threw out 2%. Maybe it's something different. I mean, maybe we say, hey,
I think that's
can
what
you
I'm
look
saying.
at 1%? Can you look at
1%?
1%? Can you look at whatever?
I do, so I was going to suggest, I think maybe a 1%, and not to arbitrarily make up numbers, but 2% does seem too aggressive. 26 is too many. But if we're allowing sort of the inclusivity of lower debt cost and all of that within this total, then it becomes much less dramatic. So I get that, I agree. I think that everyone has put forth their best. We heard people say we wanted positions, we didn't ask for them, we wanted full-time, we are requesting half-time, all that. But I think at some point we've continued to have this conversation and there has to be some sort of push. And what I would like to see is more, and so now we're consolidating all custodial services to the DPW. Or we're taking the fireman who also works as a mechanic and offered him a full-time position as a mechanic for everybody. I'm making things up, just to be clear. These are not actual suggestions. But right, those big sweeping town-wide changes, right? Like how can we make structural changes that give us long-term benefit? Because if we cut 26 positions this year, we're gonna add 3 back next year and 5 back the next year because we need those positions.
Right.
But at the same time, I think we need some push for doing something bigger than just, we didn't have the position we wanted.
And I think part of the exercise, and I was actually thinking of, targeting that subtotal on the general fund increase to 5%, which would be about a $1.96 million reduction. That would include the fixed costs and the insurance and the debt cost and things of that nature, which would be smaller on the scope, is a goal, but also realizing that, even in the limited time between now and town meeting, if there's an affected savings of only $100,000, exclusive of the fixed costs, as a starting point, even though it's not, you can look and say out of $130 million, that's not material, it sends the message that we are looking, and we found some initial opportunities and the process can continue. And look for other opportunities. I mean, you can look and say it's not worth looking at the small stuff or the low-hanging fruit because it's not going to make a material difference. But if you're looking at this small stuff, it indicates that you're looking at things and you are focused on the problem, and that then you can say, look, the stuff that's too complex that we're not going to fix in 8 weeks, right, will happen. But if there are things we can adjust in 8 weeks, we'll take a look and we'll do what's feasible. So I think just from a process and a communication standpoint, and an expectation of, the taxpayers that, setting a target and going through the analysis would be worth it.
Super important conversation, but to help us move along here, I'll put it on a motion to the select board. I would move that we request that the advisory finance committee come back with a proposed reduction to the budget, whether it's 1%, 2%. We can't make a request?
Why can't we make our own request? I mean,
I'm looking for the guidance. I'm looking for the guidance.
I don't.
You just make any request you want. Advisory finance committee. Advisory finance committee.
No, I'm just thinking about
Yeah, I mean.
Fine, if we want to do it amongst the board, that's fine. I'm looking for that guidance. The advisory finance committee, to me, is the advisory finance committee. They provide that advice back to us, back to the school committee. So that's why I was looking for it. But if the board feels more comfortable with a different motion.
I guess I don't know.
I'm not. We didn't second his motion, but.
No, you don't need to.
Yeah, I guess I don't know that we need a motion. I feel like the finance committee and our town manager and superintendent have heard the conversation. I think we're in agreement. I feel like there are heads nodding of understanding of the concepts that we're talking about. Somewhere between 1% and 2% or the 4%, like we've got the framework. We talked about operational efficiencies. I agree with what Jean said. We're never going to cut 25 positions. It's not going to happen. I do think everyone put forward their best budget, and I think everyone also understands the pressure that we're all hearing outside of this room. And so we've got to, with all of that, come forward with some better numbers through hopefully some magical borrowing, and I'm kidding, with some time built into this process as well as commitment. And again, we have a key committee that's not here to be part of this dialogue. And so for that reason, I wouldn't be comfortable in making a motion because I definitely, would want to hear their views. But I feel like we've communicated what our expectations are. And Christy, I'm going to look to you since you report to us. Do you feel like you need a motion from this board with our expectations at this point?
I would like one. I guess, okay. The difference between 1%, 2%, and 4% is millions of dollars. So, I think if the starting point is more, it's difficult because there are so many things that we don't have figured out in terms of the borrow and the health insurance and all of those things. But, if 1%, I hear that we're trying to get it. And maybe I think I hear that we're trying to get into that $600-something range, which would be consistent with the last 2 years. And if that's correct, then we could work with that as a target.
Sorry, go ahead, Sean.
May I? So, I think we also need to be realistic, as I'm hearing over here. So the increase is 7.9 million, right? 4 of that is the schools, okay. So, the other 3.9, 2.9 million of that is the insurance and debt budget. So really the town staff is $1 million, right? So, we would have to eliminate that to get ahead, assuming we cannot make headway on the insurance and debt budgets, then, so realistically, there's only so much we can do. I want to put forth something that says we're going to do our best efforts to evaluate this, but I think we do need to be, just how, if the insurance and debt don't move, then this becomes very hard to obtain. And I just want to be clear about that.
Well, I would just add to that, and we talked here because, I know we put Alice in a difficult position here, but because the school committee's not here, we don't have authority. If we go out and say, we want Christy to cut $1 million, and the school committee says, that's great, you said that, we tell Alice and we don't want to cut anything, then we have put on Christy to come up with $1 million, and I don't think that's fair either.
That's not okay.
So that's where I struggle. It has to be, to me, we have to all be on this, we have to all be on the same page that we're in agreement there because, yes, it's one town, but authority is different, and we can't tell the school committee what to do. We can't tell Allison what to do. That's legally, we can't do it. And so Chris, I know you want something, but I don't feel it's right to give you $1 million and then Allison goes back to you and says, well, you're not getting anything from me because I was told by my bosses that we're not giving it. And I'm not saying they'll do that, but I think that's just a tough position I'm in right now to make a motion to give you.
So, do you want to do another joint meeting? Do you want to do a meeting of the chairs and vice chairs?
So that's kind of my point, where I was kind of headed here. I think you do need a fine point on what the ask is. I realize we can't give a fine point to Allison, and I was hoping that whether it's the AFC that comes back with that fine point, or if we want to come up with a number, I think at least there's been, just by this board, there's been at least 3 different ideas put out there, which to Christy's point, it could be hundreds of thousands of dollars differences. If we can put that together, Allison's hearing that, she can take that back to the school committee and say, hey, the town is looking at X number. They're asking us to also look at that same number, and then they can vote on what they want to do. We vote on what we want to do, and we can figure out from there what this means. I'm just trying to figure out, I want the town manager to walk out of here with the information that she needs to go do the work we're hoping that she can do to bring back an answer.
We can't do that without the school committee agreeing to be part of the process.
I'm talking about just the town side.
So school committee is meeting next week. If you want to sort of do it in that order, the school committee could have the conversation, and then at your first meeting in February, you could
think we need a joint meeting.
Joint meeting, okay.
I would say,
Maybe a joint.
But I think we need a tri-board meeting. I mean, or you guys are there, I don't know if you want to, I mean, I always value your input. But I think we all need to be, I would not be in favor of just chairs and vice chairs having it. I think we all have to be part of this.
Yep, I would agree, it's full boards.
I say it can, I feel like duty bound to defend the school committee a little bit. It sounds like they have not traditionally attended this meeting for the last few years, so I think there was not clarity around this being an important piece. So I just want to make sure that folks are really aware of it.
that's
And if
coming the
this is a
first meeting.
sea change, and if that's the case, we need to kind of give them the opportunity to understand that.
Recognize
This,
that.
they just come for
So they
this.
have not.
We recognize that. That was a.
Well. So I would make a motion that the school committee, select board, and advisory finance committee hold a joint meeting to continue this discussion.
second.
So, when are we thinking?
Oh, don't get so.
No, I am getting, I'm gone. I'm going to be gone. It's the second half of next week. So I'm just, this doesn't hinge on me. I just want to figure out, like,
Well, I mean,
timing wise, if the school committee's meeting next week, we're not due to meet to the week after that. So, I guess I'm looking for a target date. My vacation is immaterial.
Can I?
I'm thinking we said that our first meeting, which would be the second week, but I guess it's, a request. I mean, I feel bad Alison isn't here, but whether it's
well, once I can,
to the chair.
Right,
Yeah.
when the chair-
The chair say, hey, this is what we're asking and for a discussion or.
If there's not a willingness to even discuss it, then we don't have to worry about having a tri-meeting. Is that where you're going?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I think it has, I think it's.
So then my ask of this board is, if you're asking me to go have a conversation with the chair of the school committee, I'd like to know what our request is that we're asking them to take back and consider.
We're asking them to
Because
have the conversation.
Before they go and have a conversation themselves. We're asking them to have that as a joint conversation before the school committee has an opportunity to discuss that themselves.
1%.
Okay. Is that your motion? You want to make a motion? I mean, this is.
I already made a motion. Okay. Do you want me to give a different motion? We have a motion on the floor.
You can amend the motion.
Oh, God, I hate doing that. So what I would amend the motion to ask the select board chair to have a conversation with the school committee chair for the school committee to explore its interest in reducing the overall town budget, capital T, by 1%. Did I say that right?
1% proportionally.
Proportionally. And then, and if they wish to, I'm not done yet. And if they wish to have a joint, and if they wish to go forward, then we would schedule a tri-board meeting.
Second.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Task is on me.
Pressure.
Okay. If there's
You
no.
get paid the big bucks.
If there's no, right. If there's no, you saw that, right? You saw that? If there's no further discussion, I'll look for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Yes.
Motion to adjourn the EFC.
You already adjourned. We're adjourned. I'd like to thank Westborough TV, and I'd like to thank again both the town and school staff for all the work that they've done leading into today. Thank you.
Somebody said we were going to be gone by like 3.